Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Was Bullied by God. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei dreams. When morning comes, he peers into the not quite twilight of his unfurnished bedroom and remembers who he is. Even when he closes his eyes to catch a wisp of blurred visions and red hair, the scent that clings to his skin, to the sheets of his bed, reminds him of reality. No peach or pear for him. Only mold and sadness wrapped in sweat. The young teen slowly breathes in, teeth bared against his pillow. It is a poor attempt to muffle any sounds he might make in surprise, it does not work. What it does do is stick the odor of his bed to his gums. He licks them and proceeds to gag. His bed is definitely smelly. Gotta change the sheets, Issei. Adolescence and suddenly sweating like a popsicle in a sauna suck. He doesn't even get thinner and his ugly mug looks more and more like a pepperoni pizza. He wills away the bad thoughts and the urge to stay put with a groan. He wiggles on his sheets, kicking his legs free of their restraints. Going back to sleep will do no good. He has to get out of bed. He rolls and sits. A moment is spent to rub his cranky muscles and aching bones. He hopes they're not signs of growing pains. The clothes haphazardly thrown around his bed are glaring at him accusingly. Perfectly good clothes he will have to give away in a few weeks, if his growth rate is to believe, or meant to last longer. He could ask his mom to teach him how to sew during her good episodes. One more housewife skill added to his ever-growing list of manly teen's charms. He leaves his room before the urge to roll over and play dead becomes too strong to handle. The parquet creaks familiarly under his feet. Issei absently avoids the louder spots. They were his favorite once. When he was young, he thought the floor was talking, each laugh whispering a different story. He thought he only had to learn their language to understand their creaks and rumbles. He had passed many rainy hours with his ear against the floor, listening, imagining wonderful adventures, and mouthing his own secrets against cold wood. Now, he just hopes he is not making too much noise as he haunts the hallway. The bathroom is small, humid, and starting to smell like death. All in all, not much changed since he swung by before going to sleep. The mirror that so kindly reflects his face is decorated with toothpaste stains. Issei checks another case in his mental list, one more room to clean. His mother hates it when it's dirty. The doctors would also have frowned and berated him if they could have seen the room. A sick person should not approach a room that looks like the kingdom of germs. Issei's reflection smiles somberly. A white smudge covers the corner of his grin and makes it look crooked. Good thing they no longer come. He scrubs his face in front of the mirror until his skin is raw and breaking apart. Like his mind, his dreams are unrealistic, stupid, filthy. He hits his face a few times, as if they would magically leave him be at night. A day, in a time. Issei is neither a pervert nor a part-time hero. He has no time for that. Reality is where he is. Reality is more FC ket up than his dreams. My name is Hayato Issei. I'm 13 years old. He stops there because there's nothing else to say. I won an athletic competition once does sound kind of arrogant to add to a self-introduction. It wasn't a very big competition to begin with. The other things he could add aren't nice. I'm human, he mutters. The truth strangely stings his tongue. The mirror reflects his image, distorted and crooked and smudged. He snorts. Yep, he couldn't look more like a stumbling, stuttering guy with a chuny problem. Issei rinses his face. A wisp of a tiny girl with blonde hair and wings on fire blinks in the mirror when he looks up. He flees the bathroom. He navigates between the beams of sunlight that trickles from the windows. His silly little waltz prolongs the agony before his morning ritual. It also gives him more time to curse his imagination and his dreams. The sunlight, pooling in small patches of warmth, looks too fiery for him. The boy knocks on his mother's door and waits for the rustle of sheets that tells him she has heard him and tried to get up. As always, she tries too hard. He breathes in. The artist in him paints a smile on his face as he opens her door. He needs to be as bright as the light. Good morning, Mom. It isn't so good a morning, her face tells. She is pale and listless. After a few moments, she smiles softly and finally acknowledges his existence. Eyes. Yes, it's me, Issei. He acknowledges himself softly. He is never the person she wants to see most. It must be a good thing that she hasn't taken him for that guy this morning. It has to be an improvement. She's not completely in her own wonderland where everything is perfect and normal and nobody is sick. Where is your father? His smile falters against his own will. His cheeks ache and suddenly, Issei doesn't see the point in playing the part of the good son. He left. The words are cruelly true. He regrets them the instant they leave his stupid mouth. His mother is fragile. She isn't really there. He can't be mad that they're not living in a fairy tale where a girl with sunny locks and a heart of gold heals whoever is hurt. He can't be sad, even if they had that conversation a million times. A twinkle lights his mother's eyes. Oh, is he getting that fish I asked him to buy? I nagged him so much to get it, but he always refuses to go to the supermarket alone. It's your job, wife, he always says. Let me tell you, he is just scared he won't find the things we need. Her giggle hides her son's silence. She pats his shoulder tenderly. Her bony fingers whip his flesh. It's a good thing you can do simple things alone. You'll attract a good wife like that, you know. Women like it when a man can take care of himself like a grown-up and doesn't act like a baby in front of the simplest chore. Or I could be a good stay-at-home husband, Issei jokes softly. He's thankful she didn't understand his words, he really is. He is glad she doesn't remember, truly. His mouth tastes sour at the thought. What an FC get-up thing to be thankful about. She's losing her grasp on reality and her memories, and he's thankful. She chuckles behind her hand, unaware of his flickering mood. Then you should upgrade your cooking skills. You won't attract a high-salary wife with your shabby amurus. And let me remind you that your idea of cleaning is hiding your mess, young man. Issei laughs. Each time a new wheeze leaves his mouth, his chest heaves and shakes until it is sore, unwilling to move as he would like it to. He wants to bury his face in his hands and weep. Each morning is the same and he can't deal with it the way he should. He should be strong, but he is a mess. One day, his mother will see through the cracks. The rest of the morning is more natural for him. He gently helps her up and rearranges the mountain of pillows that is supposed to keep her in a comfortable position. Her forced smile when he moves her around tells a different story. He holds her hand. Her black hair is scattered on her pillows and everywhere else. They chatter about nonsensical things, avoiding what hurts and what unsettles. She gives him orders from her bed when he prepares her breakfast. Put more salt, don't let the soup boil, the rice is going to be overcooked. As always, he promises he will eat his breakfast while walking to school. He needs to get there early. Summer break officially ended yesterday and he doesn't want to be late, he claims. She squeezes his hand one last time after she has eaten the last tiny rice grain in her bowl. Have a good day at school, eyes, she says softly. Issei can almost catch a glimpse of the woman who raised him then. He stumbles and stutters. A quaking heave of his chest later, he is in control again. He nods. An easy smile covers his lies. You too, Mom. Her son turns around and calmly leaves. His boss nods at him when Issei sneaks his way into the storage room. The man briskly closes the door behind him. Issei ignores the distinct sound of a lock. He doesn't like small closed spaces, but he is an underage worker. He can't ask for a real wage, so asking for an open door that will probably let people who shouldn't see him actually see him is a big no-no. He rolls up his sleeves and attacks his first task. His job is simple. Put junks on shelves. Reorganize the shelves when it is needed. Put it all on paper so the boss knows where everything goes. Package pre-ordered stuff in boxes. Throw away the expired sweets. Turn his gaze as he does that. Important rule, that one. He can't eat them. No, no, no. His boss would kill him if he saw the sinful act of eating his property. Issei isn't even supposed to think about eating him. Plus, he threw up the last time he binged on expired candies. His mother was frantic. All in all, his job asks for no brain power whatsoever. However, it beefs the muscles he didn't know he had. His big shoulders don't fit with the rest of his twig body. Nothing fits him, really. He is either a shrimp ready to be skewed for his bully's pleasure or an abandoned son with a sick mother, sometimes both at the same time. He has not been Hayato Issei, the friendly neighboring kid with a perfectly normal and boring life, in a long time. He is a pitiful child and that's it. Teachers pity his future and, how do they call it? Issei remembers clapping mouths. They called it his wasted potential. They do not punish him when he arrives a bit later than what is normally accepted. They give him light punishments when punishments they must give. His classmates dislike him for that. The teachers pity him even more and his classmates are starting to hate him now. It's a vicious circle he hasn't quite figured how to get out of. So, he doesn't go to school. Maybe he will later, before his teachers or some kind of social workers come to his door, troubled for his well-being and education. They can't have another little kid join the small but still their group of dropouts. Issei imagines adults fighting dropout statistics with tough love and long lectures. He snorts. Spoilers alert, it does not work. Not when his bank account is empty and his mother needs to be fed. All in all, working is simpler. Working pays the bills. Working means he doesn't have to talk with people he feels alienated from. Thoughts he wants to run from evaporate when he stumbles on a tricky box. It takes him more time than necessary to locate all the products in the clean pandemonium that surrounds him. He silently curses whoever relocated the matcha candies without notifying anybody. He runs through the aisles to finish more quickly. The boss is always looming in the store, watching. He rewards efficiency with a pat and what he deems like slacking with a slap. Issei is not a fan of his boss's slaps. The teen stops to breathe in slowly. He stretches his shoulders, righting his spine with a sigh when the last sweet is packed away from greedy empty stomach. He feels as if his back is going to turn 30 soon when the rest of his body is still trying to understand what testosterone is. His t-shirt shifts uncomfortably against his skin, already soggy with sweat. The temperature in the storage room is cool enough, yet his body produces smelly water no matter what. His shoulders sag. What is he even doing, running around like the illegal worker he sure is? He is underpaid and overworked. He should be at school. Pain jolts his jaw close. Issei closes his eyes and tries to forget hard knuckles. No, school is not a place for him. Neither is home. Their old neighbor is taking care of his mother for a small wage. He is not needed there. He needs his job so it remains so. He clenches his jaw and puts whatever he is feeling into lining and arranging the items perfectly on the shelves. Stay positive, Issei. Positive, he breathes through teeth. Positivity is the key to a longer, worryless life. The pay is good enough, the boss ain't treating him like an animal, and the whole street knows he is ready to work like an ox for some pocket money. Or food. He hasn't enough time in his day to think about prepubescent monkeys or fake-ass adults. Many minutes and boxes later, another worker shows up. They glance at each other. They nod at each other. Issei turns and goes back to his boxes. He knows her, somewhat. They did some shifts together in the past. They never did talk though. The boss is always looming close by. Silence improves productivity according to him. Issei doesn't know what they could have talked about anyway, beside basic courtesy. Small talks and any kinds of normal subjects of conversation feel alien to him. Worse, his answers would probably put everyone in a tough spot. School, don't go there. Parents, better not talk about that. Hobbies, I put shit on shelves for money. His teacher was thoroughly embarrassed when he tried to put some sense in his skull and discovered his student has far too much time to think and far too much common sense. He still flickers his attention at her from time to time. She is a change of scenery in a field of candies, and he appreciates the sobriety of her attire next to the neon-colored products they sort. She looks foreign. Asian, but foreign. Filipina, probably. She looks old enough to be a mother, but Issei has never had particularly good eyes for age. In his defense, she looks kind of ageless. She could be in her mid-40s or in her mid-20s. A strange tiredness pinches her brows and slows her every moment. She is efficient in her work, yes, but there is something, Issei doesn't know what, that unnerves him about her. Perhaps the fact that, at her age, she is stuck doing what he does. Issei never glances too long at her. A voice inside his ear whispers that it's not nice to stare while another snorts and asks if he is scared of his future. After all, the voice goads, he is simply unraveling what awaits him. One day, he will bear her not quite formed wrinkles and hung his shoulders as low as hers. The door opens. Issei focuses on the items at his feet immediately. The boss is there. Time to work. The boy pushes a box of chocolate farther on the shelf in front of him. He isn't busy or running late, but he needs to appear to be working. Slackers lose their job quick enough here. A cold gust whips his cheek as the storage door is slammed shut. The boss passes him without a single remark. He marches towards his co-worker. What is this? The only boy in the room hunches his shoulders and makes himself as small as possible. He hides in plain sight, forehead against cool steel. He knows that tone. The boss is not happy. Issei resolutely looks at his boxes. So many left to open and so many stuff to place somewhere. He should work. Close his ears. Blind his eyes. Shut his heart. Simple things for his simple brain. He doesn't hear the insults. He doesn't hear the smack. He doesn't hear the haunting silence of a victim who knows better than to complain. He hears nothing. Hours later, he is let out of the stuffy storage by his smiling boss. The man, like any other Friday, looks around nervously before handing him a wad of bills. There you go, eyes. The boy feels the bills as he stuffs them in his pocket. He pauses and looks down. There are 2 more bills and the number on them is not small. A solemn man in an old western suit stares at him through age and rumpled paper money. What is this? Issei cringes at his own choice of words. The boss smiles good-naturally, obvious to his young helper's inner turmoil. A small bonus. You work very well for such a small guy. Issei thanks him. Internally, the rotten part of his brain wonders if it is a bribe to shut his mouth. He inwardly mocks his own thought. A boss being a boss is neither noteworthy nor scandalous. If he were to talk, he would only worsen everything for everybody involved. The boss is just honestly happy with him. Issei doesn't know what to think of that, so he doesn't stew on it. See you on Monday, eyes. Yes, sir. Issei bows. When his boss is out of sight, Issei does not escape his workplace. Instead, he sneaks back in the back room. His unfortunate co-worker is still in there. She is out of sight, but he knows she is simply hidden. He can hear her rummage through a box in the depth of the room. Her coat hangs on a shelf. The door that leads to the outside is slightly ajar. He fights the urge to nudge it close. He glances one last time at the door, then stuffs his bonus in the inner pocket of her coat. Extra pocket money is hard to come by for him. It must be the same for her. It will not heal her bruise or balm her soul, but it is better than nothing. Better than silence. Issei leaves, fists stuffed in his pockets. His stomach rumbles, pangs of pain tensing his insatiable organ in a plea for nutrients and attention. Time to get food. The teen skips out through the back door. He can't pass by the front door. Black market workers are not supposed to be seen or heard. Only their work shall be presented to the world. And the merit of it will go better somebody else's reputation. He is okay with that. His bank account would be so much more pitiful without that job. Life's better when you can pay the bills. Who really cares where the money comes from? He ain't breaking any major laws with his odd jobs. He ain't selling his ass. He rents his small strength and muscled shoulders. That's it. The one who would get in trouble for it all would be his boss. And the other workers. Issei is just underage. The others are real illegal workers. In a sense, his boss trusts him very much. He trusts him to not tell the truth. That, or he knows how much his youngest employee needs the money. Issei chases such heavy thoughts with a small jog through his boss's garden. The faster he will be out, the better it will be for his nose. Garbage and old cardboard boxes cover the feeble grass, corrupting everything he sniffs. The humidity, a remnant of the end of summer, sticks to everything like a lead weight. Nobody feels like really working. Elders squat on the threshold of their house with a fan, melon seeds, and some nice refreshments by their feet. Dogs and cats are napping in the shade. People are dragging themselves around and crawling towards the cool places. There, of course, they eat cold dishes. Only Koreans would eat piping hot soup during summer. Under the gray, humid sky, Issei could develop a certain fondness for his workplace. He almost has it in him to pray for his fellow students, working in classes that have no AC. Almost sucks for them. He wanders from one shade to another until his stomach smells good food. As much as he would like to will his feet away from the scent, his hunger is stronger. For a good reason, at that. The old couple living on the corner of the main street sells takoyaki that are simply out of this world. What kind of drug does the cook put in them to make them so delish? Issei doesn't know. It doesn't stop him from buying or begging for a small golden ball of fat and octopi every other day. As usual, he goes to stand nonchalantly near the customers' taken stools. The stall is as busy as ever. The old cook, behind his small counter, sweats as he turns the delicate balls with a sure hand. To avoid any human liquids from getting in them pockets of happiness, he stands a bit awkwardly, arching his aching back. His customers hover between talking and watching the master performs. Some have clipped chats with the cook. Children are playing around them, running everywhere with their red Gundams. Red like silky hair, crimson like reptilian scales, and burgundy like death itself. Issei looks away. The cook's wife waltzes between the stools with practiced agility, pouring beer and serving her trademark mizuyakin. Its taste is slightly different every day. Sometimes, she stuffs it with sweet chestnut or fruits. Sometimes it is plain, and yet, everybody yearns for it more than they do their imaginary lover. She claims she has no special recipe. If she really has no special ingredient and doesn't drug her confections, Issei is ready to say she has magical powers. The customers cheer for her when she gets the bubbly liquid out from behind the stall. She, as bubbly, if not more, asks about their dog's health and the weather in their parents' hometown. Issei's pretty sure she knows everything there is to know about all of her costumers. He rubs his empty stomach and puts on his best "I'm hungry, please feed me" face when she faces him. It involves a lot of jutting his lips out and pitiful, tearful eyes. She rolls her eyes and beckons him closer. He is happy to oblige. "Little eyes, you should have just approached my husband." The lecture is over in an instant. She gives him 2 of the trays in her hand. Table 5 and 6. "On your way, young man." Issei mocks a salute for his captain. The next second, he is jumping over stretched-out legs and happily serving amazing-looking mizuyakin to content and slightly drunk costumers. Just glancing at it, he knows it is as smooth as a small round rock eroded by the sea. It looks cool and refreshing, and his mouth is definitely watering. The cherry-stuffed mizuyakin is serenading his stomach as much as it is his eyes. "Little eyes." Her voice calls him back to earth. Issei dutifully thanks the customers who have finished their meal and greets the ones that have just sat down. He will eat one. Later, he hops his way to the stall. The wife loads his arms with plates. The cook glances at him. Issei flees before he gets another lecture, one that would be harsher and longer. After 1 hour, his arms are finally remembering he has spent the day putting heavy loads on the highest shelves his boss could construct. His stomach stopped rumbling. It just aches from time to time. Like always, the wife is drinking tea and chatting with her costumers now. She doesn't even order Issei around anymore, simply letting him serve the clients while she rests her legs. As the evening's life starts its quick ascension toward a busy night, their part-timer shows up. He glances at Issei and frowns. The younger teen nods up at him and backs down. He adds a light smile as an afterthought. He isn't here to steal jobs or provoke a man with more muscles than he does. Little Eyes, as he is dubbed, sneaks his way to the stall and deposits the money he ransacked on his way in the cash register. His work is officially done. He will be able to get his second meal of the day. Youngsters these days only know how to be obedient when they can get food out of it. The cook grumbles as he twists golden balls of goodness. Issei says nothing. The cook's lectures are always shorter when he shuts up and nods obediently a few times there and here. Behind him, his wife is putting takoyakis and mizuyakin in a bag. It falls in Issei's hands. "Go home." She pats his shoulder gently. Issei thanks her like he always does. He knows his words will never be able to convey how much of a good person she is. He is on the run a second later. It is getting late. His mother must be waiting. Before getting home, Issei goes to the river that calmly passes through their town. He searches for his quiet spot, the one they found together when he was so small and the other seemed like an unyielding and unbreakable man. He looks around, out of habit. It is too late for anybody to be there. Only he and pensioners like to sit there, watching the too calm river wash away flowers and leaves. Too calm for students and too remote for working adults. He is neither, so it's perfect for him. He sets his bag of food down and splashes away his memories of the place. He rinses his hands in the somewhat clean water. He can't smell like alcoholic grease and sweet sweat when he gets home. His school bag is where he left it, under dense shrubs that proliferate wildly beside his river. In spring, they sport pink flowers. Issei doesn't know their name, but his mother likes their scent. She loved it when he had pruned a branch covered with blooming flowers and buds to decorate her bedroom. Where is it now? Issei squats down. He soaks his hands in the water, watching the current sweep small leaves away. What did he do with the branch when all the flowers wilted? The garbage. He put it in the garbage. But he remembers pressing one of the flowers, the most beautiful of them all, in her eyes. It looked crooked in his. It still must be in one of the books in his bedroom. He will search for it and give it to her tomorrow. The boy dries his hands against his pants. Time to go. His mother is waiting. He can't be idle all day. He runs. The small door of their tiny apartment opens crankily. Nothing a bit of oil can't resolve, he muses. The smell that wafts to his nose tells him he can be himself. She never cooks when she is not okay. Mom, I'm home, Issei shouts, reaching for the inside of his bag where their takoyakis are waiting to be eaten. She looks up from her book with a good smile. Her red toque is lovely. She looks so strong, pale and fragile against the black leather of their couch, but still a paragon of strength in front of whatever life throws at her. His throat dries and he hopes she will talk. He can't. You're late today, she accuses over her book. Its title catches his eyes. Japanese trees and how to take care of them. Just her kind of nerdy books. The spell on his tongue is broken. He is quick to join his hands together to pray for mercy. Sorry, my club's activities lasted longer than expected. He glances at her expression and knows he isn't in too much trouble. He wiggles his hand out of his bag, treasure finally visible. But our club's president treated us to some delish takoyakis. I kept some for you. She raises an eyebrow. Takoyaki, when I cooked a delicious meal for you. Issei glances at the table and yes, as he smelled it and hoped, she cooked for him. A full-course dinner with rice, soup, fish and all the things he can't quite cook like her. He sits down after she orders him to. She flutters around the table, poking the things he took home with the interest of a ruffled mother. She mutters darkly about fat and grease and how it's bad for his body. He allows himself this moment to relax, to stop thinking. His mother is there, for now. A voice rasps out in utter desperation. A brown-haired teen pouts. I guess. But still, Volley's power is a huge problem. He tried to have Butchu's breasts, you know. A young devil glares at the wall as the memory of an avoided tragedy assaults his senses. He would look infinitely more serious if his hands weren't twitching and groping the air. Diedrag remains silent for a moment. Issei stops mentally gauging how much his sweet Butchu's chest would have decreased to poke the green jewel at the center of his hand. He believes the dragon's soul resides there and if he does not, the gem still makes a funny sound when he touches it and Issei is all for having fun after suffering a shock. Bouncy breasts should remain bountiful. Yeah, you're right, Issei agrees half-heartedly. It's okay, though. They will find a solution. A civil war can't just happen in the underworld. The Maoists are strong enough to hold their stuff together and do the mumbo-jumbo politic thing they're supposed to do. Ria's brother is awesome. He likes breasts and has a maid waifu. Plus, he knows what to do so everything will be fine. Besides, he can help alongside his peerage can help. They did fight against Cockabeel and his crazies and came out on top. They can hold off the brigade's crazies until they realize they are being stupid and stop being, themselves. Issei, come to bed. He twists his neck at the command. A blush darkens his skin and threatens to overtake the tip of his ears when he sees his master. A white babydoll, stark against her sunset hair, molds her every curves. Nothing is left to the imagination, even though his mind is already reeling to picture her in all her glory. He can't help but stare as the fabric dances around her thighs. Diedrag takes this moment to grumble something about beauty sleep. He disappears from Issei's consciousness. The teen snaps from his trance and offers a weak smile to his master. Butchu. He stutters some more words but he doesn't think they are intelligible. She is so beautiful he is losing his language. You're so cute. She pinches his cheek affectionately. He leans in. He basks in her beauty and affection. The real Issei, the one who does not have a sentient dragon inside his body, wakes with a start. He stares at his white ceiling. He breathes in, just a little, secretly hoping to bask in a sweet fragrance, something akin to the scent of peach or pear. Mysterious, sweet, beloved. Nothing. He closes his eyes. His girlish eyelashes brush his cheeks. Dreams are dreams, he reasons. He needs to focus on what's real. School called again yesterday. He needs to show up more to satisfy the administration's requirements. He needs to stay under the radar, be it the schools, the teachers, or his dear schoolmates. No work for him today then, he decides. He will go to school 3 days this week and spin some tales about his mother's worrying health to get out of the 2 left. Issei gets up and leaves. School hasn't changed since the end of the summer break. Same cliques, same teachers, same urge to turn back as soon as he sits on his designated seat. He scratches the polished surface with his non-existent nails. The school felt charitable and gave him a new desk after his friendly classmates ruined the last one. The only difference he manages to find is that the students are less moany and sweaty than the last time he stood in their presence. Issei absently looks at the windows from his seat on the first row. The temperature is cooling slowly but surely. Summer cannot drag its claws across time as if it had no end. Hints appear, here and there, to preface the arrival of the colder seasons. The trees are changing their clothes to say goodbye to the last days of warmth. The wind is no longer a kind friend who cools the heat of summer. It is a gust that smells like rain and pushes people into warmer clothes. The sound of footsteps sweeps his mind away from falling leaves and the dread they bring as they die, crumpled on the ground. People walk by him. Issei shrinks on his chair. He would have preferred a place farther from the door to their classroom. A nice little seat in the back would have given him less unfortunate contacts with people. Alas, his height works against him. Being one of the shortest teens in his group sucks big time. Some of his classmates glance at his general direction. One does his very best to make it look as if he had not noticed him at all. Issei avoids looking at him, too. Around him, people talk about their weekend, their nice dog and playful cat, their idol and the last project they have to finish for science. Some girls whisper about that really hot upperclassman and some boys make jokes about the beauty who graces their school with her presence. Issei doodles on his homework. He finishes the ones he hadn't time to do before and hopes their teacher will be lenient. He is 5 days late for that project. Their teacher walks in with a stack of paper. He throws it on his desk and his students watch, amused. Bets always go round on how many will fall to the ground each morning. None falls today. The shortest boy in the room lets his right leg move up and down, sending vibrations around him. His table shakes. His teacher faces the classroom with a tired look. No good tidings for Issei and his way too late project. That old man becomes moody when he is tired. Losing his temper over simple things like whispering students and slow-paced work is not uncommon for him. Attendance roll. Akisa Hikari. The teacher calls over the dregs of his students' conversations. A jock tries to murmur a last joke before a scalding look from their teacher zips his mouth. A girl 2 rows behind Issei raises her hand dutifully. Here, Issei knows he is the 11th person on that roll. He counts them idly. Hiya to Issei. The teacher knows he is here. Issei has seen him stare in his direction over the rims of his golden glasses. He literally passed by him to get to his own desk. There is literally no point to the attendance roll, no point to being called when he is so visibly present. There is no point of being here either, no point at all. Here, the boy still dutifully raises his hand. The teacher sends him a nod of acknowledgement before droning on. Issei lowers his arm. He counts the remaining members of their tribe named C3. They're all here today. Classes happen. Issei stays put when he is told to stay put and goes out when the teacher forcefully gets him out of the classroom for recess. He wanders around, hovering near his classmates, observing. He ducks his head and looks absently at his shoes when a group of particularly vicious girls ogles him. The leather of his shoes needs a good shine. He dares to glimpse upwards and yes, they're still watching him like hawks. They don't do a good job at hiding their chuckles and laughs. He feels their glances and the judgments crawl under his skin, but he perseveres in looking oblivious. Little eyes in their mouth is not a kind nickname. They shame his height, his stature, his standing in the school, and probably also the thing that dangles between his legs. His schoolmates can think all they want. He knows they will not say that he is not welcome or appreciated aloud. They will silently curse his existence yet endure it. It would be too out of style, too unnatural, to do something about his eyesore of a presence. Too much like him. Only fools try to leave the safety of the masses. Issei looks up. The way the light goes through the foliage of the few trees that were brave enough to grow in their schoolyard catches his eyes. He admires it quietly as he lets his feet guide him to the outskirts of moving groups made of apes in human form. Being alone brings more misery than he is ready to face today. Being with his group means he could face probable abasement. Issei prefers insults to hits. The bell rings. It is a familiar call back to classes and long periods of ennui. The teen follows his class inside. As he passes through the gate, a shoulder collides with his. He stumbles. His hip is smashed against the metallic door. A yelp escapes him. Hi-Odu. Long time no see. Issei clenches his jaw around a grunt. He glances up through his lashes. 2 boys are crowding his personal bubble. One looks as refined as polished jade and the other resembles the first teens inside. Dark, crooked, and disgusting. Pus seeps from one of his popped pimples unabashedly on his sweaty brow. 2 names appear in Issei's mind. He discards the second boy's name. Unimportant, unskilled, unintelligent. Tamu is none of these things. The injured teen breathes in and leans against the door, as if he were holding it instead of using it as a support for his throbbing leg. People pass them. He tilts his head nonchalantly, seemingly neither answering nor acknowledging Tamu's existence. He is actually angling his head to see his teacher. Finally, he sees a familiar gleam, the one reflected by his teacher's bald head. He is getting farther away as he talks with one of his students. How is your mommy, Hi-Odu? Tamu's Minianaka best friend is in his face now. Issei does not move away. Weak people move away and then they get bullied. He does not respond. Weak people fall for baits like that and then their bullies never stop using them because they know where it hurts. Issei is damn done with sharing his failings and bearing his soul to soulless humans. He stares. Thanami, Tamu, the refined jade boy, pouts reproachfully at his minion. You know you shouldn't ask that. His mother is in such a bad shape. It's a good thing that Issei can even show up at school from time to time. But, and there Tamu turns his gaze towards Issei and his face takes on a grimmer look, you should really come more often. I know it's difficult, but your grades won't get better if you stay at home. Issei admires Tamu a bit when he shows such skills. It's not everybody who can flawlessly insult someone and still look like a caring saint while doing so. He is an artist who knows his art. A real white lotus. Still, without Anami, he wouldn't look as good. That guy is a precious crude foil. However, Issei chooses silence yet again. He knows better than to answer, even to voice his awe at his bully's skills. Tamu muddles his mind. He twists the words that leave Issei's mouth to match his desires too easily. Tamu smiles as if he knows what Issei thinks. Goosebumps rise on his arms. The auburn-haired boy crosses his arms. The fabric of his sleeves grates his skin. How is your father, Issei? I heard he's working in Tokyo now, Tamu asks gently. He never raises his voice. Their schoolmates still listen to him and drink his every word. Anami snickers. People here feel a strange mix of emotions when it comes to the ones who decide to leave for the capital. There are certainly more opportunities for them in the big city, but on the other hand, they abandon their hometown. Good for traders, most think as they congratulate the ones who leave. Yet, several would leap into the unknown if they were given the chance. Issei knows that is not the reason why Anami snickers behind his hand like a FC King moron. He pinches his arm through the fabric of his uniform. He is well, Issei answers curtly. He has nothing else to say on the matter. His father is neither dead nor sick. Therefore, he is well. Tamu does not lose his amiable face. Anami finally controls his grimace. A bad case of I really want to court death today. How wonderful. Tamu beams as if he actually cared. My mom hopes to see him for the neighbors' meetup, since your mother will not show up. She knows he adores her brownies. Will he come with a partner? Issei closes his eyes and pretends blinking is a very slow process for him. Sweetly violent images flash in his mind. He can't. He must not. He must not think about it. He's already too close to being a problematic child in his school's eyes. Too many days he disappeared without a word. Too many times he was late for a project or for classes. His mother is dying, yes, but she's been dying for too long. They can't be that understanding that long. Smashing Tamu's head against a desk would be sweet, yes, but the consequences would be bitter. He needs a perfect record, at least on that aspect, because he recognizes that he sucks at school. If, one day, maybe, he wants to continue his studies, he needs to be able to show something good about himself. What's better than a pristine I never killed anybody at school? It's something. It could help him go back to school or get a job. He doesn't have Tamu's effortless charm, or parents that can cover for him and scream at teachers until the matter is left unsolved and their child protected. Plus, Tamu has one big brother in high school. Issei doesn't know a thing about him, has never seen him or heard about him, but he knows that brothers side together against outsiders. That's what families are supposed to do, anyway. And Tamu has friends, and his brother probably has friends. Issei doesn't like the hospital that much. The loner boy opens his eyes. I do not think my father will be free that day. I haven't told you when it would be. Tamu is still offering his infamous smile to the world. Issei wants to tear his tongue out so that damn charmer finally shut the hell up and leaves him alone. Maybe also die of BLD loss in the process. The bell rings a second time. Students run by them, hustling and bustling. Issei does not answer Tamu's smile with his own awkward version of it. He is trapped in his enemy's web and they both know it. He is very busy these days, the cornered teen bites out. He shifts and looks towards the innards of the school. He needs to be in his class before the third bell too. That's all right. We can move the date around. Nothing is set in stones yet. Tamu does not seem to worry about being late for class. His feet stay fixed in place. Issei will have to bypass him to go inside. Thank you. Issei says it because he is supposed to say it. Niceties are a big part of etiquette and public harmony. Public harmony is important. Strangling someone is not a good idea. It is not. He purses the inside of his bottom lip. His eyes catch a gleam. His heartbeat slows down. What are you kids doing? Haven't you heard the bell? His teacher approaches them. He scans the three boys by the door with an annoyed look. His disapproving glare deepens when his eyes fall on Issei. Sir, Issei is always alone, so we invited him to play. Tamu stands too close, smiling that awful smile that spells trouble for him and charm for everybody else. Good idea, the bald teacher grunts. He must never think about the fact that, maybe, kids are actually evil creatures that just want to devour each other. Come with us after school. We found a nice place to play. Tamu pats his shoulders. Issei cannot control his cringe. Yes, very nice indeed, Anami echoes, even if nobody asked him to be a broken recorder forever latching on his master's words. You will come, right? Tamu lowers his voice in the end, as if he were telling his darkest secrets and not publicly asking his friend to come get beaten up. His hand has become a claw, not yet digging in the flesh of his prey's shoulder, but pressing it down so that his victim cannot move. Han is the charming boy who entangles people in his web with sweet words. Issei, the little fly, can only see a spider ready to feast. Issei knows what nice place they're talking about and what game they want to play. He was stupid enough to go once. The bruises took weeks to fade away. He shrugs Tamu's hand away. The bell rings a third time. Tamu takes it as his cue to leave. He waves at him, bows towards the only adult, says some niceties, and ever so slowly makes his way to the stairs. Tamu's minion throws a whispered creep at Issei before he scrams to hang on his master's clothes. The teacher follows suit, sure that the ugly little duckling named Hayatu Issei will follow. The teen doesn't move. Nothing can save his reputation, not even showing up bravely to get beaten up or be ridiculed. So why care? He stretches his aching shoulders. Maybe he pushed himself too hard at work yesterday. Maybe he is too high-strung thanks to his little chat with Tamu. He sighs. He misses his bed. School is tiring. Tamu is tiring. Talking is tiring. Little Eye is shameless when it comes to finding excuses to not stay at school. His gaze is attracted by the light that pours through the foliage. Such a beautiful day. Such a beautiful day, and he is wasting it all doing nothing and enduring everything. His feet move. Hayatu, where are you going? The teacher is upset with him. He left without saying goodbye to his elders. Real breach of etiquette, that is. His imperfect behavior is deepening. He hears quick steps coming for his shadow. Issei leaps forward and runs. The gates are closing. He hits his wrist against one but still manages to pass through. The guard bellows something about bells and shitty behavior that leads to a miserable life. Issei is already too far to go back inside the campus. He doesn't look back. He lets his feet lead his fate. The warmth of their apartment welcomes him. He lets any bad thoughts slide from his shoulders to hell, to be forgotten there. Eyes. There is his mother, lounging on the couch. She waves at him before she eyes his uniform thoughtfully. "Hi, Mum." A note from their neighbor claims his attention 1 second. He reads it quickly. She is next door, preparing food. She will be back soon. Issei grimaces. The old lady will not be happy to see him back so soon from school. He will hear another lecture about his wasted future tonight. His mother coughs softly. He looks up to see her raised eyebrows and inquisitive glance. His mother's plaid blanket is half-heartedly covering her knees. Issei wants to reach for it to tuck her in it correctly. "Aren't you supposed to be at school?" "No," he lies. "Every day can be Sunday if he claims them to be so enough times." She frowns. "Aren't you awfully free these days? You were at home yesterday too." "Yesterday was Sunday, Mom." "That's not a lie. I had school this morning." "Still not a lie. We're doing our finals. They let us leave when we're done so we don't disturb the peoples that haven't finished their test." "Liar, liar, pants on fire." His mother looks delighted. "Oh, that's nice. They didn't do that in my time. We had to stay, whether we were finished or not. Many students left anyway, but not me. I was always one of the latest to finish my exams. I reviewed them a dozen times to make sure there were no errors, but I always forgot one or two. That used to make me so angry." She sighs and smiles about better time. He is happy she's talkative. Yet another good reason why he shouldn't be at school right now. The warmth and light pouring from the windows are delicious. So are the stories she untangles from her memory for him. The live little woman he calls Mom shifts forwards to be able to pat his hand. "You need to study properly." "Did you?" Issei nods. He tilts his lips upwards and hopes she doesn't see all the guilt dripping from them. "I did. I studied pretty hard with my friends before our finals. That's why you always came late and smelled like food." Issei fights his old habit of chewing on his nails. She still perceives so much, sometimes. "Yes." She smiles at him knowingly. "Were you all studious? You're sure you weren't just playing around on your computers?" "Of course not, Mom. I know I need good grades." He does know, but he doesn't care. He's not sure he will finish middle school, so grades are secondary on his list of important things. She is not quite done yet. He can see it in the way she believes about half of what he said. "You didn't eat snacks during the whole time, right?" "No." He snorts. She hums. "A warm dinner is always better to fill your belly than some snacks. Companies put so many bad things in their products now to save money. Shame on them. Well, the government tries to rein them in, but you can never completely control people who can only think about money. They're endangering people's health and they don't care." Issei smiles at her lively speech. He has nothing intelligent to add. She is the witty one in their little family when her brain accepts to work. Her gaze wanders around the living room. She sighs. "Eyes, have you seen my book?" Issei doesn't even bother to pretend. He goes to her side and picks it up from the coffee table. His mother sighs again. "I finished that book. I'm talking about the one about gardening. It has a pink cover, I think." Issei bends down and reviews the books on the table. Then, he looks around the room, rejected book still in hands. He gets a giggle from his mother when he pretends to check under her covers. He winks at her as he raises her feet in the air. He squints and pats the warm leather. "No book there," he announces as he tucks her back under her covers. "Don't be so silly. Find it, please," she chastises him half-heartedly. He tickles her feet one last time. She kicks his hands away. "I think I saw it in your room. I'll be back with it real quick." He leaves the living room. He turns the book in his hand so its pink cover is visible. He wanders a full 30 seconds in the hallway before he hops back to her side with her desired book held high in the air. "There it is, Mom." "Thank you, dear." She smiles and doesn't notice it is the very book she refused a moment ago. She's been stuck on Japanese trees and how to take care of them for 2 months now. Issei gives away the book with a smile. He is happy to sit down and observe her. She seems so well today. He has to bask in the moment. The present is all that they have. Hayato Akari is withering along the tree's leaves. Issei fears winter. He fears cold nights. They need to spend as little as possible to make ends meet. Electricity is expensive. Heating their apartment might prove to be a challenge. He will put on more clothes, but will she be all right? Or he could just heat up the living room and move her there. She would be close to the kitchen, the bathroom, and her favorite window. She likes to be able to peer at the street and observe people from her perch. People who don't live in her stilted time. People who move forward. Issei feels his throat clog up. Her talks, be it when she is lucid or when she is not, have taken on a dark turn a few days ago. His mood follows hers in its slow descent into whatever cold and dark plagues her. He doesn't know how to lighten her mood. It's a good thing she hasn't showed that summer attitude today. He cannot even take her out anymore. Her legs do not work the way they used to. She needs long breaks every few meters. A month ago, they could easily sit on a bench and talk about the lives of the people who passed them by. His mother knows them all by name. Their town is not big enough for her to not know their tragedies and happiness. Some of them stop and greet the boy and his mother, offering comfort and kindness or awkward questions about her health. The pair smiles at the former and never answers the later. Now, it's becoming too cold to do that. The humidity pierces clothes and freezes bones. A cough brings him back to the present. She is staring at him, puzzled. Child, what are you doing here? Issei sits in silence. Where are your parents? He stares at her until she goes back of her own volition to the same page she's been reading for the past 10 minutes. She has already forgotten that she forgot him. The wind is cold. He shifts and crosses his arms. His hand caresses the new seam over his wrist. He sewed back the broken ends of his sleeve himself. They flapped in the wind before and offered his arm to the cold. It was annoying enough that he searched on the internet how to sew. Do-it-yourself is all the craze right now. It's not that bad though. Knowing how to do basic things can't be a bad thing. He snorts at a memory. His mother fussed over him during the whole process. She made infuriating comments and stole his needle to do or redo some parts when he was not looking. She did show him a useful trick, so she is forgiven. He now knows how to put the thin thread into the eye of the needle without pricking his fingers or stabbing his eyes. He shifts on his bench. It's brand new and close to his usual spot by the river. It means more people will come by when the weather is good and they most certainly will discover his spot of peace, but it's too cold for anybody to want to explore for the moment. He's all alone with his thoughts in the river. He doesn't really want to go home. He has no work today. School sucks. Their neighbor took pity in him and literally pushed him out of their apartment, claiming it couldn't be healthy to stay inside all day long. She promised to take good care of his mother. Issei knows she will. She has always taken cautious care of his mother, never losing her patience with his mother's erratic behaviors and numb body. A grating beep disturbs his silence. Issei fishes his phone out. He turns his phone between his fingers for a moment. Its terrible buzz makes his fingers tremble. He bites into the flesh around his non-existent nails. He chewed his frustration away on them. He knows by heart the number lighting up its screen. He pushes the green button. Hello, doctor. Mr. Hayato. Issei nods at nothing, by force of habit. We contacted your father. He opted for hospital's care. A team will come collect your mother's things on Sunday. Issei clenches his lips on a whimper. A mongrel version of it still echoes in the air. Is there no way to keep her at home? No. Your father is her legal guardian as she has no other relatives. You do not count, considering your young age. And he is the one paying. The doctor gives a textbook answer. Bland and heartless. Thank you, doctor. He doesn't know what he is thankful for, but he has no other words. He wants this conversation to end. You will see her during the visitor's hours. That sentence is meant to comfort him, Issei knows. It just makes him want to drown. Thank you, he repeats himself. Somehow, he doesn't choke on the bitterness of his thoughts. The doctor says some other words before hanging up, but the boy doesn't listen. He watches the falling leaves sink in the water of his little river. His frail ship is sinking too. His finger toys with his phone until he has typed a familiar phone number. This number does not exist. Please type a new number. Issei glares at nothing and disconnects the call. It is not the first time he has tried to reach his father. The same voice with the same answer reaches his ears and melts his brain every time. Time heals wounds is absurd as a theorem. He has feared the burn. He has feared the coming wound for so long. Now, it's here. He feels numb. Nothing can heal his mother. No doctors can take out the small tumor that has taken residency in her brain. Or some are liars. They don't dare to perform such a risky surgery, don't dare to have a smudge on their perfect record. People hate imperfections. His father is no different. He hated his imperfect son and broken wife, so he left. His mother is leaving too now. Everybody is leaving. She will be gone soon. Issei stuffs his hands back into his pockets. He gets up slowly. No reason to stay outside and freeze his ass when he could be inside. With her, for their last days together. He blinks. A vision overtakes him. He sits on his bench before he loses all senses of reality. Issei, is the entrance of the underworld. Issei blinks. He looks around. There's a guy on a bench, a bunch of rugged bricks on the ground and a ruined wall in front of them. The only colorful thing around is the pink umbrella between the hobo's hands. Saying he is not impressed would be an understatement. He scratches his cheek and glances at his butt-chew. The let me disappear into a seal like a badass spell is 1,000 times better. Why can't they do that all the time anyway? Dummy, his master fondly admonishes him. This is an illusion. Issei nods his head as if he understood. His master's explanations are always way too long for his small brain. He prefers them short and sweet. Kaneko is super good at that. When she isn't cursing him to die horribly, she has a special fondness for deaths that involve spikes and dildos. And all of that started just because he acts like a good harem king around her. Okay, he tried to get her panties shot once or 1,000 times. Okay, he acts like an ape in heat around her. Okay, trying to steal her gym clothes while she was showering wasn't his greatest idea. But, it's not his fault she looks like a perfect addition to his future harem. He will get her panties shot one sweet day. Maybe even more than that. That sole thought makes all the mental torture she puts him through worth it. Plus, she is kind of cute when she is angry too. Like a small kitten who hisses at you with all its might, but it only succeeds in being cute. Except Kaneko's punches hurt like hell every time they touch him and they always connect. She calls it training. He calls it abuse. But she pinches him out of his harem-induced daydreaming. He jolts. She chuckles. He blushes. She hands something shiny to the hobo. The hobo looks at her hand silently. Issei tenses up. He is not comfortable around strangers these days, and his Butchu is so beautiful the dude could have bad thoughts. He is the only one allowed to have bad thoughts around her. Something happens, Issei's not sure what, and then there's a big-ass door straight from the depth of some fantasy world where there was a ruined wall a second ago. Whoa, the vision ends like it started. Abruptly, Issei tries to breathe. Cold air enters his lungs, yet he can't seem to process the precious molecules his brain needs to function correctly. He heaves. He has seen these walls before. They are close to his day job, close to the sweet shop. He passed by them every day when he was in daycare. They exist, as his rotten brain decided to torture him with visions of things that exist and have to mess with the little sanity he tries to keep. Dreams as well as daydreams. He will have to deal with FC King daydreams of chuny fantasy. How will he be able to work if he is completely unresponsive to the world on such short notice? Issei bites the skin left around his nails. He can't just go to his boss, be like, I'm gonna be out for 10 minutes, I'll be back soon. He hits his forehead until he feels numb. FC King brain. He stamps his feet and growls the biggest curse he knows. It doesn't feel as good as it should. He knows he is going to finish his days in an asylum, mumbling about princesses and devils peeking into his brain and twisting his thoughts. Better be in the apartment, a voice whispers, so no one sees you lose your damn mind. He jogs all the way back, as if pushing himself until he feels like throwing up could squash the insanity. He passes people and ducks his head. He doesn't want to acknowledge them. He doesn't want to see people. He doesn't want to trigger another daydream. He jogs past his home. He jogs past his job. He jogs past his old daycare. He jogs past his insanity. He is going to prove to his rotten brain reality is a thing and it exists. All this craziness needs to stop. He needs to be whole, to be there for his mother during their last days together. Just a few more days. Just a few more hours. After Sunday, his brain can rot all at once. Finally, he stops and sees the walls he has seen so many times in his youth without really looking. He turns around, observing the devastated walls of his vision. They are here. He sees it then. A pink umbrella leaning against one of the falling brick wall. Its faded color doesn't stand out much against the stained red of the bricks. Issei reaches for it and picks it up. He marvels at the dark dots that adorn it, exactly like in his vision. His brain is really something else, to remember things he has only seen in passing. He would almost praise his memory if his mind hadn't used it against himself. He decides to be bold. I need to go to the underworld, Issei whispers to the umbrella. The thought that it might work irks his very soul. He is turning into the stupid pervert who thinks he can get everything handed to him on a silver plate by bimbos. As if a universe separates them. Of course, the umbrella does not answer his strange plea. Now, his brain should understand nothing is going to happen and leave him be a little bit more normal during his day and night. Where to? A voice says. Issei jumps. He starts and pivots. An old man, half lounging on a rotten bench, stares at him. His hand goes up slowly and dirt is added to his face as he rubs the corner of his eyes. The younger human is already backpedaling, an excuse ready on his lips. He is going crazy. He is bothering the poor man with his insanity. You're holding my umbrella, young one, the old man rumbles. The boy is quick to give him his possession. I'm sorry, Issei stops. An old man with a pink umbrella on a rotten bench. The teen clenches his fist around his thigh in hope of waking up. This is a daydream. It can only be a daydream. In 1 second, he will see the girl with crimson hair, and she will smile at him tenderly to ease his awkwardness around the supernatural. Where is your master? The old man's voice sounds like the grinding of a rock against an anvil. What? Issei squeaks. He offers a weak smile to cover up the shameful sound. It doesn't stop it from echoing in his ears. He feels very, very small. He feels very, very human. The old man raises his head and Issei sees glassy brown eyes behind locks of soiled gray hair. Where is your master, young one? Issei pauses. The world around him shifts. There is no blur, no lighting mightily hitting the ground, no dragons roaring in the distance nor magic trees growing around him. Yet, the world has changed. Magic is in the air. Finally, reality slams his brain around. Not a daydream. This is not a FC King daydream. His fingers bleed, BLD seeping out of his chewed wounds. He tries to unclench his fists a bit. His BLD pressure skyrockets to new unknowns. In the end, thinking with a head full of visions of not real moments and not real people doesn't help. He couldn't come today, the boy blurts out. He doesn't know who the he spoke of is. Yet, the old Issei doesn't know on which word to settle person harems. Lazy, young ones like you should have their master around for the first ride. Issei finds himself nodding along, as if everything made sense when it sure doesn't. Hayadu Issei. Issei wonders if the old man will recognize the name. But you knew about him before Issei became her property, after all. But if the man does it mean he is daydreaming? The name of your master, child. The old man is ever so not impressed. Issei holds that name in. No, he is not in a daydream. Reality. He is not that Issei. He said his master was a man. Ammon. My master is called Ammon. Do you have a seal? A picture flashes before his eyes. Issei shakes his head and hopes for both rejection and acceptance. No, Ammon. The old man shrugs his head as if that uttered name explains everything about Issei's situation. Your master is a little prince. I have heard that the Ammon heir is not fond of low levels like you. It seems to be true. Tell your master this is the last time I let you take the train without a seal. You should work hard to be recognized in the future. Issei nods so hard his neck hurts. Everything is going too fast. The old man opens his free hand and puts it under Issei's nose. Fee is 1 yen. The human teen fishes around in his pockets. He finds the aluminum coin in the recess of his wallet after fumbling around for an uncomfortable period of time. He hands it to the old man devil, who, not even once, lowered his hand during the long process. The shaggy guard caresses the young tree on one side of the coin. The fee has been paid, he rumbles. A ticket appears in his hands. He hands the boy the train ticket. When you arrive to your stop, do not buy anything whatsoever from the peddlers, they will bleed you white. They sell dreams for a dime and then you find yourself in the middle of nowhere the next morning, missing a kidney or two. Go directly to your destination. Issei is listening with one ear. He looks down at his train ticket, then at the door that slowly but surely appears on the wall. It trickles down, bricks seemingly alive as they turn and adjust themselves to open the way. A high door, its highest point a dome pointing towards the sky, faces the boy. Waves of darkness, residing inside the portal between reality and fiction, beckon him closer. The human boy is left speechless. Exactly like in your dream, an ancient voice grumbles in his ear. He touches the door, fingertips trembling as they touch cool, blue metal that can only be real. The real, not special Issei, has found something unnatural. The door is not going to stay here for all of eternity. The tip of an umbrella digs in his soft human flesh and shoves him forward, toward the underworld. Issei saw the Harry Potters movies a few years ago when he still had friends. The concept interested him. Magic, power, the struggles of a young boy who just wanted to live happily and freely, away from dangers of any sort. The desires of a boy who just wanted a family and a place where he would belong. Even then, he could empathize with the main character. He remembers clearly the first scene with the old-looking Hogwarts Express on platform 9¾ It had looked so mysteriously perfect. White smoke buried the train as people waltzed their way through the masses, talking about fantastic creatures and which teacher was the best and which was the worst. It looked like a place that was always colorful, a sacred spot in the universe that no negativity, no wars, no blasé fathers and sick mothers could taint. In one word, magical. As he gazes at the train that will take him to the underworld, Issei wonders if, perhaps, J.K. Rowling is not a devil herself. The train to the underworld seems to be waiting for him, dressed in black and crimson, fumes spiraling around it as they would around the mouth of a dragon. The platform is empty, completely, terrifying empty. Issei looks back. The door is still behind him. A dark, fluttering cloth is obstructing his view of the real world. He shivers. It felt cold on his skin when he passed through it. Damp too, like an old kitchen cloth that is always wet because it washed one too many dishes. What does he do now? He can't really go into that thing, can he? His hand goes to his mouth. He opens his mouth and softly bites around his nail to get that annoying little string of skin that is half attached to the edge of his thumb off. BLD seeps out. A jolt stops him before he attacks another finger. BLD. Devils must not obtain his BLD. He marches to the men's washroom. It bizarrely wears the same sign it would bear in the real world. He pushes the door open and peeks inside. No one. He runs to the sinks and let cold water washes the BLD away. He thinks he was told once that cold water is supposed to tighten his skin. That should prevent any more bleeding. Probably. Issei sees his reflection in the mirror. It's biting its lips. His hands slap his face. No, and oh, hi out to Issei, are you really that effing stupid? He pushes his mouth close with both hands, pressing on his lips. He pushes back the scream. This is real. This is real. This is real. Please be real. His entire being trembles. His soul quivers. Of course, everything real. He was bleeding and he can control his movements. He can't make the fake Issei blink when he is dreaming. Fear and excitement make a strange pitil, he muses hysterically. He is too far gone. So far gone. He lets go of his lips with a snicker. He washes his hands with prickling soap. After another glance at his appearance, he adjusts his coat. With damp hands, he styles his wild hair into something that doesn't look made by an explosion. He can't look completely haggard for his first foray in the underworld. He can't erase the deep circles that weight his eyes down. He cannot appear less of a twig with a quick fix. It will have to do, nevertheless. Appearance is important. First impressions and all that smudge. He sits down on a random bench near the edge of the platform. The train is still there, still unmoving. Something tells him he mustn't approach it yet. After minutes the teen doesn't count, so occupied that he is in exerting all of his will to not bite or scratch the remaining skin on his fingers. A blur clouds the train's form. A heat wave hits his face. The real deal is here. There is no physical change, but Issei can feel the ground quakes under his feet. He can feel something is different. The train's doors slide open. Train for the underworld, Kyo Station, a toneless voice calls. Nobody gets off. Issei hesitates, but his feet still lead him to the edge of the platform. A part of his brain wonders about dangers, another whispers about death. His heart throbs in want. He has to know if his reality and his dreams are one and the same. He doesn't look at the door to the human world as he steps forwards. He can't back down. Luck and inexplicable dreams have given him a chance. He would be a fool to not grasp it with all he has. As long as he can survive this, it is worth it. He blinks and he is suddenly inside. Nothing prepares him for the vision that welcomes him. Blurry forms shift around him. He can see some people and he cannot perceive others. The hair on his nape stands. The doors slide close behind him. He is in the belly of the monster. The belly of the monster, Issei realizes as he looks around, appears to be like any other normal commute. It has semi-comfortable seats covered with fake velvet, gray plastic handles, and stains of unknown origin on the floor. However, the windows show nothing but beams of blurry colors. Furthermore, some of the travelers are not what he would likely find in Tokyo's subway. Colorful hairstyles were trendy a few months ago, but tentacles and more than one set of eyes weren't. Issei stops his blatant "I'm a tourist" observations. He pats his standing hair down nonchalantly. Fake it until you make it, Issei. He relaxes his shoulders and stands tall. Admittedly, he isn't tall at all. He belongs to the puny side. He turns around slowly, searching for an open seat. There's one calling him, far in the back, free of company, weird stains, or blurs. He walks slowly to it, minding the blurs and long legs of his companions of commute. He doesn't look at anybody in the eyes. In brief, he looks like he is a tired guy minding his own business. He sits down and smiles contentedly. His seat is a very good one. It is in the far corner, nobody behind him and everybody in front of him. From under his lashes, he drinks the view before him. Blurs move, become clearer, and then dissolve into a magma of nothingness his mind cannot compute. He catches the end of tails and the tip of black wings. The cycle repeats itself. These people do not look out of place there. Some are looking down at phones. Some make their wings flutter sporadically. Some play with the tip of their tails mindlessly. Some gaze blankly at nothing. A real boring commute if you're not human. The human teen absently listens to the names of the stations they travel through. A familiar name rings through the train and suddenly, Issei remembers he has to get off eventually. He gets up quickly. People rumble and push back when he attempts to be a bit too quick in his haste to get out. Issei jolts back and waits for his turn. He's been too comfortable. Stay focused, stay real. They can beat the shit out of tiny, powerless humans for breakfast. He excuses himself with an apologetic grimace and joins the line that is going out. Manners. Manners will make sure those people will not eat him. Manners will save him. He lets a lady with green hair pass first when he is almost out. He can feel the warm wind outside. Her long tail sashays and slithers against his leg. She doesn't glance at him. She doesn't turn back in alarms and scream about a human on their devilish train. She doesn't care about him. He does. His heartbeat drums against his sternum. He hops on the cement of the station as quickly as a nonchalant devil should. The sun shines brightly. It blinds his eyes momentarily. Summer has not yet succumbed to autumn here. Masses push him aside until his back is against the train. He waits, but they make no movement to let him weasel his way out of the platform. Issei squeezes in, murmuring a litany of excuses as he tries to extract himself from the cluster. Like the man at the gate told him, peddlers circle every slow walker, offering jewels and special products their future clients absolutely need. Of course, they are the only ones in the entire city who can offer such things, and their supply is limited. Issei wouldn't be so mesmerized with them if the peddlers weren't flying. Their black bat wings flutter as they approach their next target. A girl who looks younger than he is has locked her gaze on him. She offers an affable smile when their eyes meet. Her wings flutter and she is coming his way. He feels his throat tighten. Appearances lie. He is not ready to be so close to talk with a devil yet. He turns around and inserts himself in a stream of people that seems to get out of the station. After much close contact and awkward touches that made him replace his wallet in the inner pocket of his coat, he is out. The sight that awaits him is familiar in the way a distant memory can be, resurfacing from time to time on the surface of one's consciousness. The entire city is drowning in red and gold. Fiery flowers adorn walls, golden green vines vein them, and Issei can only admire with his mouth wide open. Knowing the lords of the territory as well as he does, that kind of magnificence is nothing. It is just the beginning of decadence. A passerby jostles him aside, hard devilish shoulder against soft human chest. Issei gets out of his way with a bounce and remembers to close his mouth. He can't stay forever on the same spot. He scans the streets around and chooses the busiest one. Less chance to be singled out there. He might be crazy, but he is not stupid enough to stray in lonely alleys and dark corners. He passes under monumental archways. He caresses old stones. He roams between overflowing stalls. He sees people wearing all the shades of red and yellow. Women prefer slightly flowing dresses and men wear pants and open shirts with complicated designs. Golden accessories shine wherever his gaze wanders. He is glad he kept his coat on under the heat. He would have been an eyesore with his dirty shirt and torn pants. He sees a glimpse of himself in a mirror and blushes. His pupils are too wide for his irises to appear. A new object attracts his attention and his embarrassment is forgotten. A mysterious spell makes him forget his blisters and split lips. He basks in the city's charm. He takes in everything he sees. Elders pass him by, quicker than he is as he drowns in what reality offers to his eyes. He still can't believe nothing, or nobody is screaming human at the top of their lungs before skewering him. It is surreal. His wandering leads him through what he thinks is the city's market. It is an open square, full to the brim with stalls and people. Issei tucks his coat closer, feels his wallet weighting his pocket down, and lets a sigh out. He pursues his lips as he overviews the square. His hands itch. He wants to touch everything and buy everything. Fresh vegetables just out of their soil. Issei eyes the veggies. They look horrendously yummy, kind of like durian. He doesn't know if he will like it or even if he can digest it and, well, not die. He still wants to take it home. His bank account tugs at his heartstrings and reminds him that he is poor. He turns around. The train station is close by. He should go home before anything happens. The marriage between the Gremory and the Phoenix is good news. Issei blinks. He knows these names. One tastes like peach and the other smells like burning flesh. A man snorts. This is so old new, bro. Issei, common sense blaring, decides to be utterly stupid. He hunches his shoulders and trails after the two talking devils. His eyes are trained on the ground, minding his steps, and his ears are strained to hear whatever will come out of their mouth. The first man, a middle-aged man with a bald head, punches his partner. Shut up. It's coming soon. We have to think how it will affect our clients. The result is simple. More money in their pockets, more in ours too. The other man, covered in bright pink clothes, is more interested in waving at every seller than the conversation they're having. Issei still follows them anyway. Good fire, sirs. A loud voice interrupts the duo's conversation. Good fire, Ellen. The duo answers. They don't stop. Issei doesn't either. The first man turns to his pink partner. There are way more consequences, you stupid ass. Think about the no taxes policy on pillows. My cousin-in-law is gonna be rich. Maybe we should expand to pillow business. The pink man raises his hands and fans his partner. Calm down, here. Let's stay in a business that we understand. Do you know why the guys over at Aegir's like blocks of metal as pillows? I don't. And your cousin poured so much money in his business that if the Gremory backs out, he is a dead devil. The duo Issei stalks marches through the market, owning the square with their presence alone. They literally stop everywhere and greet every seller as if they were old friends. May your fire burn bright and strong, Joaquim. How is business? May yours burn brighter. It's good enough for a Tuesday's afternoon. The seller answers amiably. Issei knows it is not afternoon back home. He shifts away, behind a stall selling teddy bears. Perfectly normal, except they're holding small weapons that look too sharp to be held by children. Good. They say some more words Issei doesn't hear. Bald man is back on tracks after a few more niceties. His pink partner bounces after him. The Gremory has to follow through. They signed a contract. Saying things like they do not feel like it anymore is not a good reason. Bald man claims loudly. A few heads in the market nod at his words. Issei feels torn. What about Peach Girl's wants and desires? What about her life? What about the life of the people who will be affected by her desires? Another part of his mind shots back. Hey kid, what do you think of it? Bald man calls. Issei blinks. He searches for the poor kid they have put on the limelight. He sees none. His heartbeat picks up again. There is only him that is young enough to be called kid in the vicinity. He can't quite control his grimace when he looks back at them and they're staring at him. He scratches his nape and sort of laughs, his desire to disappear in a hole away. I'm new here. I don't really know much about all this. He must not lie, the thought flashes in his mind. They detect lies. The taller, pinker man approaches him. You seem very interested in our conversation, new BLD. Shame cannot redden his cheeks more. It's humanly impossible. They noticed him, then. Minus 1,000 points for Issei. His mind spins and stops on two words, new BLD. What is that? Sorry, I followed you around. That's a bet? No, completely creepy. I just wanted to learn more and there's no excuse. HH stumbles on his words. In the end, there's nothing to do but bow deeply. Eyes are observing the scene. Issei dips his head and imagines they're not there. The bald devil appraises him. It is as you say, new BLD. Issei accepts the situation. He did act like a stalker, and a very poor one at that. Public shame is not the worst thing that could have befallen him. The faster he gets out of here, the better he will feel. There's a bookshop near the southern gate. You should go there. The owner often helps guys like you. Baldy steps closer. His hoarse voice is almost covered by the noises of the market. Issei looks up. He stays silent, not because he has nothing to say, but because his heart is in his throat. Do they know? What do they mean by guys like you? Creeps. Humans. New BLD. Bald man hums. He puts a hand on his shoulder and turns him around. Issei shrinks. He points forward. You follow this road for 4 blocks, then you turn right in the golden alley. It's in the 3rd building. Even if the door is closed, it's open. Issei doesn't move. His knees don't move the way he wants them to. They tremble and shake. His heart is jumping all over the place in his chest. He breathes in. Pink man shoos him. Go. Issei takes a step forward. His knees shake a bit, then calm down. They ain't gonna eat him. He ain't gonna die. He ain't. He remembers to thank them at the last moment. He does so numbly. He isn't sure what is happening. Pink man chuckles. Bald man waves his thanks away. No need. May your fire burn, new BLD. Issei nods one last time. They're watching him, maybe, he isn't sure. There are so many stalls and people that hide him from their view, yet he listens to their words. He walks all the way to the golden alley and turns right, just to be out of view. The 3rd building in the alley, as he discovers while he counts, is actually a pretty quaint house. It looks ancient, yet homely beside the tall buildings. It has more personality, Issei muses. 2 red banners, adorned by a stylized golden flower that twists and curves inside its canvas, frame the small door. Issei likes it. It's not as monumental or magnificent as the rest of the city, but it just feels right there. Like a dandelion amidst a sea of concrete. It breaks the monotony if he can talk of monotony when all he has seen was beyond beautiful. Issei walks to the wooden door. He hesitates on the threshold. The shine of the door knocker attracts his eyes. It's a small darkened fire. It's open. Even if the door is closed, Issei repeats softly. He turns the handle and meets no resistance. Against his expectations, the door does not creak sinisterly when he pushes it open. However, he ends up looking at Hogwarts Library. Issei steps back. The house is still small compared to the other buildings. He peeks inside. Yep, its interior is still way too big for such a small frame. He can see several stairs going up and down and diagonally. Books are stacked on tables and chairs. Books are, frankly, everywhere but the floor. A particular smell hit Issei's nose, something that smells expensive and holy. He does not know if he is allowed to step inside. The two devils must have wanted to fool him by sending him to a place which prices he simply cannot pay. Do come in, young friend, a voice calls from the innards of the library. A snowy head peeks at him from a high ladder. The old man looks in his element, surrounded by ancient books with colorful leather jacket and beautiful lettering. If Issei were to compare, he would say the owner possesses the effortless air of grace that the old lady at the takoyaki stall exudes. Maybe it is an elder's thing. Issei is taken in anyway. He finds himself answering the owner's smile with a shy replica of it. He steps inside and closes the door behind him. Hello, two men. The human teen doesn't remember their name, if they offered it or not, and he doesn't know if that's important. He can't say a baldy and a pink neon sign in devil form showed him the way, can he? They told me to come here, he finishes lamely. The older devil tilts his head at him. Are you a new BLD, child? New BLD. The boy echoes. He has heard it a dozen times already, but he still does not know what it means. Is it an insult? A way of saying weird people? Humans? Do humans work in the underworld? The old devil gently slips a book into a shelf. Your master must have used the term reincarnated devil. We old folks prefer the name New BLD. Issei relaxes. Okay, everything's good. They think he is one of them. My bad. The old man slides down the ladder with practiced ease. Issei is impressed. I forgot my manners. I am named Bashir Mumtaka. May your soul burn forever. I'm Hayato Issei. May your soul burn forever. His greeting sounds like a question and they both notice. Brown eyes glance at him over the golden rims of thick glasses. Your master is not from this territory, young one. No, Issei has no master. Tweaking the truth is not exactly lying, so it should be all right. The shopkeeper beckons the boy closer. He cups his hands. In these parts, you are supposed to cup your hands, as if you were holding fire, and answer, may your fire never be extinguished. Issei stares at the cupped hands and try to replicate the gesture. May your fire never be extinguished. Very good. That is the traditional greeting in the glorious territory of the Phoenix. Where is your master from? The snowy bookseller smiles indulgently. Ammons, Issei offers weakly. That is a lie, he knows it. Will the bookseller notice? Oh, I believe their greeting is something about stars, is it not? Let me think for a second. The shopkeeper Mumtaka, his name is Mumtaka, Issei. Mumtaka moves a heap of books from a worn-out chair. He gestures for the teen to sit. His gaze wanders around his kingdom before it lights up. A star shines upon the hour of our meeting. The chair Issei sits on is suddenly uncomfortable. I did not know that. You are in dire need of books, my young friend. Twinkles dance in the bookseller's eyes. There is no malice in his words, only compassion. The human teen nods. That is why Baldy and Pinky sent him here, he realizes. He looks like a country bumpkin. He gives them a thumb up in his mind before turning it into a thumb down. The books here look and smell expensive. He has no money to scatter, even for the sake of his survival. Money, he has not, but questions, he has plenty. How did you know I was a new BLD? Mumtaka taps his nose. I have a good nose, child. That doesn't really answer Issei's question, but the teen is content anyway. The aroma of black tea tickles his nose. What is the name of the flower on your banner? The Glorigold. The old man sighs as he points the ceiling with his chin. Issei looks up too, and there is the flower that decorates the exterior of that not-so-small bookshop. When he finishes admiring the way it dances across the ceiling, never completely stills, there's a cup full of aroma waiting for him on the table. He tries to not look too startled. Mumtaka sits next to him with his own cup. I often forget young folks can't remember it. It is extinct. He glances at the ceiling again and perhaps at a memory of a forgotten flower. It is very pretty, Issei fills the silence. Indeed, it was. Mumtake twists his torso towards his guest and starts a story, dwelling into his memories. It feels natural and the young boy is enraptured. I saw one in my younger day, in the marquee in her garden. It shone softly, like the king jewel on a crown. But our prime marquee did not choose it for its prettiness, young lad. It could heal as well as the famed phoenix's tears. It is a true shame the marquee could not keep its sake. My grandmother used to tell, when I was a spry chap not unlike you, that it was so abundant in olden times that even we simple folks could have some in our gardens. Mumtaka's voice drops into a hoarse, reverent whisper at the end. The human boy is mesmerized by the smooth voice of the bookseller, the dancing flower, the legend of the healing tears and powerful spells, especially the part about healing. A memory of his mother climbs to the forefront of his consciousness. He sips his tea to hide his tormented emotions. Hope strangles his euphoria. He then realizes too late that his body might reject a devil drink rather violently. Why did it go extinct? He clears his throat and asks. He quietly lets go of his teacup and hopes for the best. Folly and envy. Some fools thought they could mass grow such a fragile flower, and when they failed, they destroyed it. The Civil War ended the brilliance of this territory as it did the light of our flower. Issei bites down on his next question. He can't ask how the Marquis' third son is doing. It's completely out of the blue and so out of character for a new BLD who is supposed to not know a thing about the territory he is in. Questions about Riser Kennen will wait. When did the Civil War end? He finally decides to ask. I have the perfect book about the Civil War if you wish to read. Mumtaka lets go of his teacup and reaches for a book next to him. He slides it on the polished table until it is in Issei's grasp. I wish to read and learn, but... The auburn-haired teen stutters and stumbles until his voice itches and disappears. Finally, he lets the truth speak. He taps his empty pockets. The price will be too high for me to pay. Even for knowledge. Even for knowledge, the very human and fragile boy echoes softly. Mumtaka sips his tea with a hum. His eyes, slightly bigger than a human's, flutter close. The library is close by. The card costs a few kopecks. However, you do need your devil's ID. His last nonchalant comment gives his guest goosebumps. The boy finishes his tea in one gulp, risk be damned. He needs to appear calm. He needs to go. The bookseller knows things, he knows. A wrinkly hand tips a silver teapot and refills Issei's cup. Here, my young friend, people don't ask invasive questions. Issei breathes in and unclenches his fists. Nobody has done anything against him yet. He can't go into panic mode every time they say something that sounds dangerous to his ears. He will die of a panic attack before they even think about beating his sorry ass. The human boy leans forwards and hopes he ain't FC-king his life over. Better take action before his mouth develops momentarily paralysis again. If, hypothetically, I didn't have a devil's ID, what should I do? Oh, that would be wondrous. Not many can pass the eyes of the guardians of the gates. Issei doesn't understand that comment and he has too many questions. Bashir Mumtaka continues slowly, watching his guest like a hawk as he speaks. I would suggest to that person to get a fake one as soon as possible, if he or she cannot get a real one. Servants-masters relationships can be complicated, but to roam in the underworld, one must have gone through the highs and lows of official bureaucracy. It is the law. He smiles good naturally then, as if he weren't hinting at breaking that very law. Issei chooses his words carefully. He moistens his dry lips with a flick of his tongue. What if I couldn't get a real one? How could I get a fake one? Bashir takes his time to answer that question. In the end, he hums. For that, my young friend, you would need the right connections and money. Issei smacks his lips. It all comes down to money in the end. He has to make some good amount in the shortest time possible. He glances at the mysterious shopkeeper who helps new BLDS. Perhaps he could work here. No, he discards the thought. He will make his money in the human world. He can't stay any longer. He ain't from there and someone's waiting for him upstairs. Issei opens his mouth for the next questions but never voices it. Invasive questions are avoided here and so is being Captain Obvious. Asking if the right connection is in front of him would sound stupid. In lieu, the teen asks his other pressing question. Could you lend me your books? Issei is hopeful in his pessimism. No, that is the answer the boy knew was coming. The young Hayato gets up. He drains his second cup of tea and feels all warm again. Thank you for teaching me how to greet people. And for the tea. I gotta go. Well, he couldn't have worded it more awkwardly. Young Hayato, Mumtaka calls before Issei has the time to put a foot outside. He has a book in his hands. Sell this. Issei glances at the door, at his watch, and then at his host. If you sell it, I might be more inclined to let you read my books. Issei is quick to come back and grab the book. The cover is, in one word, tacky. A young girl, wearing skimpy clothes that would make her the goddess of Oedipus circles, grins as she wields a scepter. Her name floats in Issei's mind. An icy name for a fiery soul. Leviathan. He turns the book around. It is a children's book, some sort of manga, about a heroine who kicks monsters' asses and eats villains for breakfast. It is at least what the back cover tells him. He looks up with a grimace. Really? The raised eyebrow of one Bashir Mumtaka answers flatly. Really? Okay, I'll do it. He has already grabbed the book anyway. Now he just needs to find a buyer. The snowy-haired bookseller watches him go with a smile. He offers neither hints nor help. Issei is fine with that. He is a grown-ass teen who got in the underworld all on his own. He can sell a book. He is out on the busiest street that leads to the market too fast. Do you want a book? The man Issei accosted doesn't even glance at him or at the book. He simply walks faster. Issei repeats his question louder. People walk past him. He stands in the middle of sidewalk with his book held high in the air until he remembers it is impolite to block people's way. He scuttles away under amused glances. He feels his cheeks heat up. He bites the inside of his cheek and looks down. His shoes are dirty, and he feels incredibly stupid. He is not going to sell like that. He can't approach his clients like a normal peddler. First, he ain't one. People have eyes and they can see he doesn't look like the right shit. Second, he ain't making the product looks good, standing with his legs spread and arms open. He looks like a scarecrow. These things don't sell, they scare. Bad approach. Third, he doesn't know the third point yet. He gently turns the book in hands. He flips a few pages. Colorful drawings, not many words, not too complicated either. This is a children's book. He can't sell it to men. He can sell it to mothers. He can sell it to kids. Kids, Issei pictures someone younger than him. Those are easy to talk to. They don't scheme complicated backstabbing. Their power is less refined than adults too. They will not notice he might be a weird, crazy, way too human person. So now he has chosen his audience. Now, the real question is how he will approach them, and where he will find them. He approaches a woman waddling her way to the market, a sleeping baby strapped to her chest. He offers his best smile at her blurry face and her third set of eyes. Excuse me, is there any playground around here? Playground? You won't find one inside the old district. She is already leaving him behind, content with the answer she gave him. Issei is not. Issei scratches his head meekly. I'm new here and I don't know where the other kids are. He hopes he looks as pitiful as he sounds. He did, because the woman stops on her tracks and sighs. If you follow the golden alley, which is just there, you'll find a giant chess game. At this hour, a few kids should be there. Now, off you go, boy. She shoos him away before slipping away, hand patting the round head of her snoozing babe. Issei follows her instruction and does end up in a small square divided in 4 quarters. One is dedicated to chess, as its checkered ground suggests. The children she claimed would be there stood her up. They are gathered on another quarter, forming a circle. He wipes his hands against his pants and approaches the circle. They are all far younger than him. The oldest ones must be no older than 10. The kids don't reject him outright when he steps in their circle, which is good. It gotta be. He glances at the ground. This is not a chess game. 2 youths seem to be playing a game while all the others observe. One of the players is staring at him, all moody eyes and pouty mouth. In a moment of clarity, Issei considers the fact that he has not given his name nor offered any greetings. He cups his hands like Mr. Mumtaka showed him. The pouty mouth disappears into a blank expression. The kid offers a nod and a slightly cupped hand in return. He turns back to his adversary. Issei watches the game and honestly doesn't understand a thing. The ground is painted like a giant games board, with small and tall spikes painted in red and white. The kids are moving red and black checkers from one spike to the other, following the curt orders of the 2 players. One boy is in charge of rolling 2 dices as big as his head. Issei doesn't know what's going on nor understand the goal of the game. Anyway, he watches and makes the right sounds along the other children, booing or huffing. He even joins the boys who move the checkers with their feet. One of his comrades in moving checkers raises his hand and blocks the way without shame. Boys, hey, don't move that checker. That's not a good idea, boss. With that move, the blacks are gonna get one more checker out, the kid complains loudly. He tramples on the checker at his feet. Oh, so they have to get the checkers out. Issei observes a bit more as he moves a red checker to the peak of another spike. They seem to have to move them around in a pattern. Pouty boss shrugs. That's okay. The loud boy crosses his arms. Boss, listen to me here. The red team sighs in unison. The black team rumbles in annoyance. Can't we just play? Someone grumbles. The leader of the blacks waves his hands. Both teams leave the board and the bickering duo behind. Issei trails behind them. He smiles amiably even as their conversation becomes a bit more subdued upon his arrival in their inner circle. He cups his hands. Several kids cup their hands back. Who are you? A small, cute wisp of a boy approaches him decisively and asks. His chubby cheeks call for teasing and pulling. He cannot be over 6 years old, or 12 years old. Issei doesn't have good eyes for age, especially for devil's age. Issei, I'm new here. May your soul burn forever. The leader of the black team nods. May your fire never be extinguished, Issei. Issei doesn't hear his name. The teams now talk too loudly for him to hear the boys whisper. He nods anyway. The greeting that had sounded normal and right in Mr. Mumtaka's mouth sounds awkward in the youth's mouth, he thinks absently. The voices around him hit his eardrums with a subject he knows. They're talking happily about their game in the last episode of Leviathan. Leviathan. Issei seizes his chance. I didn't see it. What happened? Kids gasp. The red leader turns away from his bickering partner and hollers. You haven't seen it. Where do you live? Under a rock. Seba. The black leader steps up and tries to chide him softly. He is drowned out by the other's voice. Leviathan kicked Vampiru's ass. The first kid who approached Issei answers animatedly. He makes wide gestures with his hands and hits quite a few guys. The others avoid him the best they can. She always kicks ass, another boy quips. Yes, but she never kicked Vampiru's ass before. She had to cultivate during 3 months to be able to finish him off. Cute boy is back to gesturing wildly, this time with sound effects. That was, like, 10 minutes of the entire episode. Cultivation doesn't need more than 2 minutes normally. The leader of the red team ruffles Cutie's hair and nods seriously. That was a great episode. Leviathan looked cute. Have you ever seen her not being cute? Issei quips and the kids laugh at their own silliness. Leviathan is perf, of course. Why didn't you watch it? Cutie tugs his hands familiarly. Issei does his best to not slap him away. That boy gave him exactly what he wanted. He can't blame them for being far more physical than his people back home. I was reading this really good book. It's about Leviathan's adventures in the Fallen Territory. Issei shows the cover of his book, which he kept tucked between his arm and his side till then. She goes to the crows. The boys gasp in unison. Yes, Issei grins. The bait has been bitten. She never goes there in the show, Cutie whispers. His hands are going up to the comic, fingers twitching. That's because the book is ahead of the show. Issei drops his bomb. He sneakily opens the book to a fight scene where the protagonist is kicking a crow's ass. Silence. Only the dice boy continues to excitedly spin his toys, oblivious to the rest of the world. What? Red leader, Akapouty boss, seems at loss. Cutie's hands are almost grazing the plasticized pages with reverent fingertips. He is whispering the dialogues, pupils so large they take over his irises. Comics are a drug here, it seems. Some things never change, whatever reality he inhabits. The human teen can see their interest is swelling. You didn't know? Issei asks as innocently as he can manage to, eyebrows raised and eyes clear. Their stunned silence is the only answer he needs. He tempts them with a flick of his wrist, fluttering the pages open and close. They see a storm of neon colors and awesome fights, and they are beyond bought. I can show you this really nice bookshop. It has all the new books about Leviathan's adventures. And it's cheap. The price of that book seems cheap, so it should be the same for the rest. Technically, he is not lying. His last comment conquers the strongest wills and the tightest wallets. Show me. A kid who appears to be in charge, the one that laughed at him 1 moment ago, Pouty Boss, has put his hand on his shoulder familiarly. Issei smiles until his cheeks hurt and then some more. He asks more questions about Leviathan's last episode as he guides his group of future buyers into the book den. Basher smiles when he sees him at the back of the odd group of boys. The boys look cautiously at the heaps of books and discreetly try to scrap the dirt off their shoes after passing the threshold. Welcome, young friends. May your fire burn forever. May your fire never be extinguished, they answer tamely, in chorus. Issei can feel they are impressed by the bookshop. He feels strangely proud. Basher steers them to the children's section where all the awesome books with almost no text or dialogues are. They immediately forget to act bashful and their field day begins. Even better, the librarian offers them cookies with juice. In exchange, he asks they do not dirty his books, and they hastily promise the moon and more for the chocolate chips delicacies. The old devil then waltzes to Issei's side. I asked you to sell 1 book, not my entire stock of children books. Sorry, Issei offers, unapologetic. His chest feels light. His shoulders, for once, aren't hunched. He did something good today. Basher laughs. All is good, young friend. You simply went over my expectations. Issei sighs. Warmth circulates from his heart to the rest of his body. Basher leaves his side to disappear behind a counter. He comes back with a stack of fearsomely bulky books. He slides it on the sparkling wooden counter toward Issei. Here is your reward. I believe I don't have to tell you to bring them back in pristine form. No, sir. Good. Basher eyes him one last time before he hands him a wool bag with the emblem of his store on the sides. Afterwards, his attention is taken away by his little clients. Did you know that we also have some limited edition of Moon? Issei observes them for a moment. The ever-graceful bookkeeper and a group of misfits ready for mischief and a good amount of reading. It fits, somehow. Then, he grips the bag's handles. The weight of it surprises him. He doesn't comment on the kindness he hasn't begged for. He tucks the bag in his arms. He glances at his phone's screen. The time it shows makes his heart jump. He is late. So late. He nods at the bookseller, doesn't stay long enough to see if he noticed his departure, and leaves. The door closes silently behind him. The sun has disappeared. The humidity clings to his clothes and lets the cold seeps in. His coat doesn't hold his body warmth in. Issei walks faster. He arrives to the train station only after asking for directions twice. What a thing to be proud of. He needs to be better. He needs to use his brain. People linger lazily on the platform, far fewer than they were this afternoon. The peddlers are not here anymore. Issei searches where he needs to pay inside the train station. There is no old man with a pink umbrella. There is only a machine everybody goes to, payment in hand. It looks like one he could find in the human world. It certainly does not hold the same magical charm. He pushes a 1 yen inside it resolutely when it is his turn. He gets a ticket. He is lucky, for the train comes by a few minutes after his arrival. He finds a nice seat, the same he sat on before. Destinations flash before his eyes. People come in and many get out. Istanbul, Paris, Ottawa, all kinds of foreign names he doesn't know. They make him feel skittish. He is so far away and yet so close. Finally, the name of his town, Kuo, lights up on the map glued to the wall of the train. He is the only one getting off there. Issei only hesitates a second in front of the tall gate and its floating black cloth before he passes through the dark void. He shakes off his stupid thoughts and regrets. He has places to be. He can't stay between his 2 worlds forever. It is as cold as he remembered it to be outside. The electric lights are turned on and flickering on this side. The night is close to its end. Yet, the old man with the pink umbrella remains at his post, eternal vigil of the gate. Issei looks at him. He doesn't seem to have moved. He stays on his rotten bench, alone in the cold. His shabby clothes do not look to be warm for such a cold autumnal night. The boy tucks his coat closer and shivers. Curiosity and the thought that this man isn't as simple as he looks make him open his big mouth. Sir, Issei calls, and he wonders too late if maybe the guardian is sleeping. His head moves and Issei's question is answered. Sorry to disturb you, can I ask you a question? You already did, young one. Issei rubs his eyes. Stupid tired mind. He chuckles. Ah, yes. What is the greeting the people of your territory use? May your mind always be keen, the old man's voice rumbles. May your mind always be keen, Issei repeats. No, young one. You're supposed to answer, and may your hands be ready. The old man taps his umbrella against the ground. And may your hands be ready, Issei echoes obediently. The old devil nods, satisfied. How do people greet one another in your territory? The old man asks. His glassy eyes reflect the electric lights. Issei knows that one. Thank you so much, Bashir. A star shines upon the hour of our meeting. The old man looks up. They do, young one. They do. Issei sees no stars, but he says nothing. Stars shine always, whether humans obstruct their light or not with pollution. The young teen takes the silence that has settled over them as a sign to leave. Thank you for everything. Issei bows and his knees flinch, bag of books stopping the BLD flow in his arm. He hoists the bag higher on his shoulder. The little human walks away. Glassy eyes follow his form until he disappears around a corner. Issei avoids the pools of light that flood the sidewalk. He numbly checks his phone. The missed calls are all from his worried neighbor. In her last call, before midnight, she informs him that she will shelter his mother for the night and call the police if he is not home by daybreak. She hopes he is well and doing nothing he will regret later. He unglues the phone from his ear at that moment. He deletes the message before it turns into another lecture about his future and lost potential. He is back home too fast for his liking. The calm of his city was a balm to his soul after the frenzy he felt in the underworld. He is back in one piece and he has more than whatever he thought he could have gotten on this trip. Things are starting to align themselves in his mind. It feels nice to have a working brain. He unlocks the door and gets inside his apartment. It smells stuffy in there. Issei walks in the darkness. He bumps against nothing. He can't bump against something when there's nothing on his way, when everything was sold for just a bit more cash. The floor creaks under his weight. The boy turns on his light stand. He carefully places his bag of books on the bed. He throws his clothes around carelessly. Issei settles on the bed and snuggles under his blanket. It's as uncomfortable as it was this morning. He stares at the ceiling. He puts his hands over his eyes. They are blessed cold against his boiling brain. A laugh escapes his soul. It is real. Everything is real. He is not insane. His other hand reaches for the bag. He sits up and opens it. Each title looks mysterious. Each title is tantalizing. Finally, he settles on Etiquette of the Underworld. Manners will save him. Manners will give him friends. Manners might. Issei doesn't dare to finish the thought. It is there, under his skin, a rumbling hope under all the despair and numbness. His mother might live. His mother might live and oh, Issei laughs and sobs and reads. Issei uses all that he feels as a fertilizer for that budding hope. It keeps his eyes open and his hands ready to flip pages. He has some studying to do. The day breaks the darkness in the distance. Sunday comes in the human world. In a tiny apartment, a son stands by his mother's side as her life, carefully tucked inside a few cardboard boxes, is taken away by a man and a woman in white clothes. They smile dutifully, gentle as they can be in their task. They're tearing a family apart. Reason tells Issei they're not really. He can visit. He can see her every day. He can camp outside the damn hospital if he wants to. Reason has never been his strong suit. He keeps the hurt inside and the smiling eyes outside. If they're full of unshed tears, he can blame a speck of dust, can't he? Mom, we need to go. He takes her hand and guides her toward the ambulance. She lets him lead, walking backward to stare at her kingdom. She might feel this is the last time she will ever see it. Issei blows white puffs in the morning sun and holds her hand closer. Issei, are we going for a walk in the park? She asks, tugging on his hand like a small child. There's a trace of a smile surfacing, anticipating a good time. Issei adjusts her toque gently so it covers the tip of her ears. A strand of her hair wraps itself around his pinky and stays glued to his hand as he steps back. No. Oh. Issei doesn't know if she makes that sound to show she understands or because the ambulance awes her. She likes white these days. The man in white opens the back door and a small flight of stairs appears. Issei holds his mother close as they make their way up inside. Issei, this place is so white. She is delighted. Issei smiles and eyes the mini hospital around him. It is indeed white, but it does not delight him. He helps her into the hard bed of the ambulance. She jolts on it and suddenly, she is not happy anymore. Where are we going, dear? She is looking at him in that special way that makes his hands sweaty and his breath shallow for he is not his father. Issei lets go of her hand. He wipes his own against his pants. The hospital, Mum. Why? She suddenly reaches for his hand and grasps it tightly. She scans him from the tip of his standing hair to his toes. Do you need a checkup? Are you sick? Dear, if you are, you need to lie down. Come. She is already fighting with her white blanket, kicking around to get up and give him her seat. Issei chokes on words. Metal walls are closing on him. The man in white appears in the cramped space they fill and tries to calm her down. Ma'am, we're going to the hospital. Don't kick the bed around, he says, voice deep, rumbling and meant to soothe. He is talking as if he were speaking to a child throwing a tantrum. Don't you understand? My child is sick, he needs the bed, not me. The man throws him a pointed glance. He is all right, ma'am. He reaches for her blanket and tucks her foot that wriggled outside back in the warmth. The movement is smooth and looks practiced, like his voice. Trust me, I'm a doctor. She frowns. She looks to her son. Issei gulps whatever he might have wanted to say down. He shows his teeth and hopes it looks like a grin. I'm fine, Mum. You look pale. Come here. She beckons him closer, waving her bony hand. He edges closer and bends down to let her feel his forehead. You're not hot. She seems almost sad that she cannot tuck him on the bed and engulf him in at least 50 blankets, as if he were an oversized baby. He chuckles and puffs air on her face mischievously. See, I'm fine, she hums. The man in white shifts in the background. They need to get going. Get the car going, Issei says softly. He rights himself up. His mother pats the bed and shifts to the edge. Issei, come, sit with me. Ma'am, he can't sit with you. The bed's too small. He is going to fall off. The man in white interrupts her. He can't go with us, madam, the man in white explains. Issei can see she won't accept anything but her reality as an answer. Mom, I'm gonna follow you with the bus. I'll arrive just a few minutes after you, okay? Yes, you do that. But where are they taking me? Her eyes are clear when she looks up at him and Issei is thrown off. She is lucid in her insanity. He doesn't sigh. The hospital, Mom. I told you. You did. Oh, I must have forgotten, then. When will I come back home? Soon. There is that thought that floats around his mind, forever surfacing when he sees his mother. Their solution resides in the underworld. The man in white bends his neck as he sits and shots him a look. Issei recognizes pity and looks away. They need none. Pity is only welcome if it can actually move people and make they do useful things. Otherwise, there's no point. He reaches for her shoulders. They're bony and hard under his hands. Her gray coat pools around and Issei remembers a time where it once was too small. His hug is awkward and short. They're both all hard limbs and no softness. Issei is out a few seconds later. She is staring at him with clear eyes and worried hands when the man in white closes the door, separating them with a wall of painted iron. Issei waves them goodbye until the ambulance has smoothly left their small street. The boy lowers his hand slowly. This is not goodbye. It is not. He does as he promised and takes the bus to follow her. He will be more than a few minutes late, but it's not too bad. He has more time to think, more time to prepare himself. He couldn't picture her in a hospital's bed before today. He abhors the thought. Hospitals are for the sick and the dying. He knows in what category people think she is. Issei breathes in. He has to stay calm when he sees her. She must not know he hates it, otherwise she will hate it too without knowing why, like a child who mimics their parents. He needs to smile and be poppy, not cry and kill somebody in white. It's going to be exhausting. He goes and does it anyway. The bus trudges through the city. People wear mittens and hats and shiver in the cold all the same. Issei shoves his hands in his pockets and leaves them there. He has no mittens to keep his fingers from turning blue. Inwardly, everybody is moaning against the bad weather, but no sounds escape their lips. No one ever speaks in the bus, except close friends. School and work keep those away from the bus on such an early hour. Issei sits back and counts the stops until the town's hospital. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Issei gets out with a rather large crowd. He is the midst of doctors, nurses, and sick people. They walk together to the big entrance of the hospital. It is one of the biggest buildings of the town. It has everything the town needs, from a palliative to a maternity ward. His mother is in the former. He makes a stop at the desk to know her room's number. The secretary takes her sweet time. Issei waits. With her drawn features, she looks like it's midnight and not early in the morning. She informs him with a sigh of the visitation hours. Issei thanks her. She doesn't hear, attention already taken by another visitor. He walks quickly, bypassing smiling people and sullen ones with his eyes staring at his shoes. He feels like a peeper when he catches people's joy and miseries. A rock weights his stomach down when he hears a cry. After interminable white asepticized hallways that smell like bitter medicine, he is in the palliative ward. He breathes in and regrets it. The taste of medicine is on his tongue. He finds her room after too many turns and twists. Her door is slightly ajar. He takes a moment to disentangle his hair with his hands. Painfully, he chews his tongues. He numbs his heart for the questions she is bound to ask again and again, seemingly listening and then asking using the same words and the same tone what she is doing there, if he is sick and how long will her stay last. He pushes the door open. She is sleeping. Issei releases the breath he didn't know he was holding. A nurse is fussing over the drip that goes deep into his mother's arm. It highlights her green veins under her translucent skin. Issei counts silently the drops that are slowly making their way down to his mother's arm and into her sea-colored vein under her pallid skin. Is it a painkiller? Sleeping drugs? Is it strong? What is this? He asks. The nurse is startled by his voice. She looks him over and frowns. I'm her son, Issei says, as if he had to explain his presence. As if he hadn't all the rights in the world to keep his mother's body like a hound from hell. Oh, hello dear. It is fluid replacement. Your mother did not hydrate herself enough before coming here. She fusses a moment more over his mother's arm before she takes a stool out. Sit here, dear. No need to stay on the doorstep. Issei does as she says. The boy stares at Hayao Hikari's face. She is pale. He can't hear her breath. They are probably going to shave the thin tufts of black hair that still fight to live on her head soon. His teeth graze his lips before he reins himself in. He chews on them once, twice, and then stops. His habit must not control him. I see. Issei croaks something out to fill the silence. Nobody answers him. He glances up. The nurse is gone. She had other things to do, he supposes. That's not bad. He doesn't want to show the warm liquid that runs down his cheeks to anybody. He sniffs back tears and snot. I'm going to get you of here. He means every word. What is the use of love if it cannot help her? He leaves once he feels he won't crumble. He is back home after a long half hour in the bus. It was stuffier and livelier than during his first ride. People are getting out of their den to eat out. Eating make people happy? Hey, he is not hungry. There's nothing in the fridge. A twinge twists his guts. There's nothing in the fridge, Issei, he repeats somberly. The boy marches to his room. There's no reason to stay in the living room. There's nobody there anymore. He plays with the bandages he took when he passed by the drugstore inside the hospital. They're long bandages he can cut and wrap tightly around his digits. He takes his scissors out and snips them. His first attempts are ragged and useless. He discards them on the floor. Finally, Issei bandages his hands. At first, he used cheap band-aids that never stayed for long around his wrecked fingers. It was not cost-efficient. He is going to look absolutely crazy, one of these guys who live in their own wonderland, but it will keep his teeth from the horrors he calls fingers. He FCK'd them up. Now he has to let them heal. His jaw is voracious and his mind calms down when he tastes BLD. He must find another way to calm the FCK down. They cannot have his BLD. They cannot. Terrible things he cannot see nor hear but who thrum under his skin, will happen if a malicious soul obtains his BLD. Once his fingers look like pristine little Eskimos, he falls on his back. His bed still smells like a prepubescent boy sweat one too many times in there. Which is true. He snorts. The ticking of his watch reminds him of the time. He closes his eyes. Time to study. He gets up and reaches for his nightstand. There, tucked away, lie his books and notes. He has a book on manners, one on basic geography and history of the underworld, another on the hierarchy that rules the underworld, and one on Ammon's territory and its people. Bashir was thoughtful beyond Issei's most foolish expectations. He unlocks the nightstand drawer and reaches blindly for a pen. He jots his visions and dreams down on a forgotten notebook he once used to complete his math assignments. He tore the used pages out a few days ago and started writing jumpy sentences and messy thoughts. His dreams do not plague his every sleeping and waking hour anymore. They still come and go, like never-ending waves rolling on a beach and seeping through the sand and rocks, and leave him aching for things that aren't. However, Issei doesn't hate them as much anymore. His energy is bent on other projects. His notebooks are not very organized, and every time he looks at them in the morning, he adds arrows to connect his thoughts. More details are added under mysterious names and places he hadn't bothered to explain properly the first time he wrote them down. After a few mornings, he hadn't been able to simply close his notebooks without at least make one attempt at making his notes clearer. He lost precious time before when he was searching for a piece of information he knew he had written but couldn't remember properly. In the end, he squinted at his scribbles and made a big, simple diagram out of it. It's incomplete and lacking, but it has been so long since he has really been concentrated on something that actually demands brain power that he sighs and accepts it. He will make better, more exhaustive versions in the future, he swears. He scribed in big, red letters on the first page that he had to update his poor drawing at least once every week. After that special task, he passes his time reading. His guts twist and curl in hunger, but his mind is in a faraway land. He has already devoured the books Bashir lent him. He keeps on rereading them, committing all he can remember to his memory. He knows they are not his books and he will have to give them back eventually. He went on a hunt in the apartment and found another half-used notebook. This one, he labeled it Manners and Other Important Stuff About the Underworld That Will Keep Me Alive. With such a lovely long name, Issei is sure he will not forget to fill it to the brim. From his book on the surface of etiquettes, for it can only be the surface as the underworld is enormous and full of life, he learns that this world seems stuck between the Middle Ages and now. Issei is no expert in history and he knows his small pool of knowledge is probably full of misconceptions and lies, but it is what he thinks. Territories rely on marriages between nobles to tie them together. Seniority and age of BLD rule over laws. Magic holds all together. Science is an afterthought, in addition. The meritocracy system that has been implemented by the new Maoists to help the underworld flourish when they took over is half-heartedly working. The hierarchy is strong and still ruling over the place. If, say, the number one of the rating game was a new BLD, he would still have to bow deep and low to any noble with a drop of ancient BLD, even if that noble was a low-level devil. Good thing that nobody that is important in the underworld seems to be from the low and dirty masses. And the devils have several strange sets of rules. They are rigid and difficult to remember. If Issei were to face a high noble, he would have to bow according to their rank. The deeper the bow, the more important the person in front of him is. If he were to face the Maoists, his teeth would have to touch the ground. And then, there's the greeting. Gosh, the greetings. They change according to the ranks of his interlocutors and of course, it also depends where they come from. And since he is unimportant and weak, nobody has to answer his greetings. They can treat as if he were made of air. Basically, Issei has to lick boots and asses. The idea does not sit well with him. Treating others with respect is the most basic thing to do. Treating them as if they were the gods of his world is not. The underworld doesn't judge people based on the color of their skin but on the novelty or age of their BLD. Changes are not always good. Changes can be wrong and painful. But this, Issei cannot really understand why it has not changed. Of course, he is judging what he knows not. He judges what he reads. Perhaps the underworld is different from both what the books and his dreams tell him. Perhaps he is darkening reality. Perhaps he is whitening it. Issei bites his fingers through his newly added bandages. The taste of fabric is profoundly wrong in his mouth. He spits and eyes his digits regretfully. At least no BLD is leaking. He still latches on the idea that the underworld is not and has never been perfect. He has to remember the underworld is not some kind of wonderland. It's a dangerous place. He cannot prance around with BLDY fingers, half-baked plans in the hope that a Bashir Mumtaka is waiting and watching out for new BLDS or misplaced country bumpkins on every corner. He is acting as if poking a sleeping dragon won't result in him being devoured in one small gulp. He needs to be prepared in case things take a turn for the worse. How, he does not know yet, but he will figure that somehow. How one does becomes more intelligent. By not being stupid. He must not be stupid. Easy peasy. He flips the book on manners open when he is sure his BLD is not going to do a sneaky on him and pass through the bandages. He goes to his favorite greeting to date. It is the simplest he has discovered and Issei loves it. The Agars have such a way with words. If a people from Agars were to meet an enemy, they would convey their contempt by calling that person by his or her full name. It means to express the fact that in the ballroom they are in, they wish the other person could actually be not on the other side of the room, but on the other dark side of the city where they could easily be stabbed. Disappear from my sight, excrement. But, somehow, made classier. On the other side, Agar people show affection by being overly familiar. If Issei were to really like a person from the Agars territory, he could simply scream, "Isn't that my fav asshole?" Obsequious manners are reserved for strangers and enemies. Vulgarity and overfamiliarity is a sign of friendship. Basically, if they call someone dipshit, it's true love. Simple, efficient, clear, beautiful. Issei could get behind that. He had never in his short life called anybody asshole, regardless of the urge to do so. He went as far as Poopyhead a few years ago. He imagines himself going around Agar's territory and calling his favorite people names. He laughs. It is maybe time to stop being a good little boy. Now is his time to shine. Besides his precious studying, Issei goes to work. He has had no shifts with the Filipino woman since that summer afternoon. Shame and wonder twist his guts when he thinks about her bowed neck. The thought that he, lanky limbs and weak heart, could have done something more muddles his mind. The boy who hunches his head and stays silent is still present at work, but another, who is fed up and violent and knows right from wrong, is silently preparing his takeover. Issei does not think the coward will put much of a fight. He, too, is fed up with himself. Something holds him back and quenches his anger as much as it nourishes it. He has a volcano in his guts. Yet, he needs money. He slides things slowly on shelves as he thinks. He needs to find another job. Something with a better pay. Difficult to find, it will be. He is too young. Or what he will find will be downright illegal. He is already dipping a foot inside that kind of stuff, but his mind is stubborn and reticent when he thinks about going all in. The door to the back room opens. Issei glances behind him. His boss is here. The door is slammed shut. The employee nods up at the employer and then goes back to his job. Cold sweat runs down his back and it has nothing to do with the fact that he pushing boxes half his weight around. His boss is behind him. He hasn't moved since he entered the room. Issei can see his shadow overlaps his own. The man is standing still, breathing loudly in the silence that stands between them. Issei lowers his head and jots down the new location for the spicy candies. His shoulders coil and ache. "Hi Odu, I heard that your mother's in the hospital," his boss finally speaks. Issei turns and nods wordlessly. That is not a subject he wants to broach with that man. His boss stares him down. His lips disappear into a thin line. Issei feels he has done something wrong, but he cannot admit his wrongdoings when he doesn't know if they even exist. He points his chin towards Issei. "It's a good thing that you took care of that." "Of what?" Issei blinks. "Your fingers." His boss glances pointedly at Issei's hands. Issei tries not to wriggle his Eskimos around at their mention. They are tender. He grasps his t-shirt and hopes that strange conversation ends soon so he can finish what he is doing and leave. "That wasn't a very good habit. You looked like a BLDY mess." "Yeah," Issei mumbles. He adds nothing. What perfunctory things can he add, anyway? It must be hard, living all on your own. Life costs a lot. It used to be cheaper to live here, but housing went through the roof these past years. His boss is almost blabbing and it is surreal. Kindness must not be an easy feat for him, Issei decides. And food. Food used to be so much better and cheaper. Now I can't get a good meal out without spending a small fortune. My wife cut my allowance in half last time I went overboard with the team. Oh, he has a wife. Issei didn't know that. His boss clears his throat. Anyway, if you really need money, I know a guy. He pays good money for young guys like you. He is not staring at Issei in the eyes. He is staring slightly off-way, somewhere over his thin eyebrow, but not high enough for it to be obvious. Issei sees it because he's staring fixedly at his boss. Is he talking about compensated dating? His left eyebrow twitches and jolts. It could be anger. It could be fear. It could be astonishment. He doesn't know what he feels, his mind overthrown by images he wishes he could erase from the very world. He could still work here too. He would only need you in the evening. I could give you your morning off, though, because you know, it's hard work and it can end pretty late. You know, but it's well paid. Really well paid. His boss links his hands between his back slowly in a polished move. Issei's guts curl and something acid floods his mouth. It's unbearable. The 13-year-old boy gulps it down. I'll think about it. No. Never. Well, his boss shifts closer and Issei shrinks. Tell me if you want his number, he whispers. Issei thinks he nodded when his boss finished speaking. He thinks he might even have offered a smile afterwards like the FC King pushover he is. His boss makes himself scarce a moment later. Issei slides the last mocha candies bag on the shelf. It's a good thing that there's no more. He would have had to make more space around it otherwise, and there's none to make anywhere. The place is overflowing. Yeah, it's a good thing. Mocha candies are hot stuff these days. They have to stock up every 2 weeks. Yeah, such hot stuff. They're real healthy too. Healthy, like the so-called job he was just offered. He's okay. He's okay. He is okay. The shelf is cold against his burning forehead. His boss asked him if he wanted to prostitute himself. Did he look that desperate for money? Did he look inviting? The boy covers his face. His name is Hayato Issei. He is 13 years old. He just learned he is not insane, and right now, he is giggling to not lose his goddamn mind. He breathes into his hands, big breaths, big gulp of air that doesn't reach his lungs, doesn't reach his brain. He smells a distant smell of medicine. He retches. He grips his jaw close. Burning vomit runs into his nose and over his clasped hands. He can't breathe. He can't breathe. Oh God, he can't breathe. Issei is on his stomach, head buried in the inside of his elbow. The ground is cold. Cold is good. Cold is great. He breathes in. Once, twice, thrice. He counts to 5. He stops. He does it again. Stop. Again. Stop. Again. His heart stops jumping around. He groggily washes up in the employee's bathroom. The soap hurts his finger through the bandages. The warm water feels like fire against his sensitive face. When he is done, he walks around when he should sneak and looks squarely at one of the regular employees when she dares to look at him, mouth twisted and brows furrowed. What you looking at? He crosses his arms and blurts. Issei recognizes disgust when he sees it. It is what mares her face. He is acutely aware of his BLDY bandages and the bad smell that follows him. Water and cheap soap can't make the scent of vomit disappear, apparently. He knows he is not supposed to be seen. He knows. She opens her mouth. What aren't you working? The boss pushes her away, remonstrance dished as easily as slaps. He doesn't say anything about his illegal worker being where he shouldn't be. He doesn't say anything and leave after telling her to get back to work or lose her job, shoulders hung high. Issei hopes shame eats his boss alive. He goes back to the back room and finishes what he has started. He is quick, numb. He needs the money. An hour later, he deems his work done. The small things he hasn't done, somebody else will do. He throws his bandages in the garbage can because they are damp and smell like they belong in the garbage. Damp clothes will do nothing good to his closing wounds. He leaves by the back door and marches on the sidewalk. Shoulders collide with his own and he doesn't stop to say sorry. People are thinking he is rude. Issei thinks the whole world is. His heart leaps out of his chest. He stops before he crumbles on the ground and disrupts the road. A sigh, a breath. He rights himself up. He passes by the takoyaki stall and doesn't stop for more than a glance and a nod in the chef's direction. He tries to break into a run. Buildings and people do not flash past him. He is slow, so tired. He might be walking and thinking he is running, actually. Little eyes. The takoyaki's owner is walking towards him quickly, slightly limping on one leg. He doesn't have the heart to make her walk even a step more. Her right hip must hurt so bad. He sprints to her side. Or perhaps he crawls. Who knows? She uses him as a pole to take a rest. Her hand digs into his forearm and she sighs as she shifts her right leg into a better position. You sure walk fast, my boy. She pats his hand lightly before she is back to leaning against him. She was tender with his FC ket-up hands. Issei breathes in the smell of delicious grease and mizuyakan. It is a painful smell. She puts the bag she is holding into his hands. She closes his fingers around the handles. Issei almost steps back. He tries to wriggle the bag around her hands. Thank you, but I can't accept. She waves him shut. It's for your mother. Hospital's food is not the greatest. Thanks. His answer sounds like a sob. He blinks rapidly. His burning eyes threaten to overspill. He makes one last attempt to push back the bag. It is weak against her arms, used as they are to carry heavy loads and fight off wandering hands. She squeezes his arm. Come to the stall. They hobble their way back to her kingdom. Some of the clients recognize Issei and greet him. He greets them back in a small voice. She waves away their attention with an offer of her mizuyakan, free of charge because she adores them all to bits. They cheer and forget the boy. The cook eyes his wife and the boy she brought back. She leads Issei to the small space behind the stall. The old man turns over his balls of octopi and shifts ever so slightly. The old woman and the boy are out of sight, hidden by a large back. Issei sits down on a wobbly stool. She pours a transparent liquid in a tiny cup and gives it to him. They both know it is not water. Bottoms up, Issei. He does as she says. The sake burns down his throat. The taste of vomit disappears, devoured by the flame of his drink. He hiccups. They make no comments about his hands, the smell that clings to him or his red eyes. There's some good left in this world. She pats his shoulders a few more times. The cook slaps his shoulders as gently as he can for a rough man. Go home. Watch out for cars. People don't know how to drive properly these days. They're all crazy. The cook is gruff as he slanders all the drivers of the town. He adds another box of takoyakis to Issei's bag. Yes, Issei sniffs. He does walk home by himself, slowly. The bag of food is warm in his hands. He is back home. It is as cold as the outside. Issei knows every nooks and crannies of the damn place. His ceiling has no more secrets to confess. His neighbors have nothing more to admit through their noises and silences. He wanders around anyway. He bumps into nothingness. The living room is empty. The bathroom has the bare necessity. The kitchen has a pot, a pan, a fridge, and a rat that eats his ration of rice. He pawned off everything. The only things he kept are her books. The rest, he bargained off till his voice was hoarse and his bank account was pleasant to the eye. On some things, he obtained good prices. On others, not so much, but Issei doesn't have time. He has so little time. It has been 2 weeks since his first foray in the underworld. Bashir didn't give him a deadline, a time where he must come back to give his books back. In normal libraries, the readers can take the books for up to 4 weeks before they need to give them back. Or they can notify the libraries and keep them longer if possible. And, apogee of stupidity, he did not ask how much it would cost to have a fake ID in the underworld. He should have. He can't go around without knowing anything. He has no way to contact Bashir. He needs to come down. A weight compresses his heart. It troubles him and makes him pace in his apartment. Bathroom, hallway, kitchen, hallway, bedroom, hallway, kitchen. Without thinking, he reaches for a glass and goes to the sink. He is not thirsty, yet he fills it to the brim with water. He twirls it around, observing the small hurricane he is creating. Water whirls as his thoughts take him to the second drawer to his left where his utensils sit. Of all of them, only one is a knife sharp enough to break his skin and slit his veins. He reaches for it. The metal of the blade gleams under the artificial light of the ceiling lamp. He toys with the blade. He balances it on his fingers, pondering. His ponders leads to the tip of the blade meeting the tender skin of his wrist. He pushes. A tiny red line appears. Bandages are waiting for him on his bed. No, it is not a fire he can play with. He might get burned and like it. Once, only once. To wake a beast. To see a dragon. And then, never again. Issei stares at the ceiling. His conscience pulls and stretches his soul in every direction and none at once. Don't do it. Do it. Don't. Yes. No. He loves his mother. He does. Why can't he do it for her? A quick pain and then, maybe, all of their problems could be resolved. If his dreams do not lie, a beast slumbers in his soul. He simply has to meet him. He has to unlock what is hidden under the surface of his soft human skin. A terrible thought saps his mind surreptitiously. Isn't his love enough? Or does he not love her enough? The knife clatters when it meets the floor. Issei doesn't bother to pick it up. He might do something bad again. His feet lead him to his bedroom and to his nightstand. He searches for a pen, unlocks his drawer and does what he does best these days. He flips open his notebook. On the first page, he wrote the solutions to his mother's sickness. To resolve the root of all their problems. He traces the letters with his fingertips. Argento Asia. D-Dreg. Phoenix's tears. Master. He crossed Asia on paper and in his mind the very minute he wrote it down. She is too far. She doesn't know him. The church will be suspicious. The main reason, though, is that he doesn't know where she is at the moment and a plane ticket for Italy is too expensive for the result it might bring. D-Dreg is a complicated subject. He caresses the word he wrote next to the dragon's name with his thumb. He is getting there. His eyes read the next word. Phoenix's tears seem the easiest to get, yet the most far away. Awakening his sacred gear could probably permit him to do some awesome deed which in turn could get him some. Who is he kidding? He is no fighter, was beaten mercilessly the last time he tried to do more than be an organic punch bag and has not the slightest idea how to act heroically. Phoenix's tears are so far from his reach. It is not something that can be bought with money. Too precious it is to end in his dirty human hands. A master could hypothetically get him his heart's desire in exchange for his soul. Issei could sell himself. If his dreams don't lie, and they, as much as they present a skewed reality, did not lead Issei astray for the moment, he can believe that he has a pretty good quality sacred gear anchored to his soul. Good quality stuff normally sells well. He would be bound for all of eternity or the rest of his earthly life to a master. He would be somebody's property. A master who could tell him to do anything and Issei would be bound by his word, a contract and magic to obey. He would probably have to participate in raiding games. The flashes of violence that thought brings leave him shivering. Why, yes, master. Steal. Yes, master. Sec. Yes, master. Kill. Yes, master. He would lose more than his freedom in such a bargain. He would lose his soul. He would cease to be the boy his mother raised. He would go against her principles and his. He could find himself a good master. Someone with principles and a good heart. However, does that kind of person has the mean to get him Phoenix's tears? Issei snorts. No, not in the kind of world he unravels with books and words. The distant scent of acid and forgotten dishes makes his nose tingle. He gulps and closes his notebook with a slam. He has nothing useful to add. Issei needs air. His apartment is no haven. He walks slowly. He took the bag of takoyaki without thinking when he left home. Eating outside, in the cold, might clear his head. Might make sense of his terrible day, horrible week. He wanted to take the bus to the hospital, but then he remembered his mother can't eat greasy food anymore. She doesn't eat much of anything these days. The drip is a constant companion at her side since her first day. His wayward feet lead him to a place he is not quite ready to face yet. The old devil with the pink umbrella is still on the rotten bench, an unmoving mountain in the landscape. a mountain no one but him sees. He feels kind of sad when he looks at him. Mount Fuji, the team muses, is never forgotten. People who live by it know it stays there. They know that they just need to turn their head to see something beautiful. Sometimes, they do turn and marvel, for the light has hit the mountain in such a peculiar way that entire peak seems to shine. This mountain, residing on a rotten bench, Issei is the only one to see it. He hesitates, thinks about going back to that cold, empty place. He steps forward. His curiosity is the only reason he doesn't want to be alone. He tries to convince himself. Basher said something about the eyes of a guardian of the gates of the underworld. Something about it being not easy to pass them. The old man is not what he seems to be. Appearances lie, Issei. The bag weights his hands down. He takes a step forward. He stretches his arm out and presents the little he can offer. For you, takoyakis. The mountain shifts slightly and glassy eyes stare at him. Issei feels he is unimpressed. Issei remembers his manners and blushes. May your mind always be keen, he tries shyly. The old man nods approvingly. And may your hands be ready. The rock inside Issei's stomach is suddenly lighter. See, he doesn't FCK up every time. The old mountain stretches one hand and accepts Issei's gift. Thank you, young one. Issei has nothing to say, had no plan to talk before and sure doesn't want to now. He squats down. The bench looks too weary to be able to stand his weight too. Eating alone when he was so used to the chatter and Twitter makes him sad. Surely, he can't be the only one that feels this way. You are not going to the underworld today, the old guardian announces, for it is not a question. He states a fact. It sounds awfully like small talk to Issei. He is happy to answer. No, the boy hums. He glances behind him. The ruins of a wall still stand proud. The old mountain is stretching his arms, shoulders moving as boulders would. A box of takoyakis is under Issei's nose. Take one, young one. It is a gift. Issei puts his hands up and try to wave the delicious balls away. A gift I wish to share. Eat up, youngling. Issei caves in. He is hungry now. Eating with somebody is not half bad. He gnaws on a ball of greasy deliciousness and decides he will come by when he can. Issei goes to work. His guts twist when he steps inside the stuffy back room where he needs to place and displace candies. Cold sweat runs down his spine while he strains his ears to hear the sounds that seep inside his dreary kingdom. He jumps every time the door is opened. He perseveres still. Money doesn't grow on trees. He works, he reads, he runs, he sleeps, he writes. His first task demands almost all of his time, the second less so, and so forth. There and here, he remembers to eat. There are no more talks with his boss about a hypothetical job in the health industry. His heart relaxes. A bit, sometimes. He still passes by the takoyaki stall. He went back to his routine of stationing himself close enough to the clients that the wife sees him quickly. She beckons him closer each time and he works for a few hours every time. He has noticed the couple is not as agile as they used to be. His eyes must have been blinded to not see her lead-footed gait or the cook's trembling hands. Time is not waiting for anyone. However, money doesn't grow on trees for them either, so they soldier on and keep on working. He completely stops going to school. It serves no purposes to go there. He has been a masochist to uphold the charade, but now there is another world that awaits him and no time for stupidities. He sometimes sees his classmates on the streets, at the candy store or at the stall. They point and whisper. Issei offers them his customer smile and the damn best service they ever received. They're not brave enough to ask questions or make fun of him. He seems to have his life together, working. In contrast, they're just little kids who eat out with the pocket money their parents gave them. It all comes to a head as Issei starts almost ready to approach the gate of the underworld for more than a hearty chat with its guardian. That peculiar day starts as usual. He washes up with the tiny little piece of soap he is going to stretch thin until the end of the week. He dips his stale slice of bread in warm water that vaguely tastes like tea. His kind of dirty cup is probably to blame for the taste. Knocks on his door are not part of his morning routine. Issei places his cup in a precarious situation at the top of the mountain of junks that rules his sink. He will wash them, someday, when he has time for something that doesn't include gallivanting into the underworld without supervision. He tucks his shirt in his pants and hopes his neighbors won't fuss over his appearance again. His clothes haven't been washed in a while and his hair is maybe a tad greasy. He pats it down as he reaches for his door. He opens the door. His neighbor is not the one on the other side of his entrance. Hyodu. His teacher is. Issei grips the doorknob. He doesn't shift to let his teacher enter. They stand together in the cold. Hello, sir, the teen mutters. He rounds his shoulders and becomes a boulder of taut muscles and anxiety. His teacher frowns. His right foot nudges forwards, but he doesn't dare to barge inside. Hyodu, we need to talk. There's harshness in his teacher's voice. There's a lost softness in the way he pronounces Issei's thrice-damned last name. It brings him back to the first row of his classroom, to his soiled desk and his desire to hang himself in front of his classmates to prove how far gone he is. His guts form a knot. Nope, nope. Get away from me, panic attack. Come back when I'm done with him. He breathes in a shudder. He smooths whatever expression he had on with a twitch. Must have been an ugly one, given the deep crease between his teacher's bushy eyebrows. Looks as deep and unwelcoming as the Marian's trenches. And is that a pimple just on the edge of the crease? Oh, it must hurt. You need to come to school. This cannot go on. Or do you want me to call your father? His teacher brings Issei back to reality and a conversation the teen has absolutely no desire to participate in. He focuses on the older man in front of him. Empty threats, empty treats, his mind rails. He ain't a kid scared of whatever his parents can dish out. He has no parents present to be scared of. Why must I go? Issei talks loud and clear. The quicker they are done, the quicker he can hide away to lick his wounds. You have to. It's the law. His teacher now sounds confidant, as if Issei's defiant answer gave him reasons to be hopeful for his student's education. As if the thrice-damned boy would bow down at the weight of his authority when he didn't do so before for whatever special meetings and speeches he was forced into. To be honest, Issei is, in fact, tempted. There is a certain appeal to being a good boy. There is the appeal of not having to deal with grown-up and their cold decisions. They stamp a paper and he is deemed a problematic teen. They stamp a paper and suddenly he is displaced in another family, in another world. You can't let yourself ruin your future, his teacher adds softly when Issei's silence has stretched long enough to make him look guilty. His future. It always comes back to it, doesn't it? Bashir's words and its underline echo in his ears. It is the law, but the law can be tricked. The law can be bypassed, young friend. Issei smiles. His teacher wants a good student. He wants Issei to be a good citizen. He wants him to stop being sad. It isn't that FC King easy. Sorry, teacher, I decided that the hikikomori lifestyle is the one for me. Bye. Issei pushes and bam, the door is slammed. He stares at the door he just slammed at his teacher's face. Silence reigns on both sides. His heartbeats drum in his ears. He hears footsteps leave the front of his door and go down the stairs of his building. His teacher is leaving, panting, running. He slides down against his door. The ceiling is as white as ever. The wall to his right cracks. His neighbors are leaving for their morning walk. It is later than usual. They might have listened to his drama. He laughs. What hikikomori life? Who would have thought that acting so shamelessly would feel so good? Issei adjusts the bag on his shoulders, stretching his back and tugging on the straps. It's full to the brim. He had some troubles cramming that last pair of socks. His neighbor sniffs. He looks up and offers her a small smile. His old neighbors stand by their door, watching him with a heavy heart. The sweet, let me roll up my sleeves so I can take care of it old lady sniffs once more before handing him a plastic box. Issei knows by the smell alone that it is her famed white chocolate cookies. When the box is secured under his arm, her husband shakes his hand, his two wrinkly and spotted hands enveloping his own in a warm accolade. Be good with your father. He works hard in the city for you, she adds softly, voice creaking. Her husband glances at his wife but says nothing. He nods at Issei deeply. Are you sure you don't want our son to drive you? Taking the train all alone won't be easy, she asks again. Issei offers them the same answer he gave her every time she looked at him with that pair of anxious eyes. Dad already paid for the train ticket. It would be a waste to not use it now. And your son is busy. You told me he was working hard for his promotion. I'll be fine. It's not my first time taking the train to Tokyo. Dad will be waiting for me at station, right at the exit. Issei knows what he is doing. He's grown up. He will be fine, her husband coaxes her. I suppose you're right. She sighs and nods. She reaches for Issei's free hand and pats it nervously. Do call us when you're home. He nods dutifully. Guilt drips along his spine in a wet, angsty kiss. I'll try. He pauses and hums thoughtfully. Once I have a new phone, okay. Like that you will have my new number. Okay. Just remember to give us some news about your new life. She adjusts his scarf around his neck. Her smile is tearful. Her voice is crying. He smiles at them one last time. He attempts a bow that ends with the plastic box almost slipping away from his grasp and him on the floor in his attempt to catch it on time. She rights him and tugs his scarf closer to his neck laughingly this time. One last goodbye later, Issei is on his way. As he turns the corner of their street, he catches a glimpse of them, standing by the railing, peering through the branches of a tree to see him. They're still waving. The guilt makes him walk faster. He can't escape its embrace. He can't go back and apologize for his lies. He told everybody that he was going to Tokyo to live with his father. He told the owner of his apartment that his father would pay the fees for ending their lease agreement forcefully. He told his neighbors not to worry. He called his school and gave them his father's dead phone number. He told the hospital staff he would come in a few weeks to see his mother. They all believed him. They were so relieved to hear that his father was, after all, not that much of a scum. They were happy to see that their fellow human still had a bit of conscience. He did not completely abandon his family. In dire hours, he recalled his son. Issei tried to rejoice as they did. He thinks they took his subdued smiles and short, hoarse laughs as an excess of happiness. If only. Lying is bad. Criminal acts are bad. What he is doing is fundamentally wrong. Yet, it is the culmination of all his hard work in the past weeks. It is his grand leap, so to speak. His desperate jump to latch onto something akin to hope. He licks his dry lips and moves forwards. There is no time to philosophize on his actions. There is no time to pause. No time to think about what his caring neighbor's expression will be when they learn he disappeared without a word. They will probably learn that he lied when the police or the Children Protection Service appears at their doorstep with questions about his whereabouts. The bag is heavy on his shoulders. It is all he has. His first stop is the hospital. Her room hasn't changed since his last visit. No real light enters it. The way the sun's rays hit the windows makes sure her space is always flooded by a gray twilight. He takes his wallet out. There, fragile and crooked, lays the pink flower he pressed for her in spring and forgot in one of his books. Its color faded. He knows she thought it was beautiful, so it still must be so for her dazed eyes. He puts it on her nightstand, on her faithfully favorite book, with a small playing card underneath. For Mom. From Issei. He observes her weary wrinkles, her thin neck, her chest that caves in with each of her exhales. He stares until his eyes are burning. He wants to commit her form to his memory. Her smile is painted in a corner of his soul. He wants the rest of her to stay with him while he tries to find a way out of their nightmare. He is so weak. He's just a twig Issei. He is the boy people laugh at and pity for his pathetic fate. Yet he has to be strong. Maybe he will be if, when everything seems to be wrong, he can close his eyes and see her. As he carves her pale skull in his memory, he tries to picture her with her long-gone black hair and soft smile. The image eludes him, as does the last time she laughed at his silly jokes. He would prefer to be able to picture her healed or healthy. He settles down for her shallow breath and weak pulse instead. He leaves when her eyes shiver under her eyelids. He knows how to make himself scarce. His feet lead to a familiar ruined wall and an unmovable old man. Issei did come back to eat with him again, several times. They talked a bit each time. The human boy still doesn't know the old devil's name. He just calls him Uncle. The old man seems content with the nickname. Issei likes their little talks. He can forget the weight on his shoulders, concentrate on the present and the pebbles at his feet then. He can forget his mother can't dress herself anymore and need constant help at the hospital. He can forget everything and be this new awesome person who's not afraid to converse with a supernatural being. Hello, Uncle. Issei dislodges his thumbs from under his bag straps to offer a quick wave. Hello, young one. And Uncle doesn't use his name. It could be a devil thing or just Uncle's own quirk. Issei doesn't know and doesn't ask. Some things are better when they remain mysterious. I need go to the underworld. The travel fee is already in the palm of his hand. He presents it to the guardian of the gate. Uncle rolls his shoulders back. He is taller than Issei is, sitting on a collapsed bench. Issei doesn't shift back, even if his guts tell him to turn and leave. He stands his ground. Where is your seal? The old man rumbles, glassy eyes rowing over the teen's tiny form. Issei stretches his hand silently, persistently. My kindness, you already tried. What good reasons do you have to pass through the gate without the seal of the master you claimed? The guardian does not beat around the bush. He is truthful and efficient. Truth is harsh for Issei. The master you claimed. He detected Issei's lies. The boy's very human heart takes a dive to his guts before it climbs to the back of his mouth. It beats and throbs. His feet shuffle without his assent. His mind is empty of answers. Only lies surface, and none will pass unnoticed. Only truth is left. Issei bets on it. My mother is dying. Glassy eyes do not blink. They appear blank and disinterested. That is not a reason. It is a justification. Issei squats down on his usual spot. It gives him time to find his next words. He rehearsed this in his mind, just in case. He needs to look calm, poised, in his element. There's no going back. I believe I can find a medicine, something, to help her. Uncle doesn't comment on his stutter. Issei still curses his trembling lips 1,000 times over. You believe? Uncle raises his voice from a rumble to a growl. His glassy eyes fix Issei in place. I know. Issei amends his words in one breath. I know there's something in the underworld that can save her. Uncle's lips move but no sounds leave him. No sounds Issei can hear at least. They stand their ground in the strained silence. Issei cannot lower his head and admit he is in the wrong and should not be asking for this. He cannot. His mother's smile and lively pulse is on the line. Uncle sighs. It sounds like hope to Issei's buzzing ears. Where do you think you will find it? Issei pursues his lips. In the land of the Phoenix. Will you acquire it by unlawful means? What? Issei yelps. Uncle shifts his legs. His knees crack and creak. He stands up, both hands holding his umbrella as a makeshift cane. He looms over the boy. You will not steal what is not yours. Issei uncoils his taunt back slowly. The bag on his back is heavy. He doesn't want to be a criminal. He doesn't want to be something his mother won't be able to recognize. He shakes his head and meets glassy eyes head on. No, swear on your name, young one. Issei jolts. His book on manners talked about it briefly. To promise on your name is as binding as shackling your destiny to a master. For devils, magic herself recognizes the oath and binds the person to it. To violate such a promise would bring nothing but misery. Magic does not look kindly upon those who break faith. Issei doesn't know if it is simply superstitions or reality, but he doesn't want to try a mighty supernatural being's patience. Stillness envelops them. He puts his left hand over his pounding heart. He winces at the noise his hand makes as it scratches his coat. He is disturbing the silence of the stillness. It feels like the muzzy moment between awakening and sleeping. I, Hayadu Issei, swear on my name that I will not acquire medicine for my mother by unlawful means. The words flow from his mouth. They complete the stillness. The world shifts. The wind blows the wisps of stillness away with the echoes of his promise. The guardian holds his umbrella as a cane and taps the ground heavily with its tip. May magic binds and protects your promise. Issei feels something thrums under his skin. Magic has heard his promise, it seems. He smiles like a fool for no reason. He has made an unbreakable promise to an all-powerful being. His heart beats with the tranquility of still water. He knows he will not go back on his words. He is not stupid, after all, and he likes the light good people offer. He likes to bask in it, and if he were to break this little piece, he would regret it, of that he is certain. Uncle sits back. The bench cries a pitiful whimper out. On your way, young one. Issei licks his dry lips. He feels adventurous. I still need a seal for the next time. Do not push your luck, the old guardian grunts. He waves his umbrella around, glassy eyes sparkling. Issei evades the incoming push and bounces through the gate with a laugh. The sleazy sensation sticks to his skin as he walks through the black veil. He feels like he's been licked all over. He shivers. The train is where it was the last time, waiting in its lane. In his hand, there's no coin. There's only a large ticket that spells Underworld. He smiles at the fuming train. Underworld, here I come. Issei is once again brazenly walking in the underworld for all eyes to see. His hands are safely tucked in his coat's pockets, and there is a swagger to his steps. He copies the steps of those he admires, those who seem fearless as they walk towards the end of their story. He might indeed meet the conclusion of his ballad on his way to redemption. He will try to be a good son and go home, but incertitude lingers. The path is long and troubled to get what he wants, and he does not know where he might stumble. His numb feet skids over polished cobblestone just then. He flails and rights himself with a bite to his lips, muffling his yelp. His eyes rake through his surroundings, searching for any inhuman's gaze that might have observed the scene. He sees none, but a shudder still makes his ribcage trembles. He got too comfortable. He walks faster, as much as his frail and numb feet allow him, hugging the walls. The fake sun of the underworld is his only spectator. It is still climbing its way over the horizon. Mellow pink and yellow set the sky ablaze. He was too hasty. He shuffles his way through the hazy fog and the sleep-deprived inhuman people who haunt the sleepy roads. The city is waking, if it was ever sleeping. Who knows what devils do at night? Not he, the human who struts and dares to act as if he owned the place. The teen finds his way into the elegant old district alone, with something akin to bubbling happiness warming his inside. He is close. He didn't feel like stopping to ask people directions, and he didn't have to. He certainly hadn't wanted to follow the winding path he took last time. He took a shortcut and he succeeded. Yes, Issei is no tourist today. His ankles start to itch and his shoulders ache as his thoughts wander. The more he recognizes where he is, the more he feels detached from his path. The weight of the money around his ankles, between his first and second pair of socks, is unbearable. He has to fight the urge to bend down and verify everything is still down there. The backpack he drags along feels heavier and heavier. Of course, he brought too much. Of course, he isn't able to carry it now of all time. His back is slick with sweat now. He is not stupid, he mumbles. He did keep a small emergency amount in his bank account. For emergencies, grocery shopping, and more illegal matters. The rest is evenly divided in his socks, inner pockets, and boxers. He has the bare minimum in his wallet too, just in case. Issei is in front of Bashir Mumtaka's nameless bookshop in no time, which is very good. He thinks the money around his left ankle is escaping the half-hundred cheap elastics that are keeping it in place. His feet feel numb. His BLD flow is not a fan of the elastic bands either. He might have gone overboard with them. Might. His mind whispers there will never be enough to keep himself from fretting. The fiery Glorigold banners are still up on each side of the dark wooden door, proudly displaying a forgotten flower. Issei doesn't knock. He doesn't slam the door knocker. He pushes the door and sighs when his hand meets no resistance. The shop is open. Bashir Mumtaka must be there. The stars are aligning in his favor, it seems. Yet, when he enters, he sees no one. The emptiness of the shop leaves him nervous. He trudges to the table where a human and a devil talked about knowledge and its cost, once upon a time. It feels like a life away. He caresses the worn wood. Doubts over his sanity edge closer. Is he daydreaming again? The wood is cool against his hands. It doesn't calm his wonderings about his sanity. Is he really making the right choice? A human, in a world he knows so little about, surviving and thriving, is that possible? How is your fire faring on this fine morning, young friend? Issei lets his hands slide to his sides. He turns his head and yes, it is indeed Sir Mumtaka who startled him. He is sitting on a ladder, hands rummaging through titles. My fire fares well, Mr. Mumtaka. May your soul burn forever. His cheerful tone does not sound as happy as it should be. Issei hides his troubles behind cupped hands and a bowed head. He should have seen him. He can't not see people, especially here. Bashir rustles and from the sound of it, mimics Issei's gesture from high above. May your fire never be extinguished. Put yourself at ease, please. I'll be down soon. Issei sets his bag down and lets himself fall in a chair that seems devoid of books. He fidgets, uncomfortable. His hand goes to his behind and finds a few magazines. He hops to his feet and puts them on the table. He smooths one that was somewhat crumpled by his assault. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He offers with a grimace. Where's your top game, Issei? Freaking should be the time to shine. I know. Bashir does not hide his amusement. He slides down the ladder with the agility that no men who seem his age should have. His bold pink shirt stands out under his black waistcoat. Issei finds himself smiling too. A cup of steaming tea appears in Bashir's hands. He offers it to Issei. The teen accepts it with both hands and a grateful smile. What brings you back to my humble abode? There's nothing humble about the bookstore, but Issei keeps his mouth shut. Devils might just have a different sense of luxury. I have your books. Issei opens his bursting bag. He catches the small bag of books he put on top on his possession before it falls to the ground. He gives himself a mental pat in the back, because fishing for Bashir's books in this monster of a bag in front of the devil would have been painfully embarrassing. Oh, that is good. I almost have no copies left of this one. Bashir accepts the bag. He glimpses at its content before putting it aside. Issei is both happy that the bookseller trusts him with his books enough to not flick them open and see if he has tarnished them with food, and unhappy that he has nothing to hide behind. His connection to an underworld ID is smiling placidly, thin hands around his cup. Issei breathes in through his nose. The panic attack is not here, he will not let it settle in. How much would it be for a fake ID and a fake seal? He does not stammer. He breathes out. How much do you have? Bashir is as direct as Issei. It comes out more naturally. His hand reaches for his left foot and the money bound there before he can control himself. Issei remembers too late that showing how much he has too early will make him poorer faster. He awkwardly pats his pants and rights himself under Bashir's amused gaze. That's my business. The teen coughs. Bashir doesn't laugh at his face, which is nice. He does seem to find the situation humorous, however. If your provider is a good friend and in a good mood, the ID will only cost you 350 feathers. I believe that in yen, it would be. Bashir pauses, fingers tapping his armchair as he counts silently, 500 yen. It is not as much as Issei feared. The pang in his heart and wallet is still very much real. What's the rate? Issei purses his bottom lip. It occurs to him a beat later that his question might appear rude. Bashir sips his tea. Its jasmine scent wafts to Issei's nose. The rate is 1 feather to 130 yen. Issei stares at his fingers and pretends to count to see if Bashir's numbers add up. It seems to be about right, and he feels ridiculous to the core. He nods quickly to hide his lack of skills in math and his embarrassment. He sips at his tea and mulls over what he is going to say next. Are you in a good mood? Issei settles on being cheeky. Cheeky is good. Cheeky might give him what he wants. The somewhat seasoned criminal curves his lips upwards. He makes no comment. Issei takes it as a yes. He smiles for real, happy with himself. It seems he can still make friends, even in the most unlikely places. And the seal? The teen asks. Bashir shifts on his chair. He crosses his legs elegantly. It looks good for some unexplainable reason. It depends which seal you want. Ammons. Issei needs it if he wants to come back. Uncle Umbrella told him to not push his luck. He will not. He will be good and play by the rules if that is what will get him where he wants to be. Bashir puts his cup down. His wrinkly eyes do not frown, but they do darken. It is not a cheap one. It will also take time for your provider to find one. Phoenix's seal is easier to find in these parts. Issei accepts the concern and warning with a thoughtful nod. Still, he stares straight at his connection and perseveres. I need it. Very well. You should come back to the designated place for the seal in 2 days. By then, your provider should have it. Bashir's way of speaking, admitting yet not that he is the connection and the provider, puzzles Issei. He does not comment. Better to not ask questions that will probably stay unanswered. He knows the designated place is obviously the bookshop, and that is all the information he needs. Issei reaches for his right foot and disentangles a wad of bills from his second sock and the billion elastic bands that are blocking his BLD circulation. He counts the bills until he has the amount necessary for his ID. 45 yen lays atop the table. It's not that much. He can survive without that, he reasons. If Bashir swindles him, it is not as if he will die from the loss. Why don't you browse my books while I take care of your business? Bashir asks as he gets up. His cup disappears. The money does too. Okay, wait, an idea sprouted in his rotten brain while he was waiting for the train. It bloomed into an elaborate plan on the ride. It is something that makes his scalp tingles and his heart quivers. He is more than toying with the line now. He stamps on it if he speaks. He is restricted in his movements if he doesn't. The choice is easy. On the ID, can you put Hayashi Issei? There's a tension at the back of his skull, as if something was tugging his hair, skin, bones, and brain back. Issei endures. You no longer are Hayato Issei. The bookkeeper enunciates slowly. His dark eyes stare down at Issei through the thin lenses of his glasses. The teen can see golden sparks melting in their brown hues. He shivers. He fights to keep his shoulders straight. The hair on his nape stands. Is this what magic feels like? It is. Horrifyingly thrilling. Names are important for devils. So very important they swear several great oaths to magic on it. Only a human would think about something as unholy as changing his name. If he can be cheeky with his teacher, he can be cheeky with magic. He made an oath to the guardian of the gate he is unsure he will able to uphold. And, anyway, Hayashi Issei sounds way better. Not anymore. Issei abandons his father's name. There is no remorse. He embraces his mother's maiden name. He closes his eyes. His teeth find his bottom lips. He is Hayashi Issei. He is Hayashi Issei. Hayashi Issei. He has always been Hayashi Issei. He can make this happen. Has to. The tension leaves. The invisible limb that was grasping his brain, his skull, his hair recedes and disappears. He opens his eyes and sighs. He feels like a shackle he didn't know he had around his neck has been taken off. Bashir stares at him a moment more than what is comfortable or acceptable. He tilts his head in a semblance of a nod. Then Hayashi Issei it is. The ashen-haired man turns around and flickers out. Issei is left unsupervised in a well of knowledge. A hysteric chortle leaves him. He did it. The FC King did it. He changed his truth. He chokes on his tea twice before he can control the shudders that run through his chest. He finishes his cup. He lets himself fall against the backrest of his chair. It's more comfortable than he ever thought possible for a chair. When his knees turn back to bones and muscles and not some weird jelly, he leaves his bag, his coat, and his too many layers of clothes on a chair and heads for the section labeled Angels in the back of the bookshop. It might conceal what he seeks. He patiently follows the racks, eyes trained on lettering that twists into Japanese as his fingertips graze their cover. There are plenty of books on the potency of God's system against devils. Plenty on how angels can become fallen. Plenty explains how to exterminate angels. There is an entire shelf which he squirmed through that obsessed over their wings and how to exploit them in all the senses possible. Apparently, grinding their feathers with an ingredient that has no translation in Japanese can make a miracle paste that restores one's soul. There is, however, absolutely nothing on God's system or sacred gears. Issei makes 2 rounds around dozen of shelves and even dares to climb ladders. Nothing, nada, green, it's a void. When he tries to go deeper into the section, his feet advance yet he stays at the same spot. A haze surrounds him, refusing his presence. The titles around him stay the same, the towering shelves do not change in the slightest. Issei abandons and turns back. He has lost enough time and he doesn't want to face a spell he doesn't understand. He walks to the human section. Maybe he will find something there. Nothing. Oh, he does see interesting titles such as Importance of Human Politics in the Underworld or The Legacy of Julius Caesar the Magician. Yet, nothing on sacred gears. He goes back to his corner of the bookshop. His bag is where he left it, at the foot of his chair. Bashir Mumtaka is nowhere in sight. Issei checks his watch to discover that he spent 3 hours searching in vain. He did not find anything of interest. Issei jumps. His heart jumps with him. Bashir is behind him and definitely laughing inside. His dark eyes twinkle, if that is somehow physically possible. Issei inwardly decides to stop wondering if something is possible or not. He is in the underworld. A dragon is shackled to his soul. Everything is ridiculous all around. He should stop asking stupid questions. Issei hounds for the important matters. Not a word about Bashir's mysterious jumping powers. Do you have anything on sacred gears? Sacred gears. The bookkeeper repeats slowly. His eyes stop twinkling. Issei squirms. The silence stretches over their souls. His heart shakes. The abrupt thought that his dreams might have misled him to think he has something that simply doesn't exist makes him mute. If sacred gears don't exist, what can he use? How can he obtain her medicine? How can he do anything? Bashir is hovering so close that their hairs are brushing and melting. His fiery breath, all smoke and jasmine tea, smothers Issei. How do you know about sacred gears? There is urgency in the hands that crumple his shirt and bring him closer in a steely embrace. Were you changed because of a sacred gear? You have won. Issei backs away. His shirt screams. Bashir lets go of his shoulders with a jolt. A seal flares on the door. Issei feels trapped. He is trapped. FCK. Bashir hovers, one breath too close. Nobody will hear this conversation, young friend. You are safe here, he whispers. He sounds too high-strung for his words to be true. Issei doesn't answer. He can't. He concentrates on his breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe. Breathe. FC King, breathe. A hand pushes him into a chair. Issei doesn't have the strength to push it back. As gentle as the hand is, it is not a wanted presence. Nothing is a wanted presence. The light is too harsh. His breathing is too loud. The fabric of the chair under him is too coarse. No, 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 no. Not again. Not again. Drink. A cup appears in front of his lips and Issei drinks. His mind reels. It comes back into focus. The light becomes softer. He breathes shallowly through his sips. The chair he sits on becomes smooth and soft again. The hand that pushes his sticky hair out of his face is gentle again. Forgive me, young Issei. I did not mean to frighten you. Issei looks up from under his eyelashes. Bashir does look as frazzled as he feels. The boy tries to ease his throat as he gulps air. He offers a tiny, tired smile. He is sorry too, for showing that. For not being strong enough. He is supposed to be strong. He has to. Panic attacks are not supposed to strangle him every time he is a bit scared. He shouldn't let them settle in. He shouldn't be like that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Issei blinks back his shame. Don't say that. You shouldn't be sorry. Bashir's voice is stern. I am the one at fault. You felt trapped, didn't you? I should have thought about that before locking the shop down. Issei pursues his bottom lip. He nods mutely. Bashir waves and Issei's cup is full again with the sweet-smelling tea that made him feel normal. Take a sip. It's a specialty around here. It never tastes the same, from one tea leaf to another. You might not like it this time but adore it the next. Issei puts the cup to his lips, even as his brain goes on a bender about the fact that he isn't supposed to eat or drink or touch, really, anything that is potentially magical. Tea that never has the same taste sure does sound magical. Warm liquid, neither too cold nor too hot, hits his taste buds. He swallows. It tastes like mango. Issei chirps. He licks his dry lips. He takes another sip, and he doesn't choke on poison. His skin doesn't turn blue. He is still healthy and alive. His shoulders relax. Lucky you. Bashir grumbles. He swirls the tea inside his own cup. I have scorched mint. Not a very good mix with our previous tea. Issei is grateful for the normalness he is offered. He breathes in. Bashir settles on a chair closer to Issei, next to him. He always chose to be in front of him before. They stay silent. The bookstore owner smacks his lips when he finishes his cup. Issei has been done with it for a long time. He was admiring the ceiling where Glorigold blooms in mosaic, a petal at a time. After each of his breath, he moved his gaze to another petal. There are not many books about sacred gears in existence. Bashir starts softly. Issei sets his gaze on his empty cup. The beginning of bitter disappointment floods his dam. Most are kept in private libraries, away from prying eyes. Most devils forget easily, or prefer to forget that humans were gifted with great powers. Bashir turns the white cup between his hands mindlessly, fingertips sometimes caressing its rim. Issei listens. Young friend, sacred gears bearers. They often appear in wartime and seldom in peacetime. For that very reason, they are more feared than loved. Issei gulps. That is something he feared and anticipated. His dreams whisper of violence and murder more than they do of peace. What do you know about sacred gears? The teen asks softly. Rumors, unsaid things. We, devils, are not the best source of information on what comes from the holy. I might have a few books that could help you, but your best option would be to contact a sacred gear user. I can't. Not right now, at least. It is not in your best interest? Yes. Bashir chimes in slowly. Issei blinks. He stares at the snowy-haired man, questions in his gaze. The older man sets his cup down. His dark gaze meets Issei's. His clothes rustle as he turns to face him fully. I'm afraid that if your master does not want to cultivate your gear, it might be worthless, or not in your master's interest to cultivate you. Issei waits for the rest, guts queasy. It doesn't really concern him, not as much as the bookseller thinks it does, but it still holds his attention. He is discovering this new underworld, a comment at the time. The devil leans forwards. His hot breath hits the human's forehead. Know that if your master is not high enough in the hierarchy, you will be swapped. Issei licks his lips in a conscious effort to not bite them or make them bleed. They're drier than sand. How do you define high enough? If your master is not a high noble level, he won't remain your master long. The older man states, enunciating each word clearly. Perhaps he fears Issei won't understand. He kind of does. Why? Powerful people want to remain powerful. They have their way to obtain what they want. Bashir's comment tastes bitter. Sound, but bitter. Issei nods soundlessly. The elder man pulls back. He shifts on his chair before his gaze settles on his guest again. Forgive my inquiry, but what is your position in the peerage? Issei pushes his lips tight and says no lie. He offers silence and hopes his benefactor will not insist. The bookseller stares at him with a soft gaze that looks like pity. Issei has never had a good eye for emotions, and by the gods, he doesn't wish to interpret wrongly someone he knows so little of and has to trust so much. Bashir clears his throat. Do you need a place to stay? I do. He cannot go back without his papers. Uncle said so. Nothing awaits him in the human world anyway. He needs to stay till he has his shit figured out. Bashir nods. He is back on his feet in one elegant movement. Follow me. Issei scrambles to get all of his belongings in his arms. They walk past shelves and chaos, deep into the library. The light changes and dims as they leave the illuminated center of the store. Blurs surround them and follow them. Issei stays close to his guide, a half step behind him. He watches his feet to not step on his heels. He is entering where he was not allowed before, when he was wandering shelves. Bashir flicks his hand and Issei sees. There's light again. Issei looks at the bright chandeliers hung to the high ceiling and thinks, perhaps it never left. There are no more looming shelves filled with knowledge around them, only a small hallway of dark wood. His feet sink into a thick carpet. Bashir opens the door at the end of the hallway. Warmth and scents hit Issei's face as he enters the room after him. This is the kitchen. You can come cook here. The tea set is in that cupboard. The old man in a pink shirt is pointing things and talking. Issei is deaf. Words enter his left ear and leave by his right word. He is too busy looking around. His mind hasn't quite caught up with the new event. Bashir leads him to a small bedroom adjacent to the kitchen. A worn bed lies, abandoned, in a corner. You can stay here as long as you need. It is not much, but you'll be safe of harm here, he states as he moves away from the door so Issei can enter. Issei stays on the threshold of the bedroom. There's everything he could need in here. There's a fluffy comforter on the bed, calling his weary legs. There's an old chair by a window and Issei knows it will creak softly if he settles on it. Light and warmth permeate the air. What do I need to sell? Issei squirms on the edge, not daring to enter the room without clarifying his situation. Pardon. Bashir blinks. A corner of his eyes turns downward and Issei has the distinct feeling that the elder man is miffed. Issei repeats himself softly. His voice dies before he can finish voicing what is on his mind. Bashir is staring at him blankly. Finally, the old bookshop owner sighs and a light feather seems to brush his expression into a gentler one. Nothing. Issei knows he sounds dumb. He feels dumb too, but he needs to be sure. You proved you could take care of other people's property already. Bashir not quite pats Issei's shoulder. Do you have special rules here? He feels the blush bloom as he insists. Can I read your books when I want to? Perhaps not all the time. Young people need their sleep, Bashir quips. Issei tries a laugh in response. This arrangement doesn't sound too bad. Breakfast is in 30 minutes. We will talk more then. Make yourself at home. If you need anything, ring the bell on the kitchen's table. Bashir leaves him with those words. He also leaves the door slightly ajar. Issei listens to his steps. They eventually disappear into silence. The teen sets his junk down and sits on the bed and, yes, the comforter is as comfortable as it looks. He reaches for his bag and blindly searches for his notebooks. He flips them open and calmly crosses master in his list of options. It is definitely not an option anymore. He can't put his fate in the hands of another. He can't let the thinking and the ordering to a person that could easily let him down. He has to use his brain or what remains of it. He will, then. He scratches his forehead with the butt of his pen. The word written so messily next to D-Drag attracts his eyes, as always. He traces the characters with his index. The boy feels the most complicated about this one. In one of his dreams, Riaz proclaimed that desire awakens sacred gear. He simply has to desire hard enough. Issei knows he desires his mother's well-being more than anything else, more than sanity, a comfortable bed or beating his sire's ass so hard his ancestors would feel it too. Yet, no red scales cover his left arm. It is maddening. He remembers the soft golden girl of his dreams. The Asia Argento of his dreams gives a piece of herself every other day. Always on the front line, always gently closing wounds and healing souls. Perhaps her desire to help was the key that awakened her sacred gear. Perhaps something else was the key. He remembers obscurely a story that man once told him, about a man who approached a sage in his quest to find God. The sage drowned him in a river and let him go at the last second. He then told him to come back to his sides when he desires God as much as he desired oxygen when he was drowning. He traces the sloppy characters aligned next to his potential draconic companion one last time. Death. He had played with the idea well before he wrote the word. Death might kill him. Death might lead to his rebirth. Might. He discards his pen and notebook on the bed. Hayashi Issei gathers his knees to his chest and burrows his head in the crook of his elbow. This place is so warm. The bed sinks under him. He feels as if he were in a cocoon. The slightly open door, the offered shelter, the tea and the talks. This is kindness. This is the real deal, not the wishy-washy sauce people offer without meaning any of the words they spew. Yet, he doesn't deserve any of this. He is a lying piece of shit who is ready to commit atrocities and break oaths to get what he wants. The more people are kind to him, the more he realizes his awfulness. He lies, he rips vows apart, and he schemes. He is not Hayato Issei anymore. That boy died a long time ago, did he not? When his father decided his son and his wife meant nothing, were worth nothing, and left. When his mother descended into madness and didn't stay for her only son. When no one cared and he had to care and be strong. He probably died then. He licks his dry lips. He needs to focus. Focus. What will be his next step? What shall he do? Nothing comes to his mind. Improvisation it is. Issei throws his head back. He stares at the ceiling. He promised to be good on his name, but that name is no more. Therefore, he should be free. He turns around and lies flat on his belly on the soft bed. He hugs his pillow and smells cinnamon and citrus. The soft pillow hides his smile. He is not that much of an idiot when he wants to be. A scheming, Machiavellian asshole is still better than an idiot. He is going to thrive in a world made of Machiavellian devils. He closes his eyes and lets this victory washes away his worries, if only for a moment. Issei blinks in the fiery light. He puts his arm over his eyes. A bleary sigh leaves him. His bed sure is comfortable today. Smells like cinnamon and nice other things. Almost holiday-like, except it's not his. Issei opens his eyes and finds himself in not his bedroom. He squints. The underworld is sunny today. He grumbles and squirms until his brain makes perfectly sure he is not getting any more sleep. Bashir. Lunch. 30 minutes. Shit. He jumps from the bed, pushes the door and finds his benefactor on the other side. Bashir is reading the newspaper, lounging on a chair as if it were a regal throne. I wasn't wrong when I said young people need sleep. Bashir looks up from his newspapers and the corner of his eyes is turned upwards, as if smiling. Issei blushes. There's food in the fridge. You can reheat it in the oven, the older man informs the teen. Issei looks around the kitchen to find the fridge and nods. The fridge is a very strange yellowish gray. Thank you. He makes his way to it, walking sideways. He keeps an eye on the reading devil. As much as he is starting to like Bashir and his manners, he shouldn't trust him completely. The same way he shouldn't have fallen asleep so quickly. Bashir is a devil. Issei is not. There should be enough reason in that statement alone to keep him awake, but no. I'm still same old Issei. Hey, stupid idiot. The human teen opens the fridge to find what looks like salad, spaghetti and a cake. He trusts the pasta more than the rest. He takes it out and goes to the stove. A small pot is waiting for his food. He turns known chrome buttons, hears gas and sees a flicker of blue flame. His meal is quickly dumped in the pot. He covers it with a lid and waits. The normalcy of it all is a marvel. He feels like he is back home. Bashir, from the lack of sounds he has made so far, hasn't moved. He is still reading and staring at Issei. Just like Issei is cooking and watching him back. Paper rustles close. I thought about what you asked, about the rules around here. I'll give you one, and only one, do not pick fights. I don't intend to. Issei is serious about it. He snorts at the very idea of it. He doesn't want to die for a petty reason at the hands of some unknown devils. It would blow his cover and everything else, really. Also, BLD. They can't get his BLD. Never. Bashir makes a sound of agreement at his back. Then your stay here shall be pleasant. I hope so, Issei chirps. The pasta smells rather nice. He might ask for the recipe. Or not. If the ingredients are weird, he might not react well. Better to not ask. I heard one of the sons of the Marquis is going to marry the Gremory heiress. What's her name? Small, innocent talks will give him what he wants. The smell of her perfume still lingers in his mind from his last dream. She cried and yelled at him in that one for taking stupid risks. She is no heiress, Bashir comments. Issei turns a button until the flames that licked his pot disappear. He tilts his head to see his host better. Bashir sees the question hanging on his lips. It would put her family in an awkward situation if the son of the Mao doesn't inherit the name. Really? Issei is curious now. What happened in this world? He looks earnestly at Bashir. The ashen-haired devil closes his newspapers for real. He watches his guest settles next to him before he continues. The Mao gave his birthright away. He was the firstborn. It is only right and just that his son receives it. Issei doesn't quite follow the logic there. He frowns. As for her name, Bashir pauses and his gaze glazes over. I'm sorry to say that I don't know. Busybodies would know. Issei doesn't know if it is contempt or humor that makes Bashir say that. He supposes it is normal for a devil to not know everything about everything. The name of the Gremory heiress is, apparently, considered tabloids material. It kind of makes sense. Like the royalty in Japan. Issei sure doesn't know the name of the heir to the throne of his country. Is she going to marry the heir? Issei is still going to milk every bit of knowledge out of his bookshop owner before he goes to read a tabloid. No, the heir is contracted to another. She is to be the bride of the third son. Why? Issei asks. This marriage is important for our territory and theirs. You see, the Gremory have complete power on the rivers that irrigate our fields. Oh, there are other reasons, I am sure, but this is the one I know of the most. Let me show you a map. It isn't quite what Issei thought he would hear. It is a charming, down-to-earth reality. Bashir excitedly leaves his chair and marches to another door. He comes back a few seconds later with maps bundled in his arms in joy. Issei wonders who's taking care of his shop before he drowns in the drawings Bashir displays on the table. They spend the next hour talking, bent on maps, fingers pointing foreign names and talking about who lives where and why. Issei soaks in knowledge. He strains his ears to hear everything and tires his brain so he remembers too. Their minds circle and wander until his belly makes embarrassing sounds. His hands go to it. He awkwardly massages the hungry beast. Bashir straightens up with a chuckle. You should have stopped me. When I get going, I don't see time pass. Issei doesn't say he would have listened forever. A real devil that has lived in the underworld for all of his life is far better than books. Instead, he dumps his now cold pasta into a plate and eats silently, eyes on maps. Red sauce that vaguely tastes like wine plasters his t-shirt. Bashir gives him an embroidered serviette that feels too soft and too pristine to be used by him with a chuckle. His thumb caresses the flamboyant Glorigold stitched on a corner. The flower glows and dances under his finger. Mr. Mumtaka, is the Glorigold really extinct? His question is asked out of pure curiosity this time. Bashir stops in his movement to tuck a map lovingly back into his arms. In Devil's Territory, yes, that tickles Issei's imagination. Does it exist in the human world? It still exists somewhere else. Well, the bookstore owner turned teacher starts slowly, as if searching for words. We do not know with certainty. The crows don't care for flowers or nature. They destroy and plunder. If they do have some Glorigolds, it would be by accident. He shakes his head at a hateful thought then, traits twisting into anger. No, for such a fragile flower, living under the shade of their dark wings could not be possible. As for the forest, there might be some in its recess. Only dead fools know. Bashir rolls the maps and tucks them in his arms. There's a finality to his words. The Glorigold has been dead and buried for too long. Here. Have you heard about the forest? The devil asks, out of the habit he seems to possess that led them to talk for hours. He has glanced at Issei many times, asking him if he understood everything. If he did not, they dwelled on a new detail. Issei squints and thinks. A vague impression of the name seems to linger. Yes, I think I saw it somewhere. In Earl Ammon's vicissitudes. Bashir asks. It is a strange name for a book resolving solely on simple geography and history of the Ammon's territory, but Issei has seen weirder titles since. Yes, probably. The bookseller knows his books better than Issei does. Bashir turns towards his guest-turned-student, mirth gone, replaced by stern seriousness. The forest is part of the underworld, but it is not part of the devil's territory or anybody's for that matter. It has its own lord and own rules. It is a very dangerous place for those that are not his subjects. Even for the Marquis, Issei asks and states. Yes. Bashir puts an old map showing the rivers of this part of the underworld back into its coffer. Only fools and the strongest among us can boast about having stalked under its shade and survived to tell the tale. And the hunters. Issei feels the capital letter on the word by the way Bashir lets his warm accent itch up. Hunters. The boy asks, foreign name rolling on his tongue. Bashir waves his free hand, a depreciative smile on his face. Hunters belong in tales of old, older than the Glorigold. They were the ones who had the right to walk under the forest shade. If they still live, they certainly stay away from our cities. Issei hums. What mysterious creatures they must be. He has never heard about them in his dreams. Another new thing to add in his notebooks. Why the sudden interest in flowers, my young friend? The question startles Issei out his thoughts. Why, indeed. I was just wondering. The teen's scarred thumb still plays with the flower on the serviette. It feels important to know about the beloved flower of the phoenix. What did it do? The boy asks, twirling the serviette so light can dance with the flower too. It changes ever so slightly in colors, from fiery yellow to mellow orange to raging red. It could provide light in the darkest place and balm wounds in the darkest hours. Basher seems to be recounting a story more than stating facts. It might be the reality of it. A flower so old it became a thing of myth more than reality. It sounds as magical as it can get. Basher sits back on his chair. He fiddles with the worn-out corner of a plastic map. If you want to know more, in the matter of medicine, I am not the best source of information. I have a friend, an apothecary. He might be able to answer your questions, young friend. Go there. Issei munches on his last bite of pasta. He nods as he gulps. Basher is giving him on a platter what he would have asked to know anyway. This devil is wonderful. Thank you. Issei is grateful. For the hospitality, for the food, for the kindness offered without a price. He wonders if the devil can perceive it. Do no thank me, young Issei. It is only normal to do this. There's something new, something closer that wraps them together when Basher utters his name gently. It doesn't bother Issei as much as it should. Basher clears his throat and his emotions. The apothecary is open right now if you want to go. Walk in the castle's direction from here. The apothecary is at the foot of the hill on the right corner of the last street. Issei puts his serviette down. He tilts his head and stares at his almost pristine plate. He has seen no castle while he wandered the streets of the city. A castle is supposed to be easy to see, right? Can I have a map of the city? He saw no castle, but a map can be trusted when his eyes cannot be. It's as good as he can get. Basher good naturally excuses himself for his poor memory. Of course, his young friend cannot know the city very well yet. Issei smiles and washes his plate. He leaves quickly afterwards, wallet and map in his pocket and other possessions left in the bedroom he was lent. After a few streets and still no castle in view, Issei takes his map out. He follows the names in the streets to a point Basher drew, waddling his way through the devils, walking briskly. He doesn't stop, not even for the peddler who promised him luck in his tombola. He finds himself at the foot of a hill, as predicted. The tall houses are tightly connected, with a few narrow passages between the mellow orange bricks. Flowers are hung high to every wall, following sculpted patterns in the rock. It smells lavish. Issei looks up from the pavement and the flowers to see. There's a blur. A very big blur. A very, very big blur. Issei looks down. The Phoenix Castle is supposed to be there. He looks up. Still a big blur. He cannot see the castle. He turns the last right corner before the blur and finds the apothecary. Well, the big blur where it should. Issei can clearly see the door, and that's about it. The door is shrouded in a blur of colors. The teen purses his lips. He approaches the door, and when no demons pounce on him, he pushes the glass door open. He finds himself in a movie set. Issei, when he heard the word apothecary, just thought Basher's quirky formal language was playing with his ears. He thought he would end up in an underworld pharmacy, something close to his own, up in the human world. He is an honest-to-God apothecary, the kind he could only hope to find in the deepest corners of Japan or in the oldest parts of Kyoto, doing their trade one client at a time, offering mysterious plants with miraculous effects. The kind he saw in movies depicting olden times. There's a guy behind the counter, looking bored out of his mind. He stares blankly at the dried plants set next to a very old register with bronze buttons and a little bell that hangs loosely on its side, ready to chime when the register is open. Glazed eyes blink and come into focus. Hello, hello. Issei has barely the time to answer before the man is back to staring at the plants as if they killed his mother. Well, that's a sure change from Japan. Nobody is yelling welcome at him. It is a different pace. He has to adjust. Issei moves slowly towards the counter. His hand comes close to the dried plants, not quite touching them nor knocking on the wooden surface, but certainly making his presence known to the apothecary. Mr. Basher Montaka sent me here, sir. He told me you could answer my questions. It escapes his mouth too quickly to be understandable, but at least the sentence is out. The man looks up, his heavy-lidded shadow eyes that rack over Issei's figure. He sighs through his nose deeply. I suppose you are one of his lost lambs. I am. Issei doesn't let himself be offended by the name. He is a lost lamb all right. Fire your questions, kid, the man says, waving his hand lazily. Uninterestedly, he breathes in and fires. What kind of medicine would cure a cancerous tumor, sir? The man raises his hand high before Issei can say more. He reaches for something under the counter. He sits down on the stool he grabbed. He fidgets to find a comfortable position. Finally, he puts his elbows on the counter and supports his chin with his linked hands. Are we talking about a human's condition? Well, Issei has his attention now. That can only be good. Yes, sir. The apothecary grunts. Cancer. FCCAT illness. Your own body derails because of one cell. That's not something Issei needed to hear again. Sharp eyes and a sharper tongue start dancing. Where is it located? Brain, sir. Neocortex. The man waves his hand dismissively. Stop calling me sir. Size. A small coin, see. Issei clamps his mouth shut. He shows the size of it with his thumb and index, like a doctor did once upon a time. It's been there for how long? Issei thinks about the time it was discovered. He counts months. It feels like a lifetime ago, when he was still a kid. 1 year. No, 2 years. The man grunts again. Issei's heart does loop in his chest. Is it a good grunt? A bad one? How is he supposed to FC King know? Any special effects? The patient lost her lucidity. She's not here anymore. Sometimes she mixes people up, sometimes she believes she is somewhere else. Issei fumbles with his words. At the end, that's all he is able to say. Even now, he can't talk about it. Dementia, then. The word sounds like the end of the world. Yes. The apothecary unlinks his hands. He stretches his left arm in front of him, brows thoughtful. To cure cancer, you would need, something potent. Strong enough to kill it in the patient if she or he is not strong enough. The devil shakes his head. Issei stays still. I have nothing for her. Are you sure? He has to try. He has to ask. Listen, kid. We're talking about a human who lost her mind and most probably her health. All the things in this store or in the underworld are too strong for a feeble, ill human. It would cure her all right. It would also kill her. It's not a good idea to let magic wanders where it had never been before. Issei leans in until his hip is pushing against the counter. It will soon start to creak in reproach. What about the phoenix tears? His voice is a whisper. The man's eyes soften, perhaps because he thinks he has been too harsh. Perhaps because he wants to humor the kid in front of him. He sighs and answers. That is not something you will find on the market. Only a few lords can boast about having it in their personal apothecary. Would it be possible to get Phoenix's tears? Issei breathes out, teeth bared and ready to plunge into his bottom lips. The devil leans back. No, okay. Issei is pinning for the stars. He will just pin harder until his space rocket is set, ready to reach for them. If I had some, would it cure her? The man's somewhat amiable look does not disappear, but his gaze scrutinizes the teen closely. Probably. The Phoenix tears can do wonders. Again, its potency could cause unwanted side effects. But not death, Issei hears himself say. Yeah, but, obtaining some is a pipe dream. Anyway, the mortals that were given the privilege of using the Phoenix tears can be counted on my hand. The devil shows his hand and there's 4 fingers and a blur where his index should be. They receive strong health and longer youth, sure. It isn't always a wanted effect for humans. It does crazy things to their small brain. The man tapes his temple then whirls his hand with a high whistle. Issei fiddles with the dried plants in front of him. Silently, finally, he squares his jaw. Thank you for your time. The apothecary grumbles. I did it for Bashir. Do tell him to stop sending me every lamb he picks up on the sidewalk. Issei smiles, lips disappearing into a thin line. He most certainly won't. He wasn't picked up from the sidewalk, thank you very much. He has one last question and then he is freaking leaving this place behind. What happened to your storefront? He asks, almost waiting for the grunt and nothing happened to my storefront, weird kid. The devil squints. His gaze rakes over Issei's figure once more. He measures and gauges and Issei feels awkward, standing there. You can see it. Yeah, whatever it is. Technically not a lie. Issei crosses his fingers behind his back, just in case. The apothecary's expression changes. It spells interesting for him and troubles for Issei. Some bastard wrote dirty words on it a few days ago. I put a seal so nobody else can do that. One of my own. Pretty impressive, huh? It is. Blurs are enchanted things, people. Issei files that in the part of his brain labeled very important for survival. His answer seems to put the man in a happy mood. He gets up from his stool with a jolly hum. You know what? I've got something for your human. It'll probably help her regain some of her mind and give her a peaceful. And pills appear in front of Issei's nose. Every morning, before dawn. With the least amount of water possible, the apothecary instructs. Issei prefers to not dwell on why the apothecary's mood changed so fast. He is on a mission. Think about the mission. Only the mission. Do you have anything to close small wounds or accelerate healing? Issei wiggles his fingers in front of his face. He will soon have to change the thin bandages he put on top of his nails. The apothecary stretches his back lazily. He turns around and his hand goes for a tiny bottle under the counter. Green clay and ashwagandha should do the trick for you. The bottle joins the pills on the counter. Pour it on your wounds. A few drops should settle it. Do not wash your hands afterwards, even if the smell is weird. Wait a few hours. Issei is nodding so much his neck hurts. That would be 50 feathers. The bell chimes and the register opens, ready to devour Issei's money. The devil has his palm open, ready to receive his payment. Issei fidgets. He remembered a small but important piece of information a bit too late. I only have, yen. Japanese money, I think the rate is. The devil raises his hand to silence the human and not disguise. Just this once. Next time, I want to see feathers or gold. Yes, sir. Thank you. Issei goes the extra mile and acts polite towards the man of trade that seems mildly bipolar. Some respect has been lost then regained for the medicinal business today. Kid, what did I tell you? The man grunts, but his eyes are not as harsh as they could have been. Sorry, the teen says as unapologetically as possible. Issei reaches for his wallet. When he opens it, his fingers do not touch paper money but smooth, flexible bills. He takes them out. There is no more Japanese currency, only soft golden bills that shine in the light. A feather decorates each corner of the bill and a phoenix soars to a better sky in the middle. See, you do have feathers. Rough fingers with green and blue spots take his bills from his hands and count them. Most of it is put back in his wallet. Issei's fingers tremble. Bashir is thoughtful beyond words, and frightfully efficient. Do you need a bag? The seller is already reaching for one. Yes, please, Issei answers on autopilot. The apothecary hands him a bag that is definitely smaller and lighter than it should, considering what has been put inside. It fits easily on his palm. Issei feels like he is holding something really special, a treasure that was carelessly given to him. His mind boils with the possibilities. He stashes them carefully, memorizing each that pops up in his mind. He will have to write them down, just to be safe. He doesn't want to forget anything that could be useful. He finds himself back in his bedroom fast enough. He doesn't wait to sit on his bed to pour the anointment on his hands. He watches as his sealed wounds disappear, covered by new, pink skin. He brushes his skin with his fingertips. His attention turns heavy as he starts to massage his fingers. The skin stays solid and soft, a little bit tender around his nails. It doesn't liquefy, change colors, or peel away. It worked. Issei moves his knuckles. He clenches his fists. The haze has been lifted. Phoenix tears are the key to her life. His guts didn't lie. He didn't lie to Uncle Umbrella. He will find Phoenix tears. Sir, where does Encyclopedia of Hellish Beasts go? Issei jostles the enormous book in his arms. It weighs a halfton or so, the teen decides. His arms tremble and he moves the book around to find a more comfortable position for his poor muscles. One of its corners digs into his flesh. Bashir, bent on whatever lists he needs to update, does not raise his head nor stop his writing. Next to Encyclopedia of Beastly Monsters. Issei is humbled by Bashir's formidable memory. Really, he is. The man can pinpoint the location of any book in the snap of a finger. He almost seems to instinctively know where he concealed his books in the shop. However, explaining where they are to other poor souls that have not been living there forever is an ordeal for the old man. But, being saddled with a book so heavy his arms tremble does not help the teen's patience. Issei is on the edge of being exasperated. Sir, Bashir raises his head, this time. He blinks, before realization dawns in his dark eyes. He shuffles and offers an embarrassed smile, much like every time it has happened before. My bad. I think it's in the monsters section. Try the second ladder on the first shelf. Otherwise, it might be on the second shelf, fourth ladder. Issei is on his way before Bashir is done giving him directions. The Encyclopedia of Hellish Beasts must either be filled with a lot of useless, superfluous words or a lot of important, read thesaurial Yuhaniami that creates your words to be this voluminous. Wait. Issei stops on his track as he is about to enter the monsters section. What now? Put that book on the counter. I almost forgot a client just requested it. Issei's mouth does twitch. He trudges his way back, arms aching. He might have put the book down less gently than he should have on the counter. Bashir doesn't comment. Issei massages his arms. His gaze wanders around the piles of books they have to organize. Inventory days are hard. His eyes leave the work he gave himself to stare at deeper corners and darker knowledge. The teen has never seen Bashir's mysterious clients. Oh, people do come in and buy books from times to times. The flow is neither steady nor does it bring in much money, but it's there. The people for whom Bashir puts books on the counter, those Issei has never, ever seen. The books are deposited on the counter. Bashir calls it a day after sundown and drags Issei out of the bookshop and into the kitchen for a late afternoon tea and a good conversation. In the morning, the books are nowhere to be seen. Issei has snooped around to find them the first few days. Then Bashir politely called for his help each time he circled the counter. Issei was not thick-skinned enough to not understand the subtle message. Mind your business, boy. Issei sighs. His gaze hovers between his pile of work and the haze that shrouds the back store. Sir, what is that place in the back? Where? Issei points vaguely at a corner. From experience, he knows it doesn't have a specific place. It is all around him. He knows just pointing will not be enough. On my first day, when I was browsing your books, there was a place I don't know how to explain. I walked forward, I'm sure of it, but everything was still the same around me. His explanation sounds silly, but he does not understand what's going. Bashir plays with the pen he holds. It stains his fingers as he twirls it around. Fountain pen, of course. It fits his character, Issei muses. Formal speech, flowery words. That, young friend, is a part of the shop that isn't open. It contains certain books and special requests for my buyers. Bashir doesn't offer to open this part of the shop to Issei's ravenous eyes. The teen doesn't ask. He prefers to paddle into easier topics. Do a lot of collectors buy? There aren't a lot of people coming and going. It is not because you do not see people coming and going that books do not. Bashir's shoulders move jauntily and Issei thinks he is stifling a chuckle. The older man turns around a second later. He is not repressing his amused smile. And you are correct, most of my buyers are collectors of sort. Issei weights a book in his hands mindlessly. What kind of books do you sell the most? All kinds. Some of my clients have specific interests. Health, fiction, or that obscure author that only wrote 12 novels in his entire life and is impossible to track down for an autograph. Others simply love books enough to try and buy my entire shop in one afternoon. As he finishes his explanation, the old devil shakes his head, a wry smile twisting his lips. You don't let them. It is Issei's turn to poorly stifle a chuckle behind his hand at the thought of Bashir, broom used as a sword, fending off people who are stumbling under the weight of all the books they're trying to buy. He has seen the courteous man becomes much less so when his beloved books are involved. He can lead by the nose indecisive buyers to books they wouldn't have chosen otherwise. He has calmly taken half the books requested by clients off the counter and told them to come back for them when they would be done with the first half. He will probably do it again if given the chance. Most clients bow down to his decisions. Issei thinks it is partly because they're too dumbfounded by the bookseller's attitude and partly because Bashir can be overwhelmingly persuasive. And other ridiculous arguments that, somehow, work. The souls that enter these walls adorned by glorigolds leave poorer in gold and richer in books, sometimes chosen by their own hands, sometimes chosen by a bookseller with twinkling eyes. Bashir sighs, and they curse me for it. Issei hums in assent. It is not all their clients that are enthralled by the bookseller. Some do try to leave with their chosen load of books. They are embarrassed by the ordeal they're put through when Bashir refuses to sell. In the end, they still bow down and let him do as he pleases. They respect him, somehow. None has ever talked to him informally nor been brash or loud, no matter how ridiculous the bookseller can get. Bashir caps his fountain pen before it has the chance to spill over all his digits. He sets it down carefully. His wrinkled expression tells Issei he is in for another interesting lecture. Books pull people to them. If you don't feel the pull, there is no point in buying them. They will only collect dust on some shelves. Books should be read and loved, not abandoned to collect dust. Bashir's tone got more impassioned with each new word that came from his book lover's heart. Then, as if he remembering he is also a calm, collected man at the core, he clears his throat. His hand goes to his throat and he covers his mouth in a rather bashful gesture. He turns away from Issei and waits a book. Furthermore, I would be mightily bored without anything to do during the day. Issei chuckles. He registers that his benefactor does not need his job to be able to live well. Bashir didn't say he needs the job. He said it relieves his boredom. That would explain the low-key lavishness in which he lives, the boy muses. They go back to work afterwards. Issei got his answer. Forbidden grounds exist in the shop. Better not approach them. Noted. He rolls his shoulders. The work here sometimes feels like the one at the sweet shop. Putting stuff on shelves, building his arm strength, updating lists, etc. It gets trickier when there's no specific spot for a book and Bashir's mumbled directions are not quite right. Issei will not complain about these. They are no big deals, especially considering that Bashir never asks when he is going to leave or shows a sign of impatience with his continuous presence inside his kitchen or his bookshop. Issei takes it as his silent assent. He is welcomed until he has his shit together. Issei might just be taking his sweet time to do it. A free lunch is not something he can refuse with a clear conscience. A free bed and free lunch, who could possibly refuse the opportunity? Not Issei. And cherry on top of his magical sundae, Bashir Muntaka does not force him to do anything, legal or illegal. Issei doesn't have a strict schedule. He can pass his days on his bed. He is not going to, but the thought that he could makes him queasy. Issei is not a lazy ass. He ain't gonna become a parasite. As promised, he found an underworld ID on his nightstand 2 days after his abrupt arrival. It is such a tiny thing, holding so much power. Issei could wander around now. He could leave and go on his own accord. He doesn't, but the thought pleases him. He is not chained. He often plays with it during lazy evenings, observing the way light is reflected on its smooth surface. It is not made of plastic. It is made of something sturdier, yet more flexible. It twists and bends when Issei experiments, but never breaks off in pieces. The name that twists into Japanese when he caresses it makes him hum, content. Hayashi Issei exists. Hayashi Issei is going to kick cancer's ass into oblivion. Issei wraps his workload for the day quickly. He bounces his way to his bedroom. A pile of books is waiting for him on the nightstand. He chose them himself, assured in his knowledge that as long as he doesn't wreck any, he can take as much as he wants from the shop. His time spent in Bashir's humble abode is not spent uselessly. He is learning and he is plotting. His books are all loosely linked by a common topic, the Phoenix. Bashir, out of patriotic love or shrewd commercialism, has an entire section devoted to his beloved territory and its leaders. Their sacred tears, how they came to power, who they served during the Great War and the Civil War, what power they wield in combat, what power they can muster in wake if a threat appeared on their horizon, how other noble families consider them. His research leads him to an inevitable conclusion. The Phoenix is not a noble family Issei can mess with. It would give the same result as poking a hornet's nest with his pinky finger, naked and both legs paralyzed. Issei wouldn't even be considered a threat in their eyes. A human with a latent scared gear, no money, no connections, and no special abilities to preserve his humanity or life is no threat. Issei, in the spurn of a sleepless night, chose a book on seals and runes. It told him that even entering the Phoenix's damn palace would be an ordeal. The runes encroached on the footsteps are, apparently, capable of keeping a behemoth out if need be. J.R.R. Tolkien depicted behemoths well enough in his famed series. Issei only saw the movies, but he has no desire to try and force his entry into the castle. He is neither humongous nor on fire. The runes will probably also recognize his non-devil status. This could be bad for his life or his weak humanity. Having red chess pieces shoved down his throat doesn't sound appealing. If they discover his secret, of course. They just might, knowing that runes are wild in their possibilities. The whole damn castle is a blur. Issei doesn't want to chance everything to desperation. Thus, stealing their tears is out of the way. They will never sell either. Their tears are considered their greatest symbol. Only fools that see nothing as sacred sell symbols, and those fools cannot approach the tears. Only members of the phoenix family and actual phoenixes can produce the precious liquid. Phoenixes are not tame creatures that will cry at one's beck and call. They are not feeble creatures that will let foolish, greedy beings steal the magic they created for their own. Phoenixes are dangerous sharp claws, strong beak, fast wings, and a fire that burns for days. The phoenix are the same. They care for their own. That's reason enough to not want to play the moth attracted to the flame. Issei does not want to get burned and crash to the ground. He does desire to soar and heal what he loves. Acting like Icarus, flying without a care for death, just for the thrill of singed wings, will bring the exact opposite result. Issei reads and reads until his eyes tingle and his brain cannot register the words his index traces. He closes his eyes. Dots swim under his eyelids. He slumps and slides off the wall that kept him upright on his bed, to his soft mattress and sweet-smelling pillows. He takes one and hugs it for what it is worth. He is stuck in a loop. Oh, he found a probable solution to all their problems. Son, you're never going to get it. The phoenix tears are a carrot held high in the air, too high for his wingless form. Phoenix, what can I offer the Phoenix clan that would make them more agreeable? He twists and turns until he is on his side. He blinks and stares at the piles of books he will have to put back in their place sooner or later. His gaze drifts around. A golden flower, blooming on an unassuming piece of fabric, stares back. He sits with a jolt. He jumps off his bed and trips to the chair where he abandoned his dirty clothes and a forgotten handkerchief. He rubs the flower with his thumb. Gold, the extinct flower that might not be extinct at all. Of course, Issei plasters his hands on his face and just kind of stretch his skin to get the stupidity out of his pores. Tea time comes too quickly for Issei's boiling brain. He still leaves his room with a skip to his steps and too many half-formed questions on his lips. Bashir smiles at him behind his teacup. He pushes the tray of biscuits towards the teen as Issei settles down. The boy tamely takes a raisin cookie. He dips it into his cup enough time for it to crumble and float around in his warm green tea. He swirls the liquid around before he goes for a taste. It is as good as usual. Issei gulps. What's outside the city? Look innocent, Issei. Innocent. You are definitely not planning something so stupid it might actually work. Issei smiles and drops it. If appearing innocent means mimicking Tamu's evil will Yao Verandiao will thank me expression, then Issei prefers to look guilty. Bashir does not scrutinize him like the teen imagined he would. He smiles and humors his young human. A great deal of smaller towns, forming a spiral around the capital. There's the Adur River to the east and the north. To the west and south, farmlands. As the Phoenix territory touch the forest, Issei drops any pretense of trickery and hopes with all of his soul his benefactor will not wonder why his protege is suddenly asking what's outside the city when he had no interest in it before. Yes, that is one of the reasons our Lord is a marquis. He protects a western march. Oh, Issei holds in the screams and bounces of joy. Hold it in, idiot. Are there a lot of marches? Quite a bit. A dozen, I believe. However, none quite are as powerful as ours. Patriotic pride swells his words. Issei has long been accustomed to Bashir's pride in his territory. His shop is drowned in golds for a reason. The first times, Issei hadn't known how to react. Now, he lets the words go over his head. The idea that devils are proud of their territory, are more fractured than he first thought, is filed away. An interesting thought to develop on a later date, it is. Japanese are not as outspoken in their nationalistic pride. It doesn't mean that such a way of expressing love for one's country is bad. The most important thing is that Issei has gotten Bashir going. The conversation can go anywhere now. Mr. Mumtaka, is there a spell on the books? Hopping from one subject to another is a form of art, Issei decides. One he has not perfected. His question stands awkwardly out. Bashir sips his tea. His pristine cup makes a stark contrast against his bronze skin. What makes you think that? The titles change to Japanese when I'm near them. Issei is saying the truth. Everything he reads in the city twists from another language to Japanese. When he is far enough, it twists back to that mysterious writing. Yes, there is a spell on the shop, Bashir admits slowly. What kind of spell? Issei has an idea, but he needs to be sure. Language spells. It is not all folks that can afford it. It is not all folks who need one either. Outside of the city, there are plenty of people that wouldn't understand your Japanese. To their ears, it will be nothing but gibberish. To your ears, their language will sound guttural, melodious, and quite stringent. I doubt you would understand of it, sadly. Issei is no sure why Bashir labels his own language so. It must have shown on his face, for Bashir exhales through his nose amusedly. That's how most foreigners label our language, he claims with a drawl that says how unimpressed he is with said foreigners. How much for the spell? Issei stirs the conversation toward a dangerous cliff. He must tread carefully, lest he be pushed by his companion. Bashir does scrutinize him, this time. All fluttering glances and slow movements. He eyes his young companion over his lukewarm tea. Do you know how to use magic? No, Issei has no idea how to go around that. The books he found consider the readers devils. He is not channeling his inner power or tense his soul sound good on paper. Not so much in reality. What the heck those words mean, he has no idea. Bashir shakes his head. Without a grip on your magic, you can't use it. There's need for a fuel to the spell that you cannot provide. Issei sinks into silence. He shifts and eyes the cup between his pink hands. A word, fire, twists back to something readable for him, Japanese. He traces the characters with his thumb. You power the spell for the books, Issei finally asks. There is a spell on the shop. That is not quite an answer to my question, sir. The conversation ends there, like embers dying under ashes. It is unnatural. Bashir likes conversations that challenge his mind, his knowledge, especially during his free time. To not continue this streak is concerning. Issei puts down his cup. He flexes his knuckles. He stays the entire night inside, not even mentioning that he might feel like going out. He acts normal, keeping his other questions for himself. He eats, jokes lightly, and goes to sleep early with a new pile of books. He waits. His sleep is disturbed and restless. Morning comes. Issei goes for his morning round around the city as usual. Finally, he is out. He turns known corners and past people who long started to wave at him as he walks past them. They know his calm pace and gentle manner now. He offers quick nods back. He is in no mood to smile. Distrust powers his steps. The black cat named Curiosity scratches his intestines. When he finally arrives in the street he seeks, he still dares to dally around entrances, staring fixedly at display until he feels awkward enough to shuffle a few meters away. A door opens. A man with a blur in his golden hair holds the door for him, thinking he might want to go inside. Issei ducks his head and plunges forwards. A bell chimes as he passes the threshold. Issei holds in the jump-in and marches towards his goal. Through two long bangs, he reads the name of the alleys. Potions, hygiene, glamour charms, spells, seals, spells. Issei backpedals and dives into that pristine alley. Books stand proudly on shelves, sometimes accompanied by bottles and thick parchments with unreadable writing. Their price and name dance into Japanese. The teen slowly follows the aisle, pushing back his bangs to read more clearly weird appellations. Footsteps follow him. Issei tenses and relaxes. Retail workers exist here too, and they do not particularly want to eat him whole. They are more interested in his wallet, or keeping up appearance to thus be able to keep their job. Retail, whether it is in the human world and in the underworld, is not the easiest or the funniest job. Hello, are you searching for something specific? The devil accosts him with an amiable smile and cupped hands. Issei smothers his instinctive no. Yes, a language spell, something that I can use to understand other languages. Do you have something like that? Of course, they are not in this alley. Follow me. They walk out of the alley. Issei's stomach is doing push-ups. They dive into the seals alley. The worker picks a seal in a plastic case from the right shelf. He hands it to Issei with a smile. Issei doesn't reach for it. He bounces on his tiptoes, torn. A friend told me that I needed to master magic to be able to use this spell. The retail worker's smile changes. It stays, but the feeling behind changes. Sir, it is not a spell. Your friend must have joked. High-grade spells need a constant stream of magic. This is neither a spell nor high-grade. You can use it for a half year without problems and without using any magic. Anything it needs is stored inside already. Is that so? The teen murmurs. The worker nods. Issei takes the seal from the devil's outstretched hand wordlessly. How much for it, he asks, not particularly worried about the price. Other things make him want to bite his nails until he has nothing left on his fingers but bones him. The retail worker's fixed smile is back as he points to the shelf and to the seal's price that is clearly written for all eyes to see. Issei feels stupider and blinder. 10 feathers. Anything else? Issei shakes his head and follows the devil to the checkout. The seal quickly becomes his. He twists the thin paper, observing the red print. Madness smells like pear and peach. He is not going to put on something definitely magical on him, is he? Do you want help putting it on? The ever-helpful worker gestures to his own throat and Issei knows what to do. No, I'm good. Issei presses the soft paper against his throat, seal facing him. The paper dissolves into his throat, fleeing his grasp. The human brushes his skin. Nothing. He can only feel warm, dry skin. His heart beats against his palm. There is no discomfort, no strain on his throat or wherever magic is supposed to come from in his body. Bashir lied to him. Thank you for your patronage. The devil cups his hands. Issei turns and walks away. The bell chimes again as he exists. Its sound is melancholic in the now empty shop. The words on the storefronts that always sneakily twisted into Japanese when he approached them remain Japanese, whatever the angles he stares at them from. He squints. He gazes through his long eyelashes. No movement. The words are dead to his eyes, simple characters etched on glass and wood. Issei slowly walks back to the bookshop. There are more people on the street now. He pays them no heed. The door is unlocked when he turns the doorknob. Issei surveys the inside of the too big bookshop and sees absolutely nobody. Good. He has to think. Process the betrayal. Prepare. It takes him an hour, slumped on a chair in the middle of the bookstore, head thrown back as his eyes observe the dancing light that passes through the blooming glory gold on the ceiling. His neck hurts and creaks when he finally moves. He blinks back whatever he feels. He tiptoes to his bedroom. What he does there is a blur in his brain. He repeats the motion several times, making sure that he has everything he needs. His hands go to his pockets, mechanically touching and recounting everything in there. He is set. On an impulse, he takes the handkerchief with stitched Gloragolds Bashir gave him so carelessly on his first day in this cozy background. It is stuffed in his pocket too. Issei leaves the bedroom, shoulders rolling and mind too calm. The panic attack is not here. It's the rest of the world that's crumbling again. What do you want to eat for lunch, young friend? A calm voice calls him. And yes, Bashir is standing there, rolling his sleeves back, ready for a battle in the kitchen. Issei musters a smile. Choose for me. You know the tasty food around here better than I do. His voice sounds flat. He gulps sand and broken glass. Bashir's lips tilt upwards. Something tasty, then. Issei smiles back. He shuffles his hands around his pockets. His fingers play with the little bag he stuffed there. A little, useful bag that can be filled with many more objects than should be possible. I'm going for a walk. The note he left neatly folded on his bed says otherwise. Bashir nods. Come back before dark. Issei smiles, and his smile is a lie. Beep, 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 beep. A line pulses up and down, etching broken mountains on a screen. A machine hums and buzzes in the silent twilight of a white room. A door is opened. Light invades the room, lighting dark corners and closed eyelids. It is swiftly forbidden entry as the door is pushed close. Clothes rustle close to a bed. Hayatu Ikari. She's been out for a few days now, an old voice, aged prematurely by heavy smoking and untold worries, states. Cover are shifted out of the way and thin feet are gently moved. A hand dips a washing cloth in lukewarm water. Another moves expertly a lifeless, pale body into another position. The body's white gown is removed. Thin, fuzzy black hair are caught in the fabric. Small fishes in a net. They leave their old vessel without a goodbye. Goosebumps appear on frail skin. Warm water and soap soothe the goosebumps away. Her husband refuses to turn off her life support as long as their kid is not found, the old voice says softly, as if it wished to furnish the silence. To adorn with a story the lifeless body they are cleaning. What a younger voice startles. Bubbles quiver on the body. He ran away. Older hands, calloused and rougher, reaches for a soft towel. It is pressed against cold skin. Younger hands stop their motion, left to soak in not quite warm water. That sweet boy who always came with flowers for his mom. Yes, when did he run away? There's a pause, filled with the rustles of a clean gown and deep sighs. The social services tried to ask her a few questions, but she wasn't all there when they came. She went catatonic a few hours later. From what I heard, he had been missing for a week. It was their old neighbors who sounded the alarm when they got not news of him after he was supposed to get to his father's house. His father had never called for him. An angry huff slaps the silence, and he dares to call himself a man. We do not know their story. The older voice tries to soothe. This is terrible, the young, inexperienced voice whispers. An inaudible whisper follows that. It sounds forlorn. It sounds used to the way people come in their world alive just to leave in coffins. Do you think she can hear us? The hopeful voice asks softly as footsteps move towards the door that keeps the light out and the darkness in. Her eyes are closed. Her ears aren't, the older voice murmurs back. Just a minute. The young voice calls gently. She shuffles back to the bed. Calloused hands right pillows and push a dried flower, pressed between two pieces of paper, under an almost dead woman's head. He used to read her books until she would fall asleep, you know. He's a very gentle boy. He will come back soon. A tired hum, neither a yes nor a no, follows and disappears as a door is opened and closed. Light came, light was barred entrance, and now darkness is all that remains. Eyes quiver under heavy eyelids. Tick, tock, tick, tock. His sneakers hit the cobblestones rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Magical super duper cool blast. A shop, all windows and doors open to the street, is blasting the opening song of Leviathan's extra adventures in the underworld for the world to hear. An orchestra, full of bizarrely stringed instruments and blaring percussions, floods the street with its music. People shake their head and move along the tempo, amused. Children gather round, jumping with the bass. Issei ducks his head and hunches his shoulders forwards. The tempo of his sneakers goes from placid to erratic. He leaves the open street in the dust of his soles and regrets. This decision, his decision, doesn't make sense. He is leaving everything behind, again. There's no vague plan this time. Hopeless is the name. Glorigold is the word. Adventure. He is going on an adventure. Death is part of it. It makes the damn thing thrilling, doesn't it? Damning exciting. He is going to die at the end of his life, someday. He will make sure this someday happens after his mother has lived a long, long life. His mouth aches for relief. His teeth call for. He glances at his hands critically. His nails are almost at a normal length. It would be stupid to ruin them. It would be stupid to ruin his finger again after he spent money so they wouldn't be so. He stuffs his once abused hands in his pockets. His ears buzz. Fruits, fresh fruits from the orchard. Issei voices a tiny little noise. The shrill yell startled him more than he is comfortable to admit. He rights his shoulders and pays a bit more attention to his surroundings. It wouldn't do to be an accident or stomp on somebody's feet in a moment of inattention. Issei glares at the stall that woke him up without meaning to. The fruit that the woman is holding up and putting in every bystander's face is familiar. A pear as green as young sprouts. Issei slows down and cranes his neck. He knows the fruit. Bashir gave him some a few days ago. It tasted like lemon drops. It's not supposed to do anything to devils, but Issei felt kind of out the entire day. Drowsy. Give me one of those, Issei orders when he is near enough to smell the sweet perfume of the fruits, but not enough to be punched by the enthusiastic seller. Her smile stretches as her eyes glint. There are too many teeth in there. A Welsh banquet. Yeah. Issei grasps for his wallet. Anything else? No. Issei throws the money more than he gives it. The woman throws her fruit at his face more than she gives it in return. The hand that catches the wayward fruit aches and throbs. She was not gentle in her throw. Issei wisely doesn't complain and goes on his merry way. A few steps later, he is gnawing on tough skin. Better munches on a fruit that will make him drowsy than to panic. Better to be kind of out than to destroy his lips. He glimpses at his reflection in glass and mirrors. He pats his bangs back in a semblance of a respectable hairdo. Issei lets his feet lead him. He mutters goodbyes to known buildings and unnamed characters. He is going on an adventure. Yeah, the good kind. The kind he will come back alive from. The kind that will make his mother smile at him. Yes, that's a good goal. Issei approaches the western gates of the city. They form a massive arch made of stone. They seem to be made of only one gigantic block of soft bronze stone, for there are neither seams nor lines to distinguish different blocks on the facade. Runes run along its arc, carved in the old stone. The outer rim, close to the sky, stays dormant. It is majestically useless. They are the ones Issei can see. The inner rim is nothing but a blur to his eyes. The teen finds a somewhat clear spot. He observes the guards of the gate, shoulder nonchalantly pressed against a wall. His gaze follows them as they gesticulate, overseeing the continuous stream of people that enters and leaves the city, walking, running, driving over blurred ruins. He watches as they sometimes seem to randomly pick a pedestrian out of the masses. On the right side, the people in blurs briskly leave the city on foot or in antique cars. The teen does not know their name, but their curves and massive forms indicate age. Things that, again, he would only have seen in a collector's garage or on TV in the human world. Issei has seen some newer cars in the city, however, they were not numerous. The inhabitants of the city seem to prefer older cars. On the left side, same fauna, but other direction. They pour into the city somewhat orderly. The place is bustling with life, yet the guards accurately pick up people that sometimes do try to run away from them. He twirls the stem of the half-munched green pear that tastes like lemon between his fingers. He is calm now. His heartbeat is too slow for the ideas that mingle in his brain. He could walk on the good side of road and get the hell out of there. He has his ID, it's supposed to work. Supposed. Issei moistens his chapped lips. His gaze lands on a younger-looking guard that ever so repeatedly adjusts his well-adjusted woolen red belt. Issei has seen him circling the gates, voice too loud and movements too brash. Finally, the guard goes to the small post annexed to the wall, all windows towards the gate and the flood that comes and goes. He takes a cup out from the post and drinks, eyes trained on people who sit straighter and go slower when they notice his intense gaze. He burns a hole in their head, trying to peek inside their mind to see illegal matters and falsehood. At least, it's how it looks to Issei. The guard might just be very bored with his job or lost in thoughts of his beautiful wife. Issei approaches the post and the devil lazily, as if he had time to spare. He throws his Wellsponcat in a trash can. He cups his hands amiably and waits till the young guard has noticed his gesture to unlink his digits. The gates are impressive. He starts offhandedly, admiring the gates. He is not really speaking to the guard yet. If the man doesn't want small talk, he won't answer. They sure are. Everybody says that the first time they see them. Issei imagines the smug smile on the guard's face. He restrains his own smile. He tilts his head and glances at his new interlocutor. What makes you think I'm a first-timer? The guard's hand forgets to adjust his belt. It pats his nose instead. A little smile accompanies the gesture. I've got a good nose. You smell like the human world. So that's what Bashir meant. I was up a couple days ago. The smell hasn't left completely yet, Issei offers. You don't stink, dude. I've heard that a good bath with salt from the Adur River does magic to remove the smell, if you want to try. Issei accepts the advice with a serious nod. He will have to look into it. Hiding his scent could be a damn good idea. His gaze lands back on the gates and he goes back to his playful act with a sigh. It's a shame that only the inner rim works. The rest has taken on a more decorative purpose, now. What are you talking about? The guard is staring at him as if he were a fool. He is not too far from the truth. The gates are never fully operational. The runes demand too much fuel to function properly in peacetime for it to be worth it. Only the inner rim functions at all time. Issei explains tranquilly, as an expert would, like Bashir does most of the time. Another guard chooses this moment to approach the post. He nods at Issei and cups his hands. Your fire burns. He turns towards his junior. The distinction between the two is made clear when the first guard, Issei Fish, nervously performs a bow. That is something you should know already. Didn't you listen during your time in the academy? Yes, sir. I did, sir. The guard, fumbling in his nervousness to puff his chest out and right his not-at-all slouched shoulders, is kind of cute. Like a puppy found with his nose buried in a box of treats, trying to act innocent. Not enough, apparently, is the biting remark he gets. The older officer disappears into the post. The seemingly young devil withers on the spot. Ah, the wonders of books. Issei chose his prey wisely. The man doesn't look like a bookworm, and sometimes appearance does not lie. You can't see them work, Issei asks, as if he was curious about the matter. Of course, the guard can't. Issei is special in his inability to see what the seals and runes and whatnot magical thingies do. He can't see what they do, but he can see that they're here. The guard fiddles with his belt. He eyes the orderly traffic in front of us, as if he wished a sudden accident could arise so he would be able to leave. That won't do for Issei. I'm not well, sir, not I can't. Only specialists can, sir. Issei smiles and changes the subject for mercy's sake. In appearance, first day here. The guard stops staring at the people coming and going to frown, looking particularly miffed. I've been a guard here for 2 years. Oh, the frown gets deeper. It looks like a pout. Are you saying I'm bad at my job? It's part of the reason I chose you, brother. You seem nervous. Issei settles on a less stinging answer. You must remain amiable. Are you afraid of your colleague? Okay, maybe that wasn't amiable at all and totally tactless. Issei's having a bit too much fun watching the guard's face get steadily redder. There must be a problem with his brain. He blames the fruit he took. Shut up, his cheeks are redder than Surzech's hair. Impressive. You shouldn't be so affected by his bite, Issei offers. The guard twiddles his fingers silently. Finally, he opens his mouth under Issei's watchful gaze. He is a legend. I mean, a local legend. He says weakly. So you respect him very much, Issei remarks. He glances at his prey and mulls over his next words. They form easily in his head, but will they sound as good when he voices them? He better tries than be caught with a fake ID. Treat him as you would your other colleagues. Forget he is a legend and remember he is your superior. You'll not impress him by acting like a struck fool. Forget the devil splutters. Is he your teammate? The guard nods tamely. Yes, then he is here as your teammate and nothing else. You should only think about your duties and be professional. He will appreciate you more this way. He is not here to be admired and you are not here to admire. That is all. Wow, some pep talk that was. Issei didn't know he had it in himself. The guard splutters some more. He blinks and then his arms are crossed and his face is set into something Issei doesn't like. Hello, who is your master for you to tell me how I should do my job? Issei, in a moment of stupid clarity, gestures towards the blur that looms over the city. The sleeping giant of a castle he doesn't dare to approach but dares to claim as his own. No, flat-out denial comes from the guard. Issei understand, really, he does. Who would believe a 13-year-old boy who seems fresh out of the human world? He understands, but he needs the devil to believe him. Believe what you want, Issei says diplomatically. It is easy to lie. He simply has to state vague truths and lets others extrapolate for him. Others do the entire job for him with their imagination. Silence settles on both of them. One is openly anxious, playing with his belt and glancing at his companion, and the other is simply dying inside, one heartbeat at a time. The guard caves in first. Sir, how do you see which runes are working? Secrets. My master will be angry if I scatter them around, Issei says with a half-joking, half-serious tone. In his mind, he is patting the guard's shoulder. Books, friend. Read them and you'll know everything there's to know about these damn gates. The public thing, at least. My master is made of paper and ink. His master is a book who can't feel unhappy about secrets being revealed. However, his ability to see runes working is a secret. Technically, very technically, Issei is not telling a lie. He hopes so. He crosses his fingers just to be sure. Oh, the young guard sounds just a tiny bit odd. Hook, line and sinker. Sorry for asking, sir. It is not a problem, Issei says mercifully. Inside, he is dancing. Issei is noticeably younger and not so clearly weaker, but the guard serves him a sir in his every sentence now. The man dips his head, and his gaze meets his frankly, head-on, before it also dips lower. Respect has been earned. Issei feels like getting naughtier. He dries his damp hands against his pants. Have a good day, Issei calls before he stalks past the ruins where he is supposed to walk calmly, in clear daylight, shoulder meeting bony appendixes harshly as the stream on the other side tries to push back to his side of the road. He is walking where officers are supposed to tread, overseeing the current in the middle of it all. The guard is on his heels an instant moment. Wait, a hand brushes his shoulder before it retracts itself, as if burnt by a raging inferno. Issei stops on his trek. He turns around, an eyebrow raised. Sir, your papers. Issei stares at him with his much-practiced blank stare. Is everything good, officer? And the guard caves in, again. Yes, go ahead, sir. Have a good day. Issei offers a smile and a tiny tilt of his head that could pass as a nod. The guard dips his head low. The victorious human boy walks past the gates, observing the blurs. Unbeknownst to all, the runes that are carved in the rock shine softly as he waltzes his way under the massive arches. He finds himself not quite out of the capital. The city does not end per se after the gates. It sprouted out its walls a lifetime ago, but security is not the same outside of its proud walls. Or so Bashir said. Issei hops to the bus station by the side of the roads, stuck between a lopsided hostel that promises cheap deals and great beds and a restaurant that smells like tasty grease. Issei pats his pockets for his wallet as he approaches the bus station. A bus is stationed there, waiting for passengers. The proud phoenix seal decorates its sides. Issei knows he is lucky when he is told by the man selling the tickets that yes, indeed, the bus goes all the way to the western border of the Phoenix territory. It will cost him, though. Issei slides his money on the counter wordlessly. He receives a small ticket in exchange and off he goes, to meet his destiny. He looks one last time at the flaming heart of the Phoenix territory. On this side of the gates, words are engraved over the outer rim of runes in beautiful, looping letters. Welcome are the ardent and spirited flames. Issei swears to see those words again. He surveys the walls as he waits, grasping at happy memories to fortify his decision and silently praying to nameless gods. He needs them to be merciful on his destiny. He needs mercy and strength. Finally, a bus coughs its way to the station. The teen grips the metal door and hops inside the vehicle. He slides his ticket against the seal on the podium next to the driver. It feels like he is passing his bus card on a machine to pay his ride. The chauffeur nods at him when the teen says hello, and off he is to the back of the bus. Issei surveys his new habitat for the hours to come. It is not even nearly full. No blurs. The speaker buzzes. Attention passengers, we are leaving in 15 minutes. The sound is cut off with a high-pitched creak. Issei sinks in his seat in the very back. Bashir will be so mad. A miffed bird, all ruffled feathers and squealing beak. He snorts. The bus departs after one last frazzled passenger settles down. They depart and Issei knows there's no coming back from that. There is something freeing about the vast plains in which his bus roars and soars. He's out. His choices are his own. He knows the forest might be the worst place ever for him. There might be no such flowers in there. There might only be death awaiting him. The forest will be a chaotic place compared to his little suburbs. Issei has never camped. He doesn't know the first thing about wildlife, and knowing the supernatural of his dreams, it can only be much, much worse than in the human world. Only fools go in there. Only fools come back. Hayashi Issei is a fool. He has no time, no plans, no nothing. His belongings are in the home of a man who lied. He has to try anyway. Better live and feel while he still can do so freely. Better try his hardest to fulfill his quest than to wait more till he has not time left. His mother's life is in his hands and time is running out. He feels it. Tick, tock. Why did he stay so long at Bashir's, waiting? He was aimless for too long. Now is the time to act. Now is the time to live. Just like the cereals that waves at him from their fields. Issei admires the few towns they encounter. They reside on soft golden hills, like scattered mushrooms left to their own device. Issei doesn't know the name of the cereals that stand proudly in the warm breeze that seems to never leave the spring land of the Phoenix. Perhaps it is wheat, perhaps it is hay, and perhaps it is something that doesn't exist in his world. He wants to run through the fields. His eyelids close and a dreamless sleep takes him far away for a few hours. He has arrived. The last stop is there, in a tiny bordering town at the end of a bumpy gravel road, at the ends of boundless fields. Wisps of mist leaves the trees wet and the ground damp. They change driver midway. This one cups his hands tiredly at Issei before he makes a beeline for the inn where he is staying. Issei walks slowly behind him. When he thought of leaving, he didn't comprehend that it would take 8 hours to get to the farthest town before the forest. The other passengers that stayed with him till the end are already in their respective homes. They literally flew towards their abode. Issei turns his head towards the darkness that looms outside the town, after the last tiny's house on the only street. The forest is there, looming over the summer horizon. Sundown has since long fallen. Sunrise is close. The sky is made of black and lightning blue, changing in hues. Stars twinkle as they disappear. The earth of the street feels soft under his feet. He shivers. He has never been in such a remote place. Only one electrical light, brighter than anything he has ever seen anywhere, shines over the town. He steps outside of the sleeping town. It's not difficult. There are only a dozen houses or so, one looping street and a big building in the center of it all. The dirt road he follows goes from crisp gravel that rolls and makes noises under his soles to soft soil. He marches. The grass grows taller around him, reaching for his hair with the morning breeze. He is no longer surrounded by fields of grains. The forest is in front of him. Well, it looks like a normal forest. On its edges, there are no looming trees, no drooling beasts, no anything that looks like it would like to eat Issei. It resembles the one he walked in when his parents had a moment of respite and felt like taking him to see something else than gray buildings and old movies in decrepit theaters. He vaguely remembers fat squirrels and throwing pine cones and pebbles at them to see them scramble. He was a pretty good shot back then. He did that until one red squirrel, in lieu of disappearing high in tangled branches, jumped on him, claws outstretched and jaw wide open and full of tiny and sharp teeth. His scream had been so shrill and loud it scared the beast away and brought his flustered parents to his side. His mother laughed at him, after they checked every inch of his unblemished skin with worried eyes. She pinched his nose and told him to not bother the squirrels, and they wouldn't bother him. He has done so since that episode. Issei breathes in the crisp air and continues thinking about her. He skips over a protuberant root. His nose is smashed. His head bounces back. Issei jumps back, massaging his nose with a whimper. Bad, bad, this is bad. His pants calm down to deep breath when he is sure no will seep out from his hurt face. He looks up and down, searching what hurt him. There's nothing, just the root on the ground. There's nothing but a root that comes out of the ground in the middle of a path. There's no tree anywhere close by. Why is there a root? He taps it with his foot. It's there. Real. He squints. The path in front of him is not exactly clear. He squints some more. The sunset illuminates the fields now. There's a blur. There's a freaking blur where the rest of the path lays. He touches with the tips of his fingers the thing in front of him. It feels compact, dense. The teen applies one palm against it. His arm trembles, taut. He can't lose one arm because he touched something he shouldn't have. His palms meet something cold and dead. He pushes. The thing doesn't push back. It stays firm, unmovable. There is an invisible wall in front of him. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Darn it. Winter sun sets and rises on rainbow. Gray dew glistens on short grass and high trees. People buzz in and out of the hamlet, readying for the winter harvest and preparing the fallow lands for the spring plowing. Farmers start bonfires on their lands, burning unused hay and fertilizer to enrich the soil. Large burnt circles carve the soft landscape. Women fuss over the solstice celebration. They sew new clothes, adorn the interior of their houses with bright strips of clothes that form elegant arches over their hearth. They pick winter flowers that dance in the pale light of their cold sun. They bake light bread stuffed with candied fruits and sprinkled upon with sugar whiter than the fresh snow that never graces their land. Men take care of the exterior of the houses. They wash the burnt walls that protect them from the infamous wind that lords over their plains. They hang the supple branches of young trees over the doorstep of their humble abode and steal a piece of sweet bread when they think their wife is not aware. Finally, when all is done and one would like to sit down with a cup of warm wine and a morsel of silence, they labor some more to consolidate their walls with the help of the town's 2 magicians. Robust walls are needed to withstand the might of the rolling hills. Children, a dozen of them in total, help out when their mothers call for them. Otherwise, they busy themselves, gliding on warmer winds and flapping their tender wings in colder ones to stay up in the air. They play tag, looping and laughing and faking crashes under the watchful guard of the whole village. The elders watch, helping when their help is needed. No one can make their traditional sweet bread better than an old grandmother who spends her days waiting anxiously for a grandchild or spoiling rotten said grandchild. And if their help is not needed nor asked, they come, fretting over this slightly worn strip of cloth or that batch of candied fruits that doesn't taste quite right. Their descendants let them work with a sigh and a reminder to not overdo it. They dare not say more, for they would only face the thunder of grandmas used to lord over their village. Life is simple. Squabbles and celebrations rhythm the life of the town. One building, older than the most ancient house in Rainbow, towers over all. It looks made of one block of orange-red rock, and characteristic runes along the foot of its wall. There, once, resided a lord. Now, it is empty of lore but filled with good-for-nothing magicians. Or so the gramps who tell stories to occupy the children say. One of the good-for-nothings, clothed in dark garbs clearly meant for practicality more than fashion, sneezes. He grumbles and pulls his scarf around his neck tighter. Winter is not as sweet as it could be. The wind has decided to be cruel this year. It comes from the northeast, stopped by nothing but the frail thickets that keep the soil encroached to the ground and vampire deers and moon rabbits well-fed. He breathes in. Cold wind needles his face. It smells of the Ardor River, dew, foggy mornings, and heavy silt that makes the ground caves and grows treasures. The wind is their all-powerful master, creating tornadoes and storms magnitude stronger than anywhere else on the continent. When it chooses to be kind, it brings treasures in its pockets and rain on its scarf. Today, the Ardor River's smell, which flows far in the north and winds its way through the soft hills and flat plain along monotone landscapes and towns, overpowers senses. Another smell bounces on the wind. A subtle smell that screams stranger, foreigner, unknown. The man scrunches his nose. He slows down and observes his beloved main street, scanning for the source of the dissonance. A lanky teen brushes past him. His coat swivels behind him and brushes Ansel's. They exchange a glance and a nod coupled with a swift cup of their hands. The teen's steps do not falter. The man quickens his pace. Just a child. A strange-smelling boy, but a boy nonetheless. Probably a relative of the Gowden. They were blessed by magic with fertility and a habit to pop a new baby every decade, the lucky twats. The bus stationed at the curve of Main Street, just before the first hill that surrounds their valley, honks. The teen speeds up. He watches as the brown-haired kid climbs the steps of the bus and stores the fact that the kid is leaving in the gossip's cupboard. It is rude to leave so close to the great night. Must be one of those city boys who were not raised correctly. Probably thinks they celebrate the great night better at the Capitol or something, when really, Rainbow is where the fun is at. Who can compete with his grandmother's sweet bread? No one, that's who. He snorts haughtily. A rather mean airstream snaps by his ears. He ducks and scurries into the tall building, decision taken. The runes shine softly when he walks upon the doorstep. They welcome him in. He pushes the door close, firmly keeping the wind out of the mansion where it cannot enter, for there are no cracks in the walls and no holes in its magic coat. Another matter, more urgent, washes away the memories of the teen's face off his mind. His one and only colleague, Vad, is drinking from a steaming cup of coffee, slouched on a venerable chair that has seen better years and plumpier masters. His boots-clad feet are proudly propped on a rickety desk that seems to slowly slump under the sheer amount of paperwork and junk it bears. They cup their hands in greeting so fast it could have been nothing but an insult if they hadn't been doing it that way for years. The man in black eyes his colleague and gags. Still drinking that stuff. To each his addiction. One a cup. When pigs fly. The devil slouches back on his seat with a caffeinated jolt. Your loss, Ansel. Ansel grunts. He stands unmoving in front of his own desk. A thought, as unspeakable as it is, plagues him. No, it is not possible. Yet he wonders how much ridicule his old friend will dish out if he voices his concern. He starts pacing the floor of their small workroom, from the couch turned into a makeshift and uncomfortable bed, to the junk that neatly litters half the space there, to his coffee-drinking colleague and then back to the bed. He would probably pace the floor of the entire mansion if the other rooms had not been locked and out of use for years. Thus he wears out creaking parquet that whimpers softly at the abuse. His colleague wiggles his feet, his eyebrows following along the dance. Whatcha doing? There was something weird by the wall, Ansel drops. You were by the wall when we still have to consolidate the old man's house. Do you have any idea how much he bugged me about his dear house and his beloved garden? Vad's face darkens, galloping from tranquil beige to angry red. He puts down his cup and points at Ansel accusingly. Of course you do, that's why you fled. Ansel does not answer. His itchy feet led him to the western wall. He stares at the dots of unknown origins that stain the wall. Finally, his hand grazes the rough surface, brushing the white, decaying paint. He pushes. Runes appear and shine, moving like snakes in sand, through the wall, appearing and disappearing into the thick rock. They move in circle, closing on Ansel's hand. What kind of weird? Vad asks him, finally asking a good question. Ansel does not answer. He does not know. Vad rights himself on his chair. Hot coffee leaves his cup in his hasty movement. The chair under him creaks as it bends back to its original form. Something happened to the wall. Ansel stays silent. He feels his own anxiety mount as his coworker's nervousness taints the air with its heavy perfume. The wall under his hand moves and caves in. A black orb appears under Ansel's hovering hand, lying on a cushion of crimson velvet. Ansel squints into the ball. Another head hovers by his shoulder, squinting into darkness. Thankfully, the glass orb remains unmoving, dead to the world and the magic poured into it. They sigh in unison. It wasn't breached, Ansel comments. Vad settles himself on his chair with a lopsided smile. You got me worried for a sec. What bugs you then? There was someone. I couldn't find them, Ansel grunts. Maybe they were quick enough. Pretty sure it was one of the kids. They have this little game of courage where they need to prove they're no chicken by approaching the wall. It's dumb, but they like it. Ansel shakes his head. There were no traces going anywhere. They stopped at the wall. Vad blinks. That's weird. It is more than weird. It's worrying Ansel in ways he cannot admit. No one can open the gates. No one should even try. The damned wall is there for a reason. He itches to find the fool who dared to come so close to their protection against all the monsters that lurk beyond the known world. Whoever did it, they weren't bright either. They tiptoed so close when their gate is not even operable anymore. People around here were not stupid enough to let a usable door close by. They locked and bricked up the thing a few centuries ago when it became clear nothing good would come out of that damn revolving door. They could bypass the wall, but so could the beasts on the other side if they pushed hard enough. Their quick thinking saved them a lot of grief, that it did. People around here have some sense, but not all of them. Ansel angles his head to get a good look at his friend, his colleague, his other half to the good-for-nothing duo they make. You and I are the only ones who have access to the key, Vad. Are you accusing me? Vad's tone goes up and higher still. Ansel recognizes his skittish coworker well there. After so many years of forced cohabitation, he knows him too well. Vad is too much of a coward to break their fragile peace. Ansel smacks his lips. Vad, going into the forest alone? No, he isn't that much of a fool. No, of course not. You're not suicidal enough to go in there. You're damn right, you piece of shit. They fall back into silence. Worries and possibilities, most imaginary, plague their weary mind. Vad toys with his empty cup. He glances at his coworker from time to time. Ansel cannot say if it is his normal jitters acting up or if he has something to hide. Vad, going alone in the forest? No. Vad, giving access to somebody else? Not impossible. Not like it could be a hunter, Vad comments with a straight face. They share a somewhat conniving glace by their standards. Vad guffaws a second later. Ansel pinches his lips together. Long after their little exchange, Ansel, officer of the wall, brews himself a cup of good tea and observes the clear sky. He received this position after toiling 50 years as a guard in the capital. A glorified position for a good-for-nothing, as his old folks once said, but a cushy one to be sure. There are no enemies here. No crows ever came this far. No monsters can breach the wall. He has to help out the town people when they need a magician, but that's about it. He shakes his head. The work has gone to his head. No one can pass the wall. Nothing can breach the wall. Everyone knows this. It is the beating heart of why devils dare to live so close, so it. Nothing can pass. But what if, as much as Ansel would like to believe in the wall's capacity to be impenetrable, he is an officer of the wall. He knows. He has been taught well. The design of the wall is not without flaws. It has been perfected over the years, but even perfection can be proven imperfect. And the things on the other side, too, could be a problem. He decides to make one last round before dark, just to be sure. Then he will go to the old man's house and reviews Vad's doings. The old man will never let them off of the hook if his house has the smallest tremors during the great night. Knowing the violence of their rolling hills, he will probably have to add some more strength to the runes. His cup emptied and his list of chores settled, Ansel adorns his coat and trots. A great night will be all too soon upon them. The bus driver adjusts his seat. Lower, I fudge. He plays with the tiny handle until his legs feel comfortable working with the pedals. The drive will be hecking long. Not being comfortable before the great night would big time. Honestly, who is even going to take the bus from the very last stop of their land? Technically, it is not the last town before the end of their territory, but nobody can talk about towns beyond this point. Rainbow is small, but not as small. He himself doesn't know the name of the hamlets beyond this point. Heck, 4 hours ago, a rainbow was just a cute little thing that happened in the sky sometimes, when rain and light met. Not a town. He hopes he doesn't have to come back there. He dreads the ride back already, much like he dreads going to work every day. He had to take up the job because he is the youngest. His freaking coworkers dumped the night's duty on him. He could be eating sweet bread, but here he is, driving a freaking empty bus. Sure, the pay's better, but, come on, sweet bread. Against his past conclusion, one kid approaches his bus, not to jeer at him and his lack of sweet bread, but to steadily step into his kingdom. Your fire burns, the kid says softly, hands cupped. His ticket is caged between his fingers. The driver cups his hands. Your fire burns. He takes the ticket, does not really review what it says beside the important part. The kid is going to the capital. They're going to be together all day then. Has to be traveling on the solstice's eve, doesn't it? Everybody is eating sweet bread at home and lighting bonfires for the great night. Well, if we're lucky, we might see some big ones on the road. The youngling hums. He offers no real other answer. The driver takes no offense. Kids who were born after the Maoists put that fake sun up in the air often act off before and during the great night. His little sis is a nightmare. She literally jumps on walls and eats his share of sweet bread, the little demon. With a shudder, he turns the key in its lock. The motor of his bus roars to life. He waits a few more minutes. No more passengers climb the steps. Slowly, he pilots his bus out of the curve. He glances at his wing mirror and silently bids his goodbyes to the wall and the forest and rainbow. Arches of primary and secondary colors dance as the sun's beams hit the invisible wall, twisting into a colorful goodbye. He knows that when he comes back, the rolling hills of the great night will have changed the landscape. Houses will stand proud, yet they will be displaced by their earthly ocean. After a few hours, the kid is still silent and so is the driver. The kid is in the far back, his mop of brown hair the only thing visible. A thought sparks the driver desire to talk and makes him forget his unbreakable vow to not be the first to break the silence. You don't happen to have sweet bread, do you? There are movements behind, and the driver unashamedly spies the kid in his rear mirror. He is up now, taking something out of his bag. Is it yes? The driver smiles. You don't have to, you know. His hands betray his words. One holds the wheel straight on the straighter road while the other reaches for the offered treat excitedly. He calmly rips the sliced bread out of its plastic bag. He takes one and bites into it. He might have ate a bit. It might just have been the kid who made that bizarre sound when he tried his bread. Good stuff, the driver rumbles. Almost as good as his mom's, he doesn't add. It is, the kid answers perfunctorily. He nibbles his slice like a small animal would. And that's it for the rest of their journey. The drive is smooth. Nobody wants to be on the road for the great night's eve. He only has one passenger. They do not take lengthy pauses. They are at their last stop, the capital, sooner than expected. The driver scratches his head and thinks that driving on such a day is not so bad. No crazy drivers, no crazy passengers. He even had sweet bread. And as soon as the sun disappears beyond the horizon, the great night will start. He will have a whole week to sleep, burn old woods to light the great night, honor his ancestors and the fallen, and eat yummy food. His stomach can't wait for the yummy food. He cups his hands at the boy he drove all the way to the capital. The kid mimics his gesture sleepily. Have an awesome great night, the driver recites the sacred words happily. You too. The kid tilts his head, but doesn't answer with the right words. The driver does not take offense. The kid is sleepy. The great night really does take its toll on youngsters, eh? With one last wave, the driver quickens his pace to leave the bus station. His sweet mother might just have saved a piece of bread for him. He just needs to get there before his ravenous sibling finds it and try to gulp it down. He doesn't turn back for one last look, mind occupied by sweet bread and sweeter times. Thus, he doesn't see the kid he drove during the great night's eve stands motionlessly on the spot where he abandoned him. He doesn't see him waver, feet gliding in one direction then bouncing to another. He doesn't see the way he barks a chuckle, hits his forehead with his open palm and heads in a final direction, towards the guts of the capital. The adolescent, for really, he is too old to be a child, walks calmly to the gates. There, he passes under the arches that welcome ardent and spirited flames in its heart. Twilight tints the old rocks purple. No one notices him. No one recognizes him. No one stops him. He waltzes his way through lightly populated avenues. He speeds his way through stretching out shadows. The electrical lights of the city are not turned on. The sun dips under the horizon. The young man stops in a small street. He observes his surroundings. His head turns, wild hair standing up on his head. Finally, his gaze is set on one door. He approaches it with steady steps. The hand that knocks on it does not tremble. The sound of a lock being turned echoes in his ears. He pushes his hair out of his face and looks up. The door is ajar. Sir, a wizened devil hidden in the darkness of his shop blinks. He pushes his door away, opening it fully. Light floods the night. He peers and sees clearly the boy that so rudely disturbed the beginning of his great night. Bashir Mumtaka beams, light bathing his face. The coal of his eyes is set ablaze. Young friend. Issei moves his shoulders around. His bag is heavy on them, straps digging into his inflamed flesh. It does not weigh as much as the treasure hidden in the folds of his pants, against taut tender part of his inner thigh. It doesn't sound as heavy as the door that is softly banged close by an old devil. The nerves in his right hand tense up. Issei suppresses the beginning of a smile. His other hand comes to calm the knots and appeases the sentient weapon who has grown overly fond of him in its unfeeling ways. Yes, you are important too. Bashir stalks closer, his long orange robe bruising around his legs, to the familiar table that has seen their beginning. I thought you lost forever, friend, he admits, jauntily coming to a stop before the boy who is tiredly using a crooked table as a support. Issei stands to his full height, feet well apart, unraveling his spine slowly. His bruised shoulders ache as he brings his hands up in a gesture that felt alien not so long ago. Your fire burns, Mr. Montaka. Bashir does not accept his greeting immediately. He takes his time, eyes of coal burning and lips twisting into a frown. He relents in the end with a whisper. So does yours. Have an awesome great night, he adds as his hands drop to his sides. Issei jolts. It is the second time he hears it, and it sounds ever more so solemn falling from Bashir's crooked lips. You too. Bashir Montaka sighs and they're back to their old routine. The wizened devil, a teacher, and the boy, a student. You should answer it shall be, for we do not forsake nor forget our first home. Issei repeats the answer with a slight stutter that refuses to disappear on matter his efforts to strangle it. He scraps his bottom lips with his teeth. It's not a line he can ever say truthfully. His home will forever be the world populated by humans and a sun that doesn't disappear for 6 whole days each year. His home is where his family is. May I offer you a cup of tea? The bookshop owner is already seated and he gestures for his guest to do the same. Issei accepts with a grateful nod. He gently settles his bag at his feet. He raises his head after he has settled on a cushy seat before Bashir, legs sprawled and thighs as far apart as possible, to find a cup of tea steaming, waiting for him innocently on the table. His pelvis aches dully. The awkward position is nothing new. He stayed like that for hours in the bus. He is going to suffer from it tomorrow, he knows it. His knees already bucked under him a few times on his march to the bookshop. He envelops the warm white cup with his 2 hands. His stiff fingers burn uncomfortably before his flesh relaxes and basks in warmth. Drink up, Bashir bids softly. His right hand lies on an armchair, holding the thin cup securely atop the polished wood. We have the whole great night ahead of us to talk. Issei nods, but he doesn't bring the tea to his lips. Important matters should not be delayed. Not when time might be running out. I need your help, the adolescent admits. Bashir does not answer his call for help. His eyes shine like incandescent coals. His smoky gaze scrutinizes his guest, one limb at a time. He leans closer, abandoning his cup atop a poor leather book's cover. He observes as his young protege tucks his right arm closer to his body. Behind a blink are hidden 1,000 realizations. His eyes are focused and Issei squirms. Tame strands of snowy hair fall from his ponytail and obscure old eyes in quick thoughts. Young friend, where were you? You disappeared for 2 weeks. I feared the worst. The attention makes Issei unsure of his next words. He practiced, he did, but nothing is coming out. He thought about explaining his quest in a roundabout way, something about salvaging flowers and rescuing ladies in distress. It all sounds wrong in his mind now. Bashir is a scientist at heart. He dissects books, uses a metaphorical scalpel to bring out the skeleton of a story and discard the useless fat of nonsense authors cannot explain themselves. He reads books for pleasure, yes, but pleasure drawn from learning. He is insatiable in his search of knowledge. He will want hard facts and complete truths. Issei has no facts to offer and truths are scarce in his mind. The boy sniffs a familiar aroma and closes his eyes. Collect your thought, boy. They're in for a long ride. A heavy scent of tea enters his nostrils, coils in his lungs and snakes its way to his brain. His right arm tenses from the elbow to his fingertips, and it's not the petulant knots, it's danger, danger, danger. Issei blocks his breath. He puts his cup down when the urge to hurl it away made his entire body tremble. Bashir dared to do what? Young friend, where were you? Issei's lips jolt in the semblance of a polite, if thigh, smile. Fire dances under his eyelashes. Task, he has a task. He can endure for it. For her, Bashir, can you get me an appointment with one of the marquee retainers? The perfume snakes its way into his lungs with each of stifled breaths, and oh, he was such a fool. He shouldn't have come back here. One too many breaths lead Issei to exhale angrily. His throat quiver and he wonders how much drug he has inhaled and how much he can withstand without losing it. He lays his hand flat on the table. His fingertips graze his cup and push it farther away from him. His eyes stay trained on his host. Where were you? Bashir asks again. There's a desire to please him, please Bashir, which has been there for the entirety of his stay. Issei clenches his jaw close. Anger flares his veins alight. A tremor shakes his arm. He leans sideways and tea burns his hand as it splashes everywhere and soaks paper and abandoned books. The cup is rolling away, making disapproving clinking sounds, as if it protests Issei's lack of tenderness. It's not far enough. A hand covered with faded age spots that look like stains stops the teacup before it falls off the table and meets its gruesome fate. Long fingers with thin nails push it up gently. Bashir Montaka, can you get me an appointment with one of the marquee retainers? Yes or no? The boy grinds out. His jaw hurts. His teeth hurt. He tastes on his tongue. He gulps it down angrily, irrigating his parched throat. A canif is even less than fake bookseller. Bashir scans the spilled tea Issei hasn't succeeded to shake from his burned hand. You need to get this treated, young Issei. May I? No. The young boyman cuts his elder off. The old man tilts his head and Issei hates him for the familiarity, for the easiness with which he displays his worry on his face, the way he lowers his eyelids on dark eyes and twists his mouth disapprovingly, yet helpless in front of Issei's crossed arms and drawn brows. as if he were reasoning with a stubborn kid. Issei is no kid. Not anymore. Bashir Mumtaka is not an adult he can trust anyway. Anybody can get an appointment. You simply need to go to the castle and offer a good reason. The not-trusted adult relents. No, the meeting must be outside the castle. Soon. Issei has no strength for flowery words. Begging is for people who have time. Begging is for people who are in the wrong, and he isn't. The devil in front of him has wronged him, not the contrary. Mentioned devil shakes his head. I'm afraid that is impossible. During the great night, the Marquis and his entourage stay in the castle. The whole 6 days the teen asks, just to be sure of the answer. His heart clenches and he knows it's all been going downhill since he arrived here. It's not going to look up now of all time. Yes, a whole week of waiting. No, he can't wait. His mother has waited enough. You need to get this treated. Bashir leans in closer and his aged hands reach for a burned hand and it's all wrong. Do not touch me. Bashir stills. Dark eyes meet troubled hazel ones. Realization does not hit him, does not make his eyes widen nor make him seem rueful. He does not seem ruffled by the fact that Issei saw through his schemes. He knew the moment Issei threw the cup away, perhaps even before, a part of Issei's traitorous brain nags. He knows so much, he sees too much, and he does too much to be an innocent. Bashir sighs. It was for your own good, he says, as if he knows what Issei thinks. A tightly locked monster of an emotion Issei kept inside leaps out of its jail. Anger floods everything. Issei jumps to his feet. He grabs his bag with his injured hand that aches and hums. He marches to the door with the gait of an old angry man running on stilts. The lock turns in his hand and the door opens easily towards the unknown. Outside, there's no wind, no sun, no moon, no stars, no light. Shadows of shadows rise on the walls. The teen stills on the threshold of the bookshop. Issei wants to leave. He wants to gather the things he left in a place he thought relatively safe, stuff them in a bag and leave the old man and his damned shop in the dust. He can't. The great night is upon them. His right hand throbs at the very thought of passing the doorstep of the bookstore. Seeking shelter elsewhere now is out of the question. The festivities of the great night are going to start soon. Bashir comments idly. Issei bangs the door close. His right hand tenses and clenches around something that could appear if it was called. He let a shuddering sigh out and relaxes his hand. He turns to face the seated devil. The man has the audacity to look casual in front of his fury. Couldn't you have asked me before drugging me? Issei puts his hands up in the air and sarcasm and despair and everything in between that has no name yet hurts like hell drip from his words. For my own good his voice goes up and Issei is screaming. Bashir does not flinch. He stares and Issei is the one who immediately feels ashamed. Screaming, throwing a child's tantrum. Is he not past that age? Then the anger comes back, hot and raving, because he was drugged and he has good reasons to be angry, damn it. Bashir joins his hands on his lap, body relaxing into his high chair. The dim light of the giant glorigold dying on the ceiling mourns his last black strands. It would have affected the effectiveness of the tea. In the end, it wasn't powerful enough to stop you from doing anything reckless. Do you even know what could have happened to you during the great night if you had stayed outside? Issei hadn't been able to imagine himself stabbing anything that has a breath and bright eyes. Until he did. Bashir is making him feel the regret would be worth it. I know. Issei grinds out through his clenched jaw. Drown the thoughts, drown them. Murder will get you nothing but nightmares. I know. Death awaits him on the other side of the door, honing her claws against dull cobblestones. Why does the Marquis entourage stay in the castle during the great night? The angry teen swallows his fury. It will fester in his belly till it is strong enough to be let out and set the world ablaze. The great night is not only a tradition. It does things to us devils. Don't you feel the way the air is heavier? Don't you feel the way your wings want to spring free? No, his arm is silent. Issei makes the conscious effort to put a foot before the other. He advances 2 steps in this fashion. Truth will make him walk back to Bashir. Lies will make him do the same, in a more violent manner. The old devil seems to feel the change in his guest. He appraises the chocolate-haired teenage with a long look. Why do you want to so urgently meet the Marquis? Not your business, Issei all but bites out. Then I am sorry, young friend. I cannot help you. Bashir crosses his arms, mimicking Issei's stance. Issei clenches his hand and rushes to his head. His worry was really faked then. Bashir is a painter who portrayed himself as a kind, gentle devil who helps idiotic boys with sacred gears for nothing. Except, he isn't. He is an asshole who drugs his unassuming victims. His hand becomes a fist. After all the sacrifices, all the pains and agony, this is what he gets. No, I have something worth leaving their castle for, even during the great night, he murmurs. His voice is too cool for all he feels and he is breaking apart. Isn't he? Insanity is kind of tranquil. Hey. Young friend, if I do not know what you have to offer, I will have a hard time convincing them, Bashir counters. It sounds reasonable. Very Bashir-like. Issei hates it. He swallows another shout. The plan has to be reevaluated. Right now, honestly, the plan was to trust his guts, but his guts betrayed him horribly. He had thought about using Bashir as an intermediate. The idea has to be discarded. Bashir Mumtaka, bookseller and all-round shady character, is a double-edged sword. The old man might help him for a moment and plot his downfall the second. The devil works for himself before any other. He proved it already. If Issei had been a devil, he would have been a puppet by now. The bookshop owner will probably never admit he wanted something out Issei. The teen squares his shoulders and smells the heavy scent. How numb he was to not sense it before that permeates the air of the bookshop. His right hand tenses and it moves under his skin, materializing itself to comfort the teen or promise it will be there when the time to fight comes. He pats it with his left hand, following the patterns it creates with his moving veins. Not here, not now. Is rushing to his head, the world is turning too fast for his eyes to see, and he wants to stab something. He will not. He needs a well-thought-out plan, swinging around like he owns the place and hopes for the best will go wrong. It did before. He can't meet the Marquis in the castle. He can't meet the Marquis. The old devil might just notice his differences. He might ask questions and demand answers. Answers. Truth. That is not something Issei can offer willingly, lest he really wishes to have red pawns forced down his throat. What would his mother do? He has seen her dealing with stressful situations. He has. Her face is blurred in his mind. Panic tries to encroach itself in his chest. Focus, Issei. Focus. What did she do? What was her answer? He remembers. When he left, she did not break down in the mess he is. She took the bills. She called companies. She talked with him about how life wouldn't be the same and he needed to be strong. Issei needs to be strong. He breathes in, locks any thoughts of poison or betrayal. 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. He will deal with what comes next, in time. First, meeting somebody close to the Marquis, to his power. It cannot be the Marquis or his wife. Ask for a price. It will be as grand as his finding. It can only be so. Devils are not cheap people or heart. Greedy, yes. Stingy some are, probably. The Phoenix family that flaunts its riches and statuses in every way possible, no. Even if they are, nobles, devils do not like being called on their cheap temperament, do they? Issei snorts. There's venom in the air. He amends his first point. He will raise hell itself if they do not comply. As long as the consequences of his actions give him a few drops of hallowed eagle tears he can bring to his mother, he will go the damn distance. Bashir will act as the bait. Issei will take care of the bargaining. Issei, in a blink of genius folly, sees fiery wings and tastes fried chicken. He knows a fool close to the Marquis power. A deep-fried, prideful and arrogant chicken. The plan is ready. The teen focuses his gaze back on Bashir, who is sipping tea and acting like a completely normal albeit slightly freaky being. He let Issei have his moment, which is nice, but the red eyes are so not nice to stare at. You were right. They are not extinct everywhere. Hayashi Issei sets his trap with cryptic words. Bashir's hand around his cup twitches. He tilts his head ever so slightly to the left. Issei yes his eyebrow and looks up to the giant flower on the ceiling that was softly murdered by the great night. Issei hears a short intake of air. He knows he has won. Effortlessly. No, Bashir mumbles. Issei hears hope and cynicism, even as the simple word sounds firm. He slowly lowers his sight. Bashir is standing, robusque and finally looking like the centuries of years he has been through. Yes, the teen reiterates softly. Bashir is undone. Where did you see it? Is it close? Issei smiles. That is not a question he will answer. Do you want to see it? May I? Bashir stutters. It is a balm to Issei's irked soul. Issei has a mean thought. Let the old man steam in his own vicious juice, let him suffer, torn between his want to believe and his knowledge that chlorogolds are supposed to be very much extinct. Let him be tortured by what he knows, the knowledge he cherishes so much, and what he wants to believe in without proof, like a fool. Issei discard the mean, tantalizing thought. It could be counterproductive. Wretched old man whose only justification for his crime is it was for your own good does not equate feeble old man who will not try to strangle him to death. He drugged him. Strangling him to have an answer does not seem too far-fetched. Issei moves closer to the table. His hands go to his waist. See, his belt is unfastened. Zip. His pants are opened. Pat. His pants fall to his ankles and he pushes them away. A second pair of clinging black trousers are out for the world to see. Tap. A bag, red seal blaring on its surface, is tapped to his right inner thigh. Scratch. He delicately tears it off and holds it in its hand. Tap, tap, tap. His hand caresses the seal. The seal burns crimson. Issei stares at his exhaust as his hand dives into the bag. He sees how he blanches, how he reddens, how his nose scrunches up, how his eyes are twisted by hope and his mouth, by cynicism. How a wild strand goes into his mouth and he does not register it, focused as he is. Issei takes his hand out of the bag. The golden flower, not bigger than his thumb, dances like a flame on the soil Issei cradles on his palm. Its golden petals bend and shiver to a song only it can hear, shining like small jewels. Its gentle glow illuminates the boy's teeth. Bashir is flabbergasted, mouth open and words nowhere to be found. Issei comes to the table and sits on warm patches of tea. The smell is relatively weaker. Can you get me an appointment? Now he asks. Bashir stumbles backward into his chair. Then his wings spring free. He flies, large wings as dark as black holes opened, to one high shelf. He flips books feverishly, then takes one in his arm and dives back to Issei's side. Issei recognizes it. He perused it himself in a moment of boredom, after too many hours spent staring at a dancing flower engraved in the ceiling. Bashir flips the pages with an unusual lack of gentleness, crumpling paper and scrunching ink. He stands, on the tip of drowning into the open knowledge. He slams it close, stands up and flies to get more books. All are rashly flipped open, all are stared at dazedly, all are shoved to a corner of the table, in a precarious heap. Issei glimpses at pictures of extinct and forgotten plants. They are so in the open realm of the underworld, at least. Another table soon creaks and whimpers under the weight of ancient books that haven't seen left their bookshelves in a very long time. Ages, probably. Finally, Bashir haunts hallways too far for Issei to see him. His wings move in the light darkness that has descended on the underworld and bother the silence. Finally, the old devil hovers back to the main space where a young human still cradles a Glora Gold, lost in memories of forgotten flowers and forsaken beasts. They eye each other. Bashir falls into his chair. He grips his head between his hands. His knuckles are white and Issei cradles the flower closer to his chest while his other hand stays ready for anything, even a senile tantrum. Issei didn't think Bashir would suddenly bounce upward and start to dance. Which, of course, he does. He likes to startle Issei in the worst ways. Glora Gold in my home, he laughs, hands and feet going everywhere. His wings flap excitedly. The breeze they create shakes the Glora Gold. Issei is quick to cage it between his hands. It petals his skin with fire. It feels preposterous, but here it is. Glora Gold in my home. Bashir links his trembling hands behind his back. He stumbles a few steps back, eyes fixed on Issei's hand. He stops, then nervously saunters back to the object his fascination. The breaths he catches as he adores the flower when he comes near it sparkle are raspy pants. It is ironic creatures, who claim darkness as their own, are an adoration before a bloom that produces light. Bashir stands upright, as if struck by lightning. This needs to be shown to the Marquis, forthwith. Yes, but no. No. Issei gently stuffs the flower back into its prison, far from greedy eyes and twitching hands. I need something that is in their possession. You wish to bargain with a Glora Gold? Bashir asks, and his jaw goes lower than it ever did before. Any lower and it will unhinge itself. Issei's silence is all the answer he needs. Dark eyes are hidden behind heavy eyelids. They glare. This belongs to us. This is ours. The old man snarls as he stands to his full height. He towers over Issei, and once upon a time, it would have terrified the teen. Before the forest and its terrors, Issei stands upright. They are so close his nose almost touches Bashir's orange robe and its golden threads. It is, he answers. Dark eyes glint red and brown eyes stay calm on the surface. Bashir takes a step back. Issei breathes. You do not understand, young Issei. This is the Marquis flower. Bashir rumbles. Half-formed words are too hasty to leave his mouth. In death or life, it is theirs. They will not accept to bargain for it like common merchants. They will take what is theirs to take. Issei waits for the telltale twitch of his muscles that will tell him the old devil is trying to fool him. It doesn't come. The weapon attached to him does not hear falsehood in Bashir's words. Issei scrapes his bottom lip behind the curtain of his closed mouth. A tricky bargain it will be, then. Shit. Ask for a reward, not a price, Bashir advises, voice back to his gentle, caressing tone. Already, his eyes are back to their normal tint. They wander from Issei's face to the prison of his most darling flower, the pride of his nation. Issei's eyes fur to the bag in his hands. He thinks about the Glora Gold he accepted to show, warming his hand and dancing to a song no one can hear. Get me an appointment with one of the Marquis retainers, preferably the third son, Riser, outside their castle. Before the end of the great night, Issei decides. Bashir has obliged him. He has been gone for 2 days. He disappeared outside with a hasty nod and half-incomprehensible comment that all of Issei's belongings were still in his room. Issei wandered there, after stealing food in the fridge. For someone who thought him lost, he had kept his room and belongings in perfect condition. Issei is playing a new game. Wait for Bashir without owning insane. For now, he is winning. He plotted how he would painfully make his host regret any ideas of new betrayals. It involves flour and a lot of knives. He bakes some cakes, reads some books. They do not retain his attention long, though, so he stares at the door. He looks at the ceiling. He rearranges his bag, choosing what he keeps and what will be abandoned. He waters the Glora Golds set comfortably upon his nightstand. He surrounded them snugly with a circle of smooth black rocks. He watches their graceful dance, guided by his breath. Finally, when there's nothing left to do but turn insane, he reaches for it. Are you there? The teen murmurs in the dark, hidden in his closet, his 3 Glora Golds waltzing by his feet in damp soil. His right hand tingles. He flexes his knuckles. A bow light in color and weight appears in his open hand. Hello there, Issei murmurs as he caresses the polished wood. He carefully turns it around in the closeted space he chose as their meeting place. The wood thrums in greeting against his palm. How do you do? Issei has no ideas what to talk about with a bow. The bow has evidently no idea how to answer this one, if it even understands the question. It does not move or cackles between Issei's trembling hands. The bow has no mouth and no words. Issei doubts it can even understand what he is trying to say. Magic has rules, as terrible as it sounds. Magic objects can be magic without an ounce of conscience. Do you think I'll succeed? Issei asks anyway. Talking with flowers, even magical, is not a particularly nice experience. They do not understand, do not have the brain to understand a pitiful human's worries. They worry about the quality of their soil and the amount of pure water needed for their survival, and that is all. Talking with a magic bow does not sound too weird. It might understand. If it doesn't, well, what Issei doesn't know can't hurt him. The wood warms and hums. It's a gentle sound that almost seems to change as Issei strains his ears. It feels as if it is trying to comfort him. Wood can do many things, but warming by force of will or humming is not one of them. Issei's annoyingly rational, human brain brays. The teen snorts. Common sense was thrown out of the window the moment he decided going into the underworld with no training and no connections was a perfectly good idea. He's suicidal, man. He is not dead. That is the only thing he can boast about. Oh, and he picked up a magic bow there, but he can't say for sure that it was a good move. It saved his ass a few times, true. It also complicates everything. Why, oh why, couldn't he control himself and not pick up the obviously magic item on the ground? He is a dumbass, that's why. His hands tingle and itch as he holds the bow. What do you think will happen if I meet Riser? Will he be the same as his dreams? Issei does not say. The bow does not answer that question either. You can go back, huh, and it sounds more like question than an order, but he is not in control, he has no idea what to do. The bow still disappears into thin air, weight dissolving from his hands and coiling back around his right hand, under his skin. Issei succeeds to not stumble over the flowers he cultivates when he leaves his closet. Everything is pitch black, and humans shouldn't be able to see, but it does. Electrify does not work during the Great Night. Not in the bookstore, at least. Issei knows it is frowned upon to light magic and, well, he doesn't know where to start with that one. He puts one flower back into his sealed bag and the two others back into their hiding place. Evening is there and Bashir is still outside. Issei moves around the kitchen, searching for a snack. A door is banged. Wind creeps along Issei's spine. A shadow enters the kitchen. You have an appointment. Right now. Bashir. Okay, only Bashir. Issei relaxes his right hand. Where? Issei asks. He hopes it takes place here, but he knows it won't. Bashir likes his privacy. Bashir stands on the threshold, unmoving. His ivory hair looks made of ash. His robe is still too orange. A safe place. Follow me. Issei wordlessly moves to his bedroom first. He closes his door. He takes his bag, adjusts the straps resting on his shoulders. Bashir does not follow him inside his room, which is good. 1 Glorigold goes into his pocket. 1 Glorigold goes against his thigh, still in the sealed bag. 1 he tucks in his palms. He peeks by the keyhole. No creepy junky old man in view. He leaves the flower on the kitchen table. It waves its soft, orange leaves as he leaves. Bashir is pacing the floor of the bookstore's main room. His wings are out again. They flutter slightly, afraid of blowing. He tucks his wings in, only for them to reappear a second later each time. Issei sees Bashir glancing at him from time to time and says nothing. The devil is nervous. The Great Night's effects or something else entirely. Did he betray him? Issei still follows him slowly through lifeless streets, head bowed. He clings to Bashir's dark shadow and does not stare at what brushes against his coat from time to time. If he stares, he will be discovered. His ticket to Phoenix Tears is named Bashir and Riser, and he will not stop clinging to them till the end. They walk wordlessly till they find themselves in a tall building, marching in a lightless hallway. They arrive together in a room that feels comfortable. High chairs surround a round table. Sophisticated tapestries of Phoenix landscape are hung on the walls. A fireplace with a burning flame completes the picture. Riser Phoenix accepted to see us tonight. It is a great honor. When he arrives, you need to kneel. When he calls your name, you may rise. Bashir whispers, head facing nothingness. Issei walks to the center of the room, hand caressing the brocade of the seats as he passes them. His back is turned to Bashir. No, I will see him alone. You do not know their way. Issei spins and slaps a seat. It cracks under his fist. Bashir Muntaka, do not try me. The old devil's face closes. He pinches his lips. Do not say anything you could regret, he finally utters darkly. With that said ominously, he turns around and shows his swiveling coat to Issei. The teen rocks his head at nothing, as if he were nodding. He knows very much how high nobles are. He sighs and walks to a draped window, pressing his back to the wall. He nudges the heavy curtain to peer through the small interstice. Light darkness drowns the world. Issei can see the outlines of grand buildings bathed in darkness and a proud hill where a prouder tower stands. Their meeting place is in the old district, then. He peers at lonely shadows and blurs, deformed and shapeless, stalking the streets. Devils left their feeble human skin behind. Tonight is a night of celebration. Terrors walk the earth. The underworld does not forget nor forsake its first home. Issei nudges the curtain close. His eyes can see through the light darkness. He doesn't doubt their eyes. A scorching breeze invades the room he stands in. Spices he cannot name are on its dregs. Heavy footsteps pound the ground. Issei pushes himself from the ground and stands upright. Whatever will come through the door, he will face. Be it Riser Phoenix or a shapeless blur with no name. Thankfully for his coiled guts, it is the Riser Phoenix he recalls from his dreams who passes the threshold of their meeting place. Riser Phoenix does no hide his wings. They are brazenly opened for the world to see. Each feather seems to have been adorned with a small jewel at its tip as if to remind everybody around that they weren't as rich as one Riser Phoenix. Even if one could avoid looking at the flaming wings, they would see his blazing clothes. Golden threads, silver seams and an open robe that shows gilded patterns snaking and twisting on a bronze chest. Issei is momentarily blinded by the golden chain only American black rappers would dare to wear loosely hanging around his neck. So much bling bling. Does Riser Phoenix need to show off so much? Issei hides his thoughts behind a bow. 90 degrees of pure politeness. May your soul burn forever. Riser does not bow. May your fire never be extinguished, he answers. His voice rumbles so low it sounds like the rasps of a wild animal. Issei raises his head. Scarlet eyes size him up. His notebook on manners comes to mind too late. High noble devils aren't the type of persons who like eye contact with common folks. Something about being stained by putrid, baser gazes. Oh well, Issei keeps his gaze up. The deed has been done. Might as well keep his head held high. Appearing a coward will not help him. I heard an interesting story. I hope there was some truth in such. Riser pauses, and his next words wouldn't sound sarcastic if his acting wasn't so perfect. He wants the boy in front of him to hear his ridicule, outlandish tale. Riser wants no pleasantries, and neither does Issei. The matters at hand are too important for bland compliments and light talk. The great night demands solemnity. The Glorigold, brought back from the dead by yours truly, Heihachi Issei, demands attention. The fact that Riser Phoenix did not think showing an iota of respect or acknowledgement begs rudeness. In a movement that was practiced in front of a mirror, Issei reaches into his coat pocket slowly. His hand disappears into it bereft of anything but sweat and comes out with a dancing treasure. He sets it on the ebony table that stands by him. You know what it is, Issei states. There's no need to name what brought them together. Soft light illuminates dark rings that once belonged to a growing tree. Riser's reaction is more subdued compared to Bashir's. His wings extend around him, a feather or two flutter by Issei's face. He approaches the table, slowly, like a predator does a blind prey. Long strides take him to the once slain pride of his people. Glorigold, bold flower of old, child of wold, the world with you frivoled. Riser murmurs. His voice strains and falters on the last word. Light dances on his visage. Issei drinks in the sight of him. Finally, a face he remembers, a face he can name easily. A face that is so close, now. His dreams feel too real. His dreams ring true, for once. He snaps out of his trance when he sees Riser's hands snake their way towards the flower's soft petals. Issei blocks him, soft wall of human flesh and bones that he is. He is squished between a devil that burns fiercely and a flower that sings for its master. Riser snarls. He raises his hand and it looks like a claw ready to relieve the little teen of his throat. This is mine. Do not block my way. The order rings in his ears. Any lesser devils would have moved away. Any lesser men would have scrambled away. Issei is neither a devil nor a man. He is an adolescent with a belly full of fire. Issei juts his head so his eyes meet Riser's. He sees red iris and black pupils that reflect a dancing bloom. I am not blocking your way. I am saving the Glorigold, he says with all the confidence he didn't know he possessed. Before Riser's attentive silence, Issei continues. It is fragile right now. It needs to be planted soon and taken care of. A careless touch could hurt it. He doesn't say he almost stepped on it a few minutes ago as he left the cupboard where he had a mental breakdown and talked with a magic bow. Because of reasons. Riser towers over Issei. His fists are clenched and ready to toss Issei through a few walls. I would never be careless with it. I know. Overprotection can also be harmful to it, Issei adds helpfully. Riser blinks. He tilts his head. Issei takes the hint and moves away. Riser's thighs against his own made a special kind of alarms blare in his mind. Riser retracts his wings with a soft rustle of jewelry. He takes one more step forwards. His hips hit the table. It is in reach and yet, it does feel as if a careless ghost of a touch could disintegrate it. His long fingers, covered in rings that were beautiful, they were so a moment ago, shine gaudily under the flower's soft light, trace the golden flower's elegant petals. Exultation and reverence seal his lips. Issei turns his head sideways. He feels like a voyeur. Riser's entire body, wings and jewels, shivers. A hard jingling of gold echoes in the too empty room. He sits. His ankle finds his knee and the boy catches a glimpse of golden circlets there too. His right hand cradles his chin. The other taps the ebony table with trimmed fingernails. Gone is the man who worshipped a plant. You didn't block me only with the flower's well-being in mind. Speak. Oh, what an astute fried chicken. The young merchant places his poor hand flat against the table. It didn't like how he used it to bang a hard chair. The Glorigold is yours. You stated the obvious. What else? Riser snaps again. I found it. I brought it to you. Issei adds slowly. The Riser he dreams of is not astute. Mildly intelligent would be a kind way to put it. He wants to know how this Riser reacts, how he thinks. Riser sneers in a Riser's way as his arms cage the flower. He gets up, only to bend his upper body over the flower and noticeably stares at Issei's hand that is clearly too close to his flower for his comfort. If you hadn't, we would have taken what is ours anyway. Riser is predictable, in a way. He follows Bashir's train wreck of thoughts. Issei removes his hand and takes a few steps back. Yes, but I brought it to you, Issei starts. He takes in a shaky breath under Riser but not Riser's unimpressed stare. Uphold your title as the representative of the Marquis and do the honorable thing. His words are shakier than they should, weaker, and the older devil is sitting again, legs crossed and eyes shining. Riser's eyelids are lazily covering his eyes and his thoughts. Issei has been a fool to believe him a dim devil. Riser is Riser, but he has more depth than dreams ever gave him. Which is the devil asks. Issei takes a moment to remember what they were talking about, what he wants to ask for. He gathers his wondering thoughts. He straightens his shoulders. Reward me for my finding. In what way is this different from a transaction? Riser drawls out. Issei has never seen anybody drawl and not look stupid. He almost compliments him on his style. Issei opens his arms. Our willingness to be honest. I offer you this, he croons as one of his hand points the prideful flower in the other, his heart. If you do no wish to reward me, I will not retract my gift. Riser slowly allows his lips to tilt upwards. His eyes are dancing crescent. What do you want? Their tears. The silence that stands between them wears Issei down. His heart beats a wild polka. Riser throws his head back, gaze going from the flower to Issei. His fingers slowly tinkle the armchairs under them. His earrings catch a ray of light and shine. Very well. His right arm does not alarm him. Truth. Issei knows they're far from done. Riser the player is not about to be fooled easily. Oh, that rhymes. Right now. Give me a mile, I will take a country. Riser has a defined eyebrow. It fits him as naturally as feathers would a swan. On anybody else, it would years of practice and it wouldn't still look as good. You want my tears? Now. Issei purses his lips and nods. You are a bold one to ask for my tears during the great night. Riser chuckles. What is your name? Issei, the boy answers truthfully. Devils smell lies. Issei, son of Riser, asks impatiently. Issei, son of nobody. His father is dead to him, and his father's a nobody. Technical truths are the best truths, the teen decides. Well then, Issei, son of nobody, you must be on a quest of some sort, to work so arduously during the great night. Issei nods. He shifts his balance from one foot to the other. Their conversation is steered in a direction he doesn't like. I am. Riser eyes him from his boot-clad toes to his short mess of hair. Who is your master to send you on such a quest? Issei tucks his right arm behind him. Riser follows his movement with his eyes. That is information I cannot divulge. Ever. Riser relaxes into the cushioned seat. His robe flows around him, pooling on his lap. His wings are tucked on his back, jingling with each of his breath. How did the Glorigold end in your hands? Is there more, or is it information you cannot divulge? I found it by the wall, close to the blocked gate of Rainbow. It was blooming there. There are none other in my possession. True. Not true. 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 It is true. The flowers are not his. One belongs to a crafty bookstore owner and the other to his mother. The fact that they didn't claim ownership doesn't change this fact. Yeah. Riser hums. His gaze falls again on the Glorigold. He eyes it as a man would stare at his lover, lovingly and longingly. Issei shifts. Though tears have fallen from reddened eyes, and it is kind of a shame. People cry when they meet a long-lost beloved, don't they? Can't Riser be a bit more proactive here? Third young master, do you have other questions? He is impatient, restless. He is so close, so close. Blue eyes that shine crimson like the magic cursing his veins, detach themselves from their obsession. Riser hums. No, my lord father will question you. No. Issei shakes his head resolutely. A life is at stakes. She is waiting, on a hospital bed, and she can only wait for so long before her strength leaves her for good. Issei will not allow that outcome. He will not. Riser is unimpressed. The pride of my march is at stakes. Between a life and his pride, the choice is made swiftly. Issei hates him for it. He will have the promised tears, he feels it in his guts. The devil lounging in front of him is not a deceitful one. He might just stuff a vial of glorified eagle tears in his hands as he dies at his feet after a round of torture to keep his words true. The mean to keep his mother alive is hovering in front of his eyes. It is the carrot. He doesn't want to have a close relationship with the stick the Marquis will wield. He has too many secrets to keep to his grave to let that happen. I give you my word that I will come back after that life has been saved by your tears. Issei has fallen in a trap. Riser does not hide his contentment. His smile stretches to a length that translates into troubles for the teen on a quest. No, give me your word that you won't disappear. Never give to anybody else what you've given to me. A question is on the tip of his tongue. He strangles it. Riser Fenix says one thing one moment, only to change his mind the next. Is he a famed example of a lunatic? It doesn't matter, in the end. Riser's goals and schemes do not matter to him. Asking questions will not get him his happy ending. Being silent and obedient will. Then give me your word that you will not try to take my reward away. Issei decides he will be silent and obedient after he's done being outrageous. Riser stills. He slowly puts his hanging foot on the ground. His two arms, covered in golden patterns, push him up. He slowly unravels his spine and his power. You dare question my honor. Issei squares his shoulders and juts his head up. You dare question mine. His rumble is the most non-threatening he has ever heard. Good job, Issei. Riser blinks. He gauges the teen's small frame. His harmless throws his head back and laughs. It sounds all kind of wrong in Issei's ears. Riser reaches for his pocket. Issei tenses in one breath. Alarms ring in his mind. Did he make a run for it? Should he destroy the Glorigold before he leaves? Snatch it, burn it? Will he have enough time? A vial is in the golden devil's hand. Nothing else. Riser stares. Issei stares back. The older man with gilded wings chuckles. A bright red blur appears at Riser's feet, circling him. He turns his head away from the Glorigold. His gaze holds the younger boy steadily. He does not blink as he tilts his head, his large hand delicately placing the vial under his shadowed right eye. His red makeup gleams. He blinks and a single drop forms on his eyelids, caught by lush eyelashes who lead the helitol into the thin vial opening. A tear falls into the vial. A second follows suit. A third and final one flows down. The salted water turns transparent red, transparent healing. Issei relearns to breathe. The hair on his nape is standing. There's no possible way to smooth his skin, bumped and raised as it is by goosebumps. Riser puts the cap on the bottle swiftly as he stands up. A handshake is in order to seal our deal, don't you think? Riser offers his hand, vial caged between his index and his thumb, and Issei takes it before he has the time to think anything. They share a handshake. Issei feels something burningly foreign pass through his fingertips. His ally comes in handy at that point. Issei feels it snake in his veins, painfully blocking the fire ignited in his. Riser's golden eyes blazes through his skull, peering into his thoughts. His grip is neither gentle nor brutal. The right amount of pressure is applied, the right amount of time is spent, the right amount of skin is offered. His arm does not shake or wave like a noodle. Muscles snake around his bones, under bronze skin. His skin, against Issei's, is smooth and firm. It is frightening in its precision. Issei retracts his hand with all the calm he can fake. Riser smiles. Well, aren't you an interesting one? Issei takes the vial and backpedals out of the room with one last bow. He disappears into the night. Riser is left to his thoughts. The glorigold shines and dances. Issei treads on ruby's carpets that go on forever, breathing in spices and exhaling giddiness. Fear hastens his pace. Joy hastens his breathing. The whole world is turning upside down. He's got it, his heart sings, and the young boy bounces in the hallway, only to falter as he remembers where he is. His steps resume their jolly dance a few steps later. Riser is behind him. Riser who knows something. Riser who will not doubt chase him. His treasure is concealed under his shirt. It digs painfully in his belly button with each of his bounce. Issei hops with more ardor. He feels the magic liquid swivels and shakes. It cannot be touched or taken without his notice. It seems you were successful in your endeavor. A wrinkled voice calls the bouncing teen. Bashir stands by the corner in his somber glory. Issei comes to a halt. He remains tight-lipped on his matter. The vial digs into the little fat he has. Thank you for your help, Bashir. The name rolls on his tongue uncomfortably. Issei cannot muster the hypocrisy to call him sir. He is done lying. You're welcome, murmurs the old man. He seems forlornly happy. His house housed a legend, if only for a few days. He will be part of the unknown story, too. Let us go to my home. Issei shakes his head. I need to take the train. The underworld train now. Issei hums and bypasses the old devil. Your payment is in the kitchen, blooming, he adds carelessly, as if he were not talking about the man most beloved legend. Bashir stands still. I could abandon you here, he says, voice low. It sounds like growls an old wolf would make to fake a fight with the younger ones, to train them. They're back to their old routine again, one the teacher and the other, the student. It needs constant care. The more time we waste, the more time it has to wither, Issei reminds him impatiently. The more time he wastes, the more time his mother has time to wither, too. Do you know how to take care of it? Bashir slumps his shoulders. You sly devil. Issei accepts the compliment with a bow. He does not regret the gesture, though the vial pushes against his stomach. Something moves through his abdomen as he raises his head, coming all the way from his constricting diaphragm, to his wheezing lungs, to his parched throat, shaking lips and pinched eyes. A sound, booming and powerful, echoes in the night. Issei is laughing. It's all snot and burning chortles. Bashir grunts. Let's go. He turns and his red coat pools around him. He walks slowly, picking up the pace when Issei bounces to the back of his heels. How did you know about the pass for the Great Knight's train in my possession? Issei sweeps the remnant of a tear. I believe in your abilities, he deadpans. He ain't an idiot. A devil that could obtain a private meeting with Riser Phoenix is not a simple person. Such a devil would certainly have a pass to use the train when no others can. Bashir's eyes shine with a red tint. Walk beside me, friend. The adjective that always accompanied the appellation has disappeared. Issei is no longer young in the snowy-haired devil's mind. No longer something that can be toyed with. He has officially become a menace in the old devil's eyes. Issei squares his shoulders. He is a menace. The bow bonded to his right hand crackles a dangerous tune in his mind, all sharp notes and low hums. Kyo is sleeping. Night owls are lost on their phone, searching for answers to their boredom in an illusory world. Night shifters sip coffee and wish morning could come faster. Some nervous humans are worrying about Christmas and the present they promised their parents and loved ones but didn't buy. Internet soothes their worry with promises of fast deliveries or spikes their anxiety with terrifying declarations of out of stock and will be back in a few days. Issei throws his head back and breaths in the view. His world is made of mottled concrete and stars that weakly shine imperceptibly over the blankets of clouds and covers of electric lights. It smells like fresh pollution. Wind swivels around his legs. Behind him, the gate is retracting on itself. It blends with the crumbling bricks. Issei glimpses blurry worms moving on the surface of the wall, forming words and runes even his language seal cannot translate into a known tongue. Exactly like the seal from Ammon's he pocketed just before boarding the train. Bashir is dutiful when he wants to be. Young one, a raspy voice calls him. Issei turns his head toward the rotten bench he knows too well. Have an awesome great night, he greets softly. It shall be, for we do not forsake nor forget our first home. The old devil croons. There's a smile to his tone, a happy jolt to the twirls of his umbrella. He is, Issei realizes, the first and probably the last person who will wish a happy great night to the guardian. Huo is not a big town and neither does it have much importance for devils. Issei wonders if he ever sleeps, if he has ever left his duty. Worldly desires do not seem to bother him. He has seen them eat when they brought him takoyaki. I never asked for your name, guardian. Issei chooses his words with practiced care. Each letter counts. The devil in front of him is just that special. Without the bulky, pink umbrella-bearing, back-pushing devil, what would have been his story but a tragedy? May I have the honor of knowing it? The old man hides his gaze behind his gray fringe. His fingers stop their movements. All is still. I was named Akwish. Farewell, Akwish, Issei says. His voice is distorted by the silence, by the night. His whisper seems a scream. His new seal comes to mind and he wishes to show the weary devil, to prove his innocence. He wasn't always lying. He did what he said he would. He did take tortuous roads and did try to erase his promise. In the end, he stayed true. Or rather, his promise stayed true against his best attempts. Issei folds it, hidden in his pocket. He does not grab it and take it out for the guardian's eyes to see. It's meaningless now. The guardian of the gates, who once upon a time had a name he used, twirls his closed pink umbrella between his palms, tip digging in the cranny of broken asphalt. Like a dandelion, stubbornly holding on poor soil in weak sunlight. Glassy brown eyes fur to his head, fleetingly meeting his gaze. He understands. Farewell, young Issei. Hayashi Issei bows. He walks away from the gates of the underworld. He turns his back on the guardian. The strange weight, one that is normally reserved for his moments of day nightmares about his mother's fate, rests on his chest. He swallows cold air. The end of that story, the tale between a boy and a devil, leaves his throat dry and clogged. It seems so wrong to walk away from his beginning without a thank you. It seems so wrong to leave the man who helped him more than anyone unknowingly stays in the dark about his part in Issei's tale. Issei purses his lips. His feet do not stop. He treads from one pool of electrical light to another. The light, as fake and impersonal as it is, comforts him. He is back. Strangers walk briskly on the immaculate sidewalk. A drunken couple stumbles by the small teen, snickering and giggling sweet nothings. Issei listens to them, slowing his pace. He pauses when their voices disappear at a curve. They boom back into existence and the teen startles back on his tracks where he stopped. They are all that is normal to see on a night before Christmas. They're happy, hopeful, and horribly obvious to the world of dangers that surrounds them. There is bliss in ignorance. Bright, colorful lights flash left and right. Fake, plastic pine trees stand like milestones by the sidewalks. Garish lights strangle them. A bus passes him quickly, not going over the speed limit but not going slowly either. It's packed with nothingness and lonely souls. Issei walks past the bus station without stopping. The bus warmth is appealing. The bus plastic yet not too uncomfortable seats are inviting. The lull of the swift-moving machine is singing serenades to his aching feet. Issei runs. He needs the cold's bite. He needs to hear the way his coat rustles when his steps are too large. He needs the feel of the asphalt under his padded boots. He needs reality. As surreal as reality can be, he needs it. He has to accept it. It feels strange. The whole adventure in the underworld, the whole time, he felt as if another boy was the one piloting. It wasn't happening to him. It was all happening to that boy who knew what to do, how to do it. The teen who was in control. All of this happened to him and Issei has to compute it. Issei has never been in control. He walks all the way to the hospital. Its lights floodlight the street and its neighbors. The teen passes the tall, gray buildings without a second glance. Is what he would like to think he does. His feet feel like lead. His boots encroach his legs to the ground. He trudges sluggishly, as if he were fighting against heavy snow mounting his thighs and hail blocking his view. There is no such thing. The street is as silent as it can be on a December night before Christmas. Issei swallows. If the guardian does not leave his seat, ever, then he can very well wait. He can wait and make sure everything will go right. Murphy's Law. That guy was probably a sadist. If everything that can go wrong will go wrong, Issei will make sure nothing can go wrong. Every little detail will go terribly well or else Issei will do terrible things himself. Issei will bully events into submission. He walks faster, feet no longer sliding on the ground with raspy sounds. They go up and down with a steady rhythm that beats through his chest and thrums through his entire being. His first stop is a motel nestled on a corner of a street. It has an innocuous view on the hospital's depressing walls. It is known as a resting place for people who couldn't get a visitor's bed in the hospital. It is known as a place where people gnaw on their nails and sometimes also what's left behind while they wait for happy or sad news. It is known as a place where people drink their sorrow away. It is known as a place where people party until the cellar is empty. Issei remembers his sorry excuse of a father's colleague once told him the motel was haunted. A little boy like Issei had nothing to do around such a place. A Christmas jingle sparks up as he pushes the door of the motel open. A middle-aged woman, face painted with cracking makeup, looks up from her computer with a frown. Clearly, she is no having fun. Do you have a reservation? She asks aggressively. Issei offers his most boyish smile. No, I would like to book a room for two. Her brilliant nails tap the counter. It's the night before Christmas. I'm not sure if we have a free room. Issei translates silently. Go away. You're a hassle. I'm tired. He acts if he doesn't understand her tone. Can you check, please? For you alone. The way she gauges him is a good indication of how much she believes he is old enough to book a room alone. That is, -100. The teen that is clearly not of age plays along. No, My mother is at the convenience store, he replies with all the cheer he can manage. She is not yet, but if all goes well, and it will go well, it will, maybe she will be waltzing around convenience stores soon. For how many nights? Only one. She tickles her computer keyboard some more, creating an offbeat song with the clatter of her nails against plastic. She looks up with pursued lips. We have suit. It's empty tonight, but only tonight. Issei does not flinch. His soul does not shiver when he thinks of the price of a suit. He knows it will not be cheap. I'll take it. I need your ID. She seems wholly invested in thwarting his plan. I'm not of age, if that's what you want to know. Issei loses some of his cool in his biting quip, but he ain't here to be refused. A long sigh. Is your companion of age? Issei eyeballs the middle-aged woman on the other side of the counter. He did mention his mother, didn't he? My mom is. If she wasn't, he wouldn't be running all over the place. He wouldn't damn exist. Oh, Issei doesn't know if she registered what he said or who he mentioned. It's strange how people seem to hear yet do not listen. Down there, people had a focus when Issei talked. They stared at him until he was done speaking. Then, they would answer. Each of their words was chosen with a care Issei has learned to replicate. He spent too much time around weirdos. Speaking of devils, he leans over the counter and flashes white teeth. I'm the one paying. Can you not show her how much I paid? It's a surprise for my mom's birthday. Issei knows he has softened the receptionist's stance. She sighs again, but she is getting him a keycard now. He hurriedly fishes in his pockets for his wallet when she gestures for the machine. I'm paying cash, if that's okay. Her glance under heavy eyelashes that look definitely unreal tells him he's being a real hassle. Last year, red pocket, he adds with dropping eyes and an unsure tilt of his lips. He is aware he could take a picture of himself right now and put it under the definition of meek in the dictionary. It's the goal of such a look. She counts the bills he gave her methodically. Her movement is practiced. She is doing it better than Issei has even done. For such a money grabber, it's mesmerizing. Issei fights the urge to ask her how she can F them so quickly between her thumb and her index. Suite 405, 4th floor. If you need anything, we're a ring away, she drones on as she hands him 2 key cards. Her eyes leave the computer. She's tinkling. Happy birthday to your mom. Issei smiles back. She did listen, after all. Thanks. Under her discreet ogling, he takes off his shoes. He does not make a beeline for the lift. He hops through the door to the stairs with a wave. He scrambles up the stairs to the 4th floor. The carpeted wood muffles his violence against it as he goes faster and faster. He glances to the ceiling long enough to see no cameras. Good. He opens the door leading to the 4th floor and pauses. Still no cameras. He walks in the dim-lit hallway, counting the doors and the light filtering from the crack between the doors and the grayish carpet. At least 2 people are up. The 5th door on the right is his. He sweeps the keycard against the lock. It turns green and Issei manhandles the doorknob to get inside. He softly bangs the door close behind him. The suite is petite for the name it bears. 2 large beds are on each corner of the bedroom. A small bathroom is by the door to the hallway. He tries one bed. The bedding is soft under him. He jumps back to his feet. His knees wobble under him. He reaches for his bag, zips it open and pours its incongruous guts on the bed. A few smelly socks arranged in a big fetid ball fall of the edge. A book on plants which clearly cannot be found in the human world, seeing the cover and its ferocious flower with black teeth, slams loose change under its weight. A keychain jingles its fall as Issei vigorously shakes his bag one last time. Under one underwear he delicately pushes away with the book. He finds his prize. His old phone is still intact after all it went through. Nokia does not make the most appealing phones, but they can take life's thrown lemons and make hot chocolate out of it. They're tough little ers. He FS his phone open. The phone buzzes to life. A few unread messages clog his vision. His neighbor's left voicemail and frantic messages from what he peers at. He sweeps to his other messages. Ah, there she is. She left a few messages. Of course she would. She did demand he live with her when her son left the house. Too many good reasons made sure that never happened. Issei was no quitter. Leaving his mom's while she was at her lowest would have made him one, because of course she couldn't come. A house in the middle of the mountains isn't the most reasonable place to try to heal from one of the most vicious sickness known to men. She didn't mention the awkwardness of housing the abandoned wife of his son, but Issei had not been deluded by her silence. Her silence on the phone stopped being comfortable afterwards. Reason and reasonable people is the enemy. He types. His thumb hovers over the send button. He thinks of homemade matcha and Gyokuro tea drank on the 4th morning after every New Year. He tapes the button lightly. That part of the plan rests solely on her. Her next action will steer him in the right direction. Technology does its own brand of magic, and he knows she will see his message the next time she opens the dingy phone he chose for her. She admitted she wanted to learn how to text and they chose it together, though he was the one to quiz the sellers for the cheapest, best deal. They somehow succeeded in fooling him, Issei still suspects to this day. She paid too much for the old version she got. He switches from his messenger app to the internet's guts. He watches several videos on the same subject intently. The Japanese Ministry of Health is nothing but dutiful in its videos. Issei learns a great deal. He turns off his phone. He takes a long scarf, red and bright, from under him. A toque, checkered with snow white and lye orange, is found under the bed after much raking and sacking. Issei wounds the scarf around his neck loosely with drawn gestures. He thrusts his chopped mess of hair into the toque. He glimpses at the sliding mirror which hides a secret closet all hostels' rooms seem to have. His reflection in the mirror shows a teen with a wool scarf that blankets his chin and mounts the tip of his nose. The toque atop of his head lets a few wisps of brown hair out. He tugs them back inside forcefully until they obediently stay there. He arranges some clothes haphazardly on his bed, sprawls a few hygienic necessities in what looks like teenage chaos. The sealed little thing that was concealed against his thigh is put in the smallest front pocket of his bag. The sealed little thing digging into his navel stays where it will need both. Swaddled in his warm clothes, bearing a bag that feels nothing, he stumbles out of the hostel. He keeps his back turned on the hospital. He knows better than to look. The urge to just run for his life, for his mother's life, has not disappeared. The itch is there and one sideway glance will not content him. Issei is not a freaking idiot. She will need a place to rest and clothes when she is out. She will need his presence. No way is he leaving her sides once she is up. He goes to the convenience store next. It is thankfully nestled by the hostel, open 24 hours for lonely souls in need of calories and other important resources. He finds clothing that feels thin and plastic under his fingers. He buys it without a change in expression as the cashier holds back a perplexed stare at the women's underwear and outerwears he chose. Issei wouldn't have noticed if the man behind the counter hadn't started his purchases a tad too long as he scanned them. No need for a plastic bag. Issei hoists his bag higher with a jolt. The cashier wordlessly gives him his items. He glances at his bag. A blink later, his decision is taken. He does not ask to see the insides of a teen's bag that did his business quickly and politely at such a late hour. It is too much effort demanded for the night before Christmas. Happy holidays. Dead eyes who whimper tales of deathly boredom and long hours spent standing in a tiny convenience store tell him their time there has been everything but fulfilling and happy. Happy holidays, the cashier strangles out. Issei offers a tilted nod of his head. He marches to the door without further ado, because he has a mission. He is a man on a mission. By the automatic door, a mess of stapled papers, ads and special discounts for buyers, clings to a peeling board. In the middle of chaos, a neat plasticized sheet of paper stands out. It is too proper for its surroundings. He reads its bold letters before he realizes it. Hayao Issei, 13 years old, Kyo Middle School. Disappeared on. Issei ducks his head, chin digging into his scarf. He hunches his head into his tense shoulders, neck coiled in a position that resembles the one shown on the not-so-old picture of himself. The picture of him, in his school uniform, acne burgeoning around his thin lips, reels in his mind like a movie. He remembers the day they took that school picture. He remembers how his then best friend pushed him against a desk so hard he thought his hip had broken. Just a game, he said. It's just a game, Issei. Why are you crying, you big baby? His eyes were moist for a reason and it shows on the picture. The cashier is back to sweeping the shop with a gaze in an effort to stay awake. Issei unlocks his back. He flees the shop with a wave and a steady pace. This time, his destination is in line with his heart's desires. He marches to the back of the building, bypassing the front entirely. The back is as gloomy as the front. Only one thing somewhat saves appearances. The garden. It stretches itself along the walls of the gray buildings. Winter has not been kind. The plants are withered and dying, even those that are supposed to survive harsh weather. Nobody haunts the inner garden, locked between the palliative care building and the children ward. It's too cold to let patient wander outside, not to mention the night is deep. Sophisticated lamp streets made of wrought iron and delicate arcs dimly lit the barren ground regularly. Brown coarse grass sparsely covers dark, hard soil. He skims walls and finds an unlocked door. His arm tingles and leads him to safer, darker, lonelier corners. It cannot obscure him from the view of the cameras. They undulate the smooth ceiling with their black form and red dots of light. He keeps his head down. Finally, he is in a part of the hospital where privacy is more valued than catching a wayward boy. He treads on plastic tiles in hope. The sound of dashing wheels brings him to a stop. A nurse with a trolley walks at an intersection without seeing him in front of him. Just what he was searching for. He follows her. She transports what he seeks. He clenches his right fist. The bow does not retard its appearance. Guide me. The bow does. Issei feels his muscles move, hear his movements and see his finger handle the weapon as if he had been born for it, born with it. It should be extremely worrying to have a magical piece of wood controls his body. It is not. It's right. The bow hums a happy tune. Issei lets go of its string, and even though he felt nothing besides the coarse material, even as his brain recognizes he fired nothing, he knows what will happen. It's a whisper in his bones, a knowledge of his soul. The pot of hibiscus the nurse walked by explodes. Her strangled yelp does not equal Issei's efforts. Her scream when she understands what kind of freak accident just happened to her does. She runs like her bouncing little balls of fat she considers legs have never run before. In her panic, she only sees a looming shadow by her fallen trolley. Issei slackens his grip on the bow. It disappears, clinging back to skin-covered territory. Later, when a sleep-deprived security guard comes hastily, he does not nor will notice for a few precious minutes that a syringe and a bottle of disinfectant have disappeared from the frightened nurse's trolley who collapsed at his feet, howling about a bomb. Issei has calmly pocketed the stolen items and sauntered in another direction a long time ago. He doesn't find his mother in the room his memories identify as hers. A new name slates the door. Issei pushes the door ajar and peers into darkness. A scent that does not belong to his family, to his mother, permeates the air. It smells like musk and old sweat. They moved her. That's not a good news. How is he going to find her? Does he have to forget prudence and scare the hell out of the whole damn hospital staff? Issei hears their footsteps long before he sees them. He looks up and lets go of his plans to terrorize the whole town. He leans against a wall. Two women are talking, walking down the hallway in a manner that is neither too fast nor too slow. Issei hates it anyway. His right hand's knuckles twitch. The two nurses do not turn their head. They do not notice the boy resting against a wall, playing with the hem of coat as he watches them with unblinking eyes. No visits for room 376A. The only visit she will probably get is when her husband will come sign the papers. Even then, do you really think he will go see her signing papers? Don't mean he will. That sort of thing you do in the doctor's office, not in here. Issei stays glued to his wall long after their voices have fallen to an imperceptible lull, distant and ghostly. Room 376A. He saunters down the bright hallway. The teen stares at numbers as they go up, from 200 to 300. He jumps up a flight of stairs or two. Finally, he finds the room. Predictably, it is his mother's name that decorates it. Life is sometimes a convenient storyteller. He plays with the doorknob. Unlocked. He grasps it with both hands, and doesn't turn it. His mother is on the other side. Their fate is on the other side. He can't be weak now. He shudders a breath out. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. Please. Issei pushes the door to his and her fate open. He blinks the darkness away. A familiar scent caresses him. Slow beats hit his ears. A form rests on a lonely bed. He wobbles his way to her. Hayaru, Nihayashi, Hikari does not resemble the memories he has of his mother. Ghostly skin does not glow in the dark twilight of her room. Black hair has disappeared, leaving a bluish canvas of bones behind. She is so small. His fingers find their way to her gaunt cheek. They shake as they touch paper-like matter. The skin he grazes doesn't feel human. Bereft of her warmth, bereft of her luster, bereft of her soul, bereft of her life. She doesn't murmur his name with a voice he has forgotten. Her eyelids quiver, or at least, Issei thinks they do. Issei mimics the nurses and doctors he observed on his phone. He takes the bottle of disinfectant, the syringe, his vial and the Glorigold out. He snuggles the flower against her skull. It starts its burning dance, free to heal and hurt. He cleans and scrubs the hollow of her elbow until it's bright and ready. The sun breathes in. He inserts the syringe and a drip of red magic fills the syringe. He puts the sharp tool against her transparent skin in the hollow of her elbow. Finding a vein is not difficult. They appear, faded snakes of green-blue under her parchment skin. He pinches her fragile skin between his growing nails. He plods her flesh until he finds the vein he is searching for. Her artery is thin, but he is sure it is what it is. The spot is right and the thin tube looks relatively bigger than the others. He inserts the tip of the syringe in. He pushes forcefully and empties the syringe in before the tear can be tainted by outside of her body. The beats of the heart machine go up. Issei stills. The Glorigold dances. Her eyelids stay closed. He says a very bad word his mother would have been horrified to hear. A door creaks. He sits, immobile as a statue. The Glorigold waltzes. Nothing. He learns to breathe again. He sits by her side. He plays with the straps of the respirator that devours her face. She stirs. He stops breathing. Hope crashes all pretenses of calm. He rips her mask off. His fingers curl her chin. Hey, Mom. Her eyelids flutter open. Issei dares not, cannot hope everything is good. She closes her eyes. A part of him is relieved. He failed. It's finally finished. The others' parts howl and scream their anguish. He grasps her hand. Her brittle bones barely hold their own against his forceful embrace. Stay with me, Mom, he begs. She breathes feebly under the rough fingers that search for her pulse. Issei, she murmurs. He can see how much effort it demands of her to just say his name. Her eyes are wavering between him and a tunnel of light where pain is but a word and gentle hands are waiting for her. Her eyelids flutter, eyes unfocusing and focusing on her son. He holds the vial over her chapped lips. His fingers pry her jaw open, pushing on stone muscles and granitic bones. He tips the vial until a drop of liquid dances on the edge. Drink, Mom. Drink, he begs. Brown eyes focus on a trembling boy. A tear falls on a frozen tongue. There, swallow. He massages her throat until he feels her muscles ripple and move under her skin. There, you're good. You're good. He peppers her forehead with ease. You're okay. You're okay, Mom, she whimpers a complaint. Issei stops his attack with a start. He helps her up. Who am I? She blinks artificially sleepy eyes. Yeah, it's me. He acknowledges himself like he used to. His hope is soaring high and it must not crash. I'm Beck. He grabs her hands. Do you know where you are? He asks. The hospital, she answers slowly. Yes, we're in the hospital. Issei can't help it. He laughs. His eyes burn and gosh, he must look mad. His mother looks so lost he has to stop. She doesn't need madness when her own just left. She's blinking and feebly scratching the dust of artificial sleep out of her eyes. She squirms and stares at her Glorigold. It still danced to an unknown song, burning softly through her pillows. He buries his head, the place between her neck and her collarbone, forehead pushing against a pillow, smelling of better days. For a blessed moment, his life has gone back to the way it was before his mother collapsed on the kitchen's floor. He is Hayashi Issei, 13 years old of age. Human, weird human, and he is hugging his mom and no one will stop him. There will be time. They have time. Her arms, hindered by wires and weeks of inaction, tremble to grab his clothes. She grasps his clothes and they're locked in an embrace. I missed you so much. The only sound is the continuous beeping of the heart monitor. It's going faster and faster. Issei glances at it. His mother's heartbeat are displayed on it, changing erratically to higher numbers. He rips a cord out of its plug and it screeches a whimper before it goes silent for good. Even with a little freaky bombing accident, Issei wouldn't forsake the possibility of an overly concerned nurse making her way to his mother's room. He pockets the vial with its last drop of miracle tears and holds his mother's hand. Sir, we cannot possibly hide this. A woman disappeared. A man who seems to be a doctor by the looks of his shriveled white coat coupled with a young scratchy beard, flails his arms in a grand gesture of incomprehension. His convulsing hands pat his pockets in search of a little box of cancer-giving, stress-relieving burning sticks. He stops himself before his nervous fingers spill the entirety of the box on the ground. He clenches his fist around the package. Another doctor, one who was unabashedly smoking by an opened window, sneers as he extinguishes the remains of a cig's butt against the wooden sill. His dark, half-lidded eyes offer nothing but contempt. We can and we should. Silence is the only thing the last man, sitting behind a creaking desk, offers. 3 men, 2 opposing opinions. A dim-lit room. Winter wind against goosebumps. It is such a picture that delivered itself to the tightly locked office of the director of Kyoto Hospital. The director links his hands over a never-disappearing heap of papers. The little warmth they exchange does not stop the cold that pierces his bones. Beside, she's dead. The dark-eyed man spits out as he lights another cigarette. The flame of his lighter sparks brown flecks in his eyes and brings a twisted remorse to his face that is snuffed out as easily as his fire igniter is put to rest, safely secured in his pocket. What do you mean? Taku asks the first doctor. A cigarette falls from his trembling hand and rolls under the director's massive desk. No one tries to reach for it. The director unlinks his hands. He leans forward and listens. Kusajiri, the smoking professional, sighs the name out exasperatedly. He turns to their boss with an explanation ready for a more intelligent mortal. Director, she is dead. She was in catatonic state. Moving her from her equipment, from her respirator, made sure she would die. Kusajiri pats his coat's pockets. He fishes inside, jostling and clinking tiny forgotten things around. He finally leaves them be when his hand comes out with a cheap blue lighter. So it's a murder. The cops need to be notified. It could be one of us. He shakes the words out. The director stays silent, a statue of seriousness and severity. Taku snorts. Kusajiri's head makes a sharp turn. Are you comfortable working with a murderer? People die in a hospital, especially in that wing. If we go by your childish logic, any doctor or nurse that unplugs a living corpse is a murderer. Kusajiri shifts, weight going from one leg to another. His thumb plays uselessly with the wheel of his lighter, sparking nothing. They didn't simply unplug her. They took her. And what about that exploded pot in the hallway? Taku puffs a long cloud of smoke out. His twisted lips around his cig show yellow teeth in urgent derision. If people went through so much to steal a corpse, you can be sure they will do far more to cover their tracks, in ways you can't start to even imagine. Another long puff, followed by a shorter one and a cough. Kusajiri continues to turn and use the wheel of his lighter. He frowns and opens his mouth. Taku cuts him off before he has the time to voice any of his internal struggling. But you are always so righteous. He sneers. Do you not understand the police will come here and investigate? They will ask for files, for everything. They might stumble on other business while they're here. Even you have things you prefer to keep away from their eyes. Sir, Kusajiri turns towards their superior with a nervous jolt. He doesn't deny his colleague's accusation. He toys with his crumbled box of cigs. What are we going to tell her husband? Their chief furs his gaze towards the high windows that let the budding sunrise in. His spotted and wrinkled hands stay flat on his papers, hiding from view their content to wandering and curious eyes. When he focuses back on his employees, his grave and exhausted countenance takes on a somber air. Do you have something to add, Taku? He first asks his most controversial aide. Taku nods and comes closer to the desk. When only a nice plank of wood garnished with papers and homely family photos stands between them, he whispers. We have a few unnamed, unclaimed bodies in the morgue. I know the chief of the crematorium. The guys there will not talk. They know to keep their mouths shut with the amount of stuff they've seen. Kusajiri lets his box of cheap cigs fall to the ground. This is despicable. Taku doesn't even turn his head, doesn't break eye contact with the director. As much as your business with that married, male nurse. Kusajiri covers his left hand with a startle. He blankets from view a tiny, plain band that hugs his ring finger. It represents his marriage with a woman his staff believes him to love dearly. How? The director frowns. Personal matters are distasteful to bring up in such a setting. This one, more than any others. Enough. I asked for your opinion, not your squabbling. The older man sends a pointed glance at the sneering doctor. It serves as a silent warning of sort. Taku doesn't back down under the furrowed gaze of his superior. Sir, the hospital will have to offer a settlement to Mr. Hayato. We cannot afford this. We cannot afford another scandal. We cannot afford to house a murderer or its accomplice either. The director raises his hand high in the air. Enough, I said, he rumbles. The two doctors still. Taku presses his lips together while his coworker slaps his mouth shut. They know better than to continue bickering like two old grandmas fighting for the same loaf of bread in front of their boss. There is a limit to his patience. Getting fired just after the winter holiday doesn't sound that good of an idea. The director sighs. He massages the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. Silence permeates the air. A cold wind brushes the curtains of his office. It travels around the room like a snake, twirling and twisting with coldness and promises of death. The winter holidays can either be a happy occurrence or a final one in people's life. Those who are left behind, those who have nobody, they often fill the morgue during this time of the year. Thusajiri, there will be an investigation. The director glances at the devil's advocate. Taku, it will be a private one. The director resolutely casts his gaze downward after his decision has been made. Yes, sir. Taku nods and drags an unwilling Kusajiri by the collar before he can spew more stupidities about the murky waters they have found themselves in. The familiar creak of an old door being closed softly echoes. The director, left alone to his silence and thoughts, relaxes his back against the dossier of his chair. He eyes his desk, closes his eyes, opens them, closes them, sighs, opens his eyes and blinks tiredly. With a swipe, he pushes the blank paper away from the top of the heap of papers that so neatly keep his family photos out of his view. Under that blank paper, a death certificate for a comatose woman bears no signature. Written by the hospital computers, it claims the poor woman was brain dead and thus unplugged with her husband's blessing. Under it are the papers her husband did sign the morning of the fateful day Hayato Akari mysteriously disappeared. Whoever did this corpse's kidnapping they knew and acted, and this knowledge does not help his heart find peace. The director does not remember the man's face. He was not the one who met him to legalize the liberation of his hospital's bed, but Kusajiri assured him he met Mr. Hayato in passing and even shook his hand. Despicable is the word, he murmurs as the ink of his pen stains the death certificate with his signature. On the 23rd of December, Hayato Akari died. Brain failure. Nothing could have saved her, not even a miracle. Mum, Hayashi Akari turns her head and her faraway eyes focus on him. He marvels at the attention. Lidio, you want apple juice or green tea? He feels a little stupid to call for her attention for such a small matter, but she needs to stay hydrated. The teen holds high the bottle of juice and the pitiful bag of crumpled tea he found in the bottom of his bag, next to his not-smelly socks. Juice is full of vitamins and sugar and shit. Green tea is great for the body, any Japanese with a grain of knowledge know that. He clenches his fist around the bottle of juice and imagines he is strangling his thoughts. We have tea. His mother shifts in her seat. She stretches her neck in her effort to peer at the options he holds in his hands. He takes a step forward, taunt for a fall that never happens. She's sitting straight and well. She is so small in the clothes he bought. She is so small in the wheelchair he stole. His red scarf, draped over her bird-like shoulders, looks like a blanket. His checkered toque is almost too big for her, covering her thin eyebrows from view and making ripples around her nape. Her blankets overwhelms her form, but he refuses to let her take it off. He put the Glorigold seal inside the dancing, fiery flower will keep her safe and sound. To hide his internal fascination, Issei jiggles the crumpled bag of tea with a smile. He wants to be conniving. He remembered her favorite drink right. They share their love for tea. Shared. Water's already boiling. Why, his mother muffles a chuckle behind her hand. The action is all too familiar and Issei's heart is melting. Why do you even ask, then? Issei glances at the tiny kettle he had turned on before he asked for her preference, just in case, to be sure she did want tea. Making her wait would have been distasteful. He filled the little thing with 2 cups worth of water. 2 cups, one for her to drink, one for him to hide behind. He doesn't want to drink or smell the thing for a while. It will do a fine job at hiding his face, though. He twists his mouth in a semblance of a smile. I just wanted to make sure. A tenuous wisp of warm cloud is already leaving the beak of the kettle. Soon, the telltale sound of boiling will bubble from it too. He turns it off before his ears pick on any sounds. Into 2 plastic cups goes his crumpled green tea. His cup gets a sprinkle. His mother's gets a generous spoonful. He comes to her with a smile and a not-steaming cup of slowly unraveling tea. He puts it down in front of her. On the little nightstand he moves so she could have a table where she could put things down if they were too heavy for her hands, or just to throw the things that are bothering her in any way somewhere. His mother smiles as she bends to reach for her cup, and really, it would have been better if he had just given her the damn thing directly. He can't do a single thing right. He plasters a smile on his face to return hers anyway. He sits on the edge of the bed on which she dozed off after their adventure of the night. He was content to stare at her from there during those horrible hours where her chest would imperceptibly go up and then go down in her slumber. He bit his knuckles and scraped his teeth against his bones. Her chest always went up though. She's still breathing fine, even now. Issei still wants to abuse his knuckles. He controls the urge. What would his mother feel if he started gnawing on his hands like some sort of deranged beast? He prefers to die on the spot than to be the reason she goes into shock. He won't be the reason she's shipped back to Kyo Hospital and its gloomy hallways haunted by wild teens and other nefarious monsters. His innards twist on themselves. He watches as she sips her tea with a contented hum. He bought snacks, but no real, solid food. She already had some light, fake miso soup as breakfast. It did not upset her fragile, awakened organs. She needs something heavier. He does, too. He moistens his lips. His teeth inadvertently scratch his bottom lip. Do you want to eat out, or I can get us some food and we can cook something in the hostel's kitchen? It's something they apparently can do, according to the hostel's manual laying on the ground. He read it to pass the time, to stay awake, to stop obsessing over the falls and the ups of her breath. He learned something useful out of that dry experience. His mother purses her bottom lip. He got that from her too. How about we cook some fish? Fish and rice, he asks. Light enough, simple too. It wouldn't upset her fragile stomach. Hopefully, fish and rice. She nods in assent. The familiarity of her favorite would make him all fuzzy and warm inside, if his offer hadn't caused another unforeseen problem to appear out of nowhere. Does he leave her here while he goes to buy food? Either he takes her with him so she doesn't get out of his sight and she might be recognized by someone. Either he leaves her in a false sense of safety in a room they are supposed to vacate in a few hours. Shit. Issei gulps down a dozen explanations as to why they can't eat ever again, actually. He ducks his head, hunching his shoulders under her gaze, sinking into a seemingly admiration for the pale color of his tea. That man did not recognize him, and his face was almost directly next to his photo, he reasons. Nobody will recognize her. Their eyes might see, but their mind does not compute the information. Plus, Hayashi Hikari looks young. She isn't old per se. She had him pretty young, he has to admit. His parents fell in love hard and marriage talks came easily and quickly. Baby Issei was on the way before they had the time to say honeymoon. Or so the story his parents told him at bedtime goes. The registry of the hospital told another story. The story of misfortune, miscarriages, and 2 stillborn baby girls who never had a chance to taste the crispy, polluted air of their world and be taken to a tiny river that turns and swivels. Flowers, petals, or fallen leaves dancing and riding its current. Hairless, paler than fresh snow and skinnier than the digitally models that pollutes teen magazines, his mother, against all reasons, does not look 10 years older than her real age. She looks impossibly younger. Her sickly pale cheeks are slowly turning a healthy rosy color. The tea is perhaps to blame. Issei prefers to blame the swirling phoenix tears he gave her. Still, he cannot spend all his time marveling at her returned health. He needs to focus. Oh, one of her eyelashes fell on her cheek, maybe he should. Issei forcefully tears his gaze away from his mother's cheek and fallen eyelash and entire being. He has rejoiced enough already. Now, what's the plan? There is no way he can logically explain why she looks so young and healthy to anybody who might notice their real identities. No way. They will attract attention. Normal humans and abnormal ones will flock towards them. The supernatural part of their world might even notice something's incredibly weird with her recovery from a lethal cancerous tumor in her brain. If they find her, they will find him. Issei is not enthused with the idea of anybody finding him. It brings too many uncertainties. What they will do will decide his next course of action, but some routes he prefers to others. His favorite is where people leave him be with his family, leave him live a normal life without forcing him into an impossible situation. Will they do that? Though Issei has never been the most optimistic guy in the universe, and even such a person would probably not think such an outcome possible. They cannot stay in Kyo, for his safety and hers. He glances up from his seemingly fascinating cup of warm tea. His mother takes her gaze off him and observes the wall with the utmost attention. They are both so awkward. His mother does not ask him anything, even now. She respects his silence. Or perhaps the drugs she was constantly fed in her vegetative state has something to do with her dull acceptance of his reticence to speak and her unexplainable rescue. He does not probe her mind, does not ask if she has wandering thoughts, does not help her out of their silence. He refuses to address the internal turmoil they are both facing. He does not dare to. Her silent questions and wild musings, if they were voiced, he wouldn't necessarily know how to answer them. He doesn't know if there is anything he can be honest about with her. So he slides from the bed, takes his dead phone he left on the hostel's manual and plugs it by the empty space where the nightstand used to stand. He hesitates to sink to his knees there, hidden by the bulky bed from his mother's gaze. If he is hidden from her view, she is hidden from his. He sits back on the bed, but on pillows and back against the hard board. His mother is staring through the window at the naked trees and cement of their town. Her shoulders, covered by his scarf, go up and down gently with each of her deep breaths. He looks down, staring at the screen of his reanimated phone. A new message has been waiting for him for a day now. The person who wrote it has probably eaten her entire set of nails, facing his day-long silence. Issei erases the sorry he typed by reflex. Their family. No need for useless niceties nobody believes to be true. He doesn't go read what her anxious mind may have written. Instead, Issei browses and browses the web, going deep and finding many unpleasant things, only to come to the grim conclusion that trying to move anywhere in Japan during the winter holidays, without having booked at least a few months in advance, is impossible. Everything, from bus tickets to train and plane, is taken. He would need a small fortune to get out of Kyo now. The other option is out of the question the moment his rotten brain remembers he has a working seal. He said his goodbye to the Guardian. He said his goodbye to the underworld. He is not using the underworld train, and neither will his mother. They need something else. That something else does not exist, apparently. Homeless and incapable of moving. What a shitty reality. He pinches his lips together. Now, he is in the right state of mind to talk with his grandmother. Whatever she has to say, it won't make him any more unhappy. His dying optimistic side musters the strength to whisper that she could be the harbinger of good news. His realist side snickers at the thought. His grandmother typed that a day ago. It's not a bad start. She didn't start by berating him for his disappearing act. He swipes his thumb over the surface of the screen. Time will tell him if she is reliable. His phone buzzes to life in his hands. He checks it with raised brows. His grandma has learned to type fast. Issei surveys his fingers. His nails are almost at a normal length now. A strange white part has spouted from his fingers, going farther than the tender flesh his nails are supposed to protect. When he straightens his curled fingers forcefully, a band of pink meat under his nails turn white, as if it was pushing his nails, ready to break free. Is he really going to gnaw on them? Oh yes, he is. He chooses his pinky as his first victim. He types. His phone vibrates in his hand. Hard to believe. Another vibration trembles throughout his arm. Issei glances at his mother. She is staring at him, rocking her cup between her hands. Her thin bones are covered by a paper-like layer of skin, and they somehow succeed in being paler than her white cup. She does not ask him who he is texting. She is breathing and alive and focused, and oh, they're burning another corpse to cover up, aren't they? His phone buzzes. Issei tears off a good chunk of his once healthy nail. Seeps from the broken edge. He tastes metal, and his teeth search for remains of jutting wisps of flesh. Issei, a hoarse voice calls him. The T looks up. His mother tilts her head. Come here. He turns off his phone against his thigh before she has a chance to see the thread of messages he exchanged with his grandmother and her estranged mother-in-law. She does not need to be shocked right now. She needs peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. Where is he supposed to find that? He puts his phone on the table that stands before them. It clinks loudly as it meets its polished wood surface. He remembers a house made of wood and memories. He slides his butt on the bed as gracefully as a swaggering duck to get to the side of her wheelchair. What is it? She reaches her arms out. He shifts and hunkers. A hand brushes against his skin. His mother takes his abused hand in her own. Feather-like touch traces the bruises he made along his knuckles during the night. She massages his knuckles softly, silently. She covers his Y finger. Issei wants to explain, find a stupid reason why he is like that, but he has none to offer. He has a feeling she wouldn't believe his lies. It's a novelty, this situation. She is sane and well, and he has to be truthful now. His lies would have to be perfectly crafted to not be noticed. Hayashi Hikari knows his tells, she knows him. His mother lets go of his hand and sighs. He pulls his limb out of her surrounding and on his lap. He reaches for his cup with his other hand to hide his face behind something. The sip he dares to take burns his tongue. He gulps it down anyway. It burns and flares its way to his stomach too slowly. There's a fire in his belly. There is a hellstorm of questions and pity and sadness in his mother's limpid eyes. He gulps down. His throat is filled with shards of broken glass. He nurses his cup between his two hands and faces his mother. Do you think Grandma will be unhappy if we come a few days before the 4th? She takes her time to answer him, mulling over her response. He likes that habit of hers. She really does think before she speaks. It makes her look serious in any situation. It makes her interlocutors feel important, cared for. That's what Issei feels, anyway. Her brows crinkle as she opens her mouth. I think she will be delighted. After the heart attack we will cause. A heart attack? Really? He chuckles his jitters away. She will survive, his mother answers softly. She smooths an edge of her scarf mindlessly. She lived through worst. Issei would have thought it a jest a few months ago. Now, though, he sees how the corner of his mother's eyes do not crinkle up, how mischievousness does not spark her gaze alight after she uttered words that could have passed as a joke. If his family has secrets that can threaten their safety, he will uncover them only to dig a deeper pit for them and burn them until not even the ashes of a skeleton remain. He edges closer to her seat. Do you want to go there? Stay at Grandma's? Please say yes. Her eyes are trained on him, yet he feels she has gone somewhere else in the way she nibbles on her bottom lips, the way her right hand smooths the non-existent wrinkles of the red scarf that hangs loosely around her brittle collarbone. I haven't seen the mountains in a while, haven't I? In a while. That is a way to say it, yes. No. She blinks. Her nibbling on her reddening lip stops, and suddenly, his mother is back on her wheelchair, at his side. How long was I out of it? A year, more or less. Issei can't find the exact number. His head hurts. So much overthinking and so little sleep. Another silence stands between them after he spills the truth out. He wonders if holding her hand between his will soothe the conflicted emotions that fur on her face and that he cannot truly read. He offered her the truth, and he can't help but to internally start to eat metaphorical nails. Was it a foolish move his tired brain made? Would have silencing the truth done any bad? Her fingers play with the frayed end of his scarf. Her movement brings him back to the present and his distressed parent. I don't remember all of it. Pieces, moments, that book about Japanese trees we read, the time you cooked that horrible fish. I don't. Something is missing. I was losing my mind, she murmurs, limpid eyes staring at him, staring at his soul. Yes, Issei doesn't want to lie anymore. Not to her. I feel better now. She follows the seam of the blanket Issei ripped from her bed with her bony fingers. You gave me something, his mother says softly, and her words form a question. Issei thinks of red tears and red and everything that happened in between. His mother sure is clever. He doesn't think he inherited that from her, and that's a true pity. He stays silent. Issei. She grasps his hand there, and for a person who was in a vegetative state a day ago, her grip is strong and steady. I remember losing my mind. I feel like it hasn't ended yet. Tell me. I don't know how, he mutters. Talk to me. She shakes his hand when her son avoids her gaze, her questions, and her affection. Issei, talk to your mother. So her son gives in, for he knows what insanity feels like. Would you care for a story, Mom? A story. He covers the small hand that grasps his own with his free limb. His hands are bigger than hers now. She has always had hands that were not much bigger or thicker than that of a child's, he recalls. Small, soft, almost boneless, it is as he remembers it. She is as he always knew her, a caring parent. It's refreshing to know somebody did not change through the events. He nods and smiles. For once, it does not feel forced. A story in a book. It might take me some time to get it for you, but I think reading it will be worth the wait. She sighs, but Issei knows everything's okay, because her sigh sounds like the beginning of a chuckle. The author seems to be a very busy man. He caresses her white knuckles under her white skin with hands he hopes are warm enough to chase away the cold. He does it the way she did when she stopped him from biting his nails off. He's all over the place, he admits. She lets him play with her hands. A strange feeling has overtaken them, something that is far from the angst of unanswered questions and fear of tomorrows. What does he do when he is not all over the place, she asks, a smile tugging her thin lips upwards. Colors decorated her cheekbones, and they are there to stay. Issei looks around, searching for inspiration. It strikes him quickly. He abandons her hands and reaches for his cup of tea. He raises it to her eye level. Lukewarm tea swivels out and onto his fingers. His pinky burns when a drop of liquid seeps into his open wound. He smiles through the burns. His mother is watching and she needs laughter. He does too. He drinks tea. He goes for a sip and grins against the rim of his cheap plastic cup when she laughs. Issei stares at the door of the bathroom fixedly. His ears pick up the sounds of the ripples his mother makes as she shifts in the warm water. His back is resting against the white plastic side of the bath. He can almost feel the warmth of the water that swivels with each of her movements. Is it too hot, too cold? She has said nothing since he sat down. Is she asleep? He fights the urge to turn his head. Instead, he lets his head fall on the hard edge of her wheelchair. He scratches his temple, searching a little bit of comfort where metal can only offer him the smell of a prison and the toughness of bars. Mom, he whispers. He hears a ripple in the water. Yes, everything's okay. He tries to speak louder, but his throat chokes the last syllable. Yes, her answer echoes like a question. Issei gnaws on his bottom lip. He forced her to take a bath. He shouldn't have. She's probably mad at him now. The telling smell needed to disappear, and only a good warm bath could have done the job. His mother had looked downright mortified when he offered to simply wipe down her body. He didn't remember her so prudish, although he had never offered nor had to make her take a bath before, so that's maybe why he never saw that side of her. Their neighbor always helped his mother for everything concerning hygiene. He hadn't to worry about it before. She needed a bath, his mind whispers. She had to take one. He is staying just in case she needs help. Better be by her side than busy resetting his memories for her story. He pinches his thigh. Run. The end doesn't justify the means. It must not. I'm done. He stands so fast his back pop. Dizziness hits him and ouch, he should have had more of that fish and rice thingy. Drinking lots of water isn't doing the trick anymore. Not when he ran everywhere to get the foodstuff for their little feast. Panting and dying and still running with dots swinging across his vision because he had dared to bet on his mother's soundness of mind and he feared his bet would let him down somehow. He came back to their room sweating rivers to find his mother perfectly fine and happy to see him back. She had chuckled at his haste to see her again. The gesture was familiar, like her way of ordering him around as he slightly overcooked the fish but did a magnificent job with the rice in the kitchen. Even there, his heart was running a marathon. He didn't want her to stay in the communal kitchen of the hotel too long. Someone might have seen them. Someone might have seen them and recognized them. They ate in their room. Well, she ate. He clings to the sink counter and masks his dizziness by roughly grabbing her towels. He hands them over without turning, without facing her. The bath's bottom is not curved. It's flat. She will not fall. He will give her modesty this little mercy. There you go. He closes his eyes in turn. He bends down, hands open to catch her own. His right leg wavers. Steady, stay steady, damn it. His mother grasps his hands. Even pull me. So he does. He hears, feels her movements. Wet feet meet the carpet and her warmth brushes him. He stands upright, helping her as much as he can without touching too much. She leads his arms, smelling like water and vanilla shampoo. He bends, following her frame. His eyelids quiver, but he doesn't open his eyes. Her wheelchair creaks. She is seated. Issei turns around and opens his eyes. It went better than expected. He sags against the sink. Her leg hits his. He jolts. They're too close. He is hindering her, he knows. He takes 2 large steps forward decisively. His nose meets wood covered by cheap paint. Imperfections on its supposedly smooth surface do not disappear when he is closer. If anything, his closeness deepens their grotesque. A simple spot becomes a crater of dirt and old mold. The whole door looks like the photos of the moon he has seen on the net. The moon people who do not live in crowded cities can see. The moon he wanted to see once upon a time. He glares at a dark stain made of mushroom and anxiety, twists his neck just a bit and catches a glimpse of pale skin on the mirror. He glues his eyes back to the door of the bathroom. He could open it. The heat and steam wouldn't suffocate him so much if he did. But his mother needs the warmth. Or does she? Should she be surrounded by cold? He searches in his memories as he eyes the ceiling. His grandmother did say something about heat and cold. When one is cold, yes, warmth is better. Perspiration takes all the bad things from your body. It's better to sweat. Issei will not open the door, then. He can survive the heat. His mother needs the heat. He shifts. His eyes find a new dark spot to explore. His fingers play with the broken seam of his worn t-shirt. His ears pick up the sound of crumpled clothes. His mother sighs. Coarse fabric rustles against fragile skin. This is all very much awkward. Why did he need to stay in here? Again, yes, his mother was comatose 2 days ago. He's thinking like a dumbass again. A hand touches his thigh. Issei jostles. He bites his lips. The whimper stays suffocated in his closed mouth. Undone, his mother chirps a bit too happily. Her son unstuck his teeth from his hurt bottom lip. He turns his head, smiles. The movement pains him. Why is he always faking? He tastes and keeps smiling. He opens the door with a twist of his wrist. Cold air infiltrates the steaming bathroom. He grasps the handles of her wheelchair and backpedals slowly into their room. It's your turn, his mother commands from her throne. She glances at him and smiles. You need a shower. Issei does not discreetly bend his neck to smell his armpits. She isn't wrong. Smelly teen is smelly. He smells like his school's gym's locker room. Absolutely disgusting. He just needs stains of unknown origin and weird spots and a suffocating promiscuity with other smelly teens to be right back at the place where he didn't dare to change in. Because his clothes had the habit of disappearing and the shame of going outside in only his boxers to get the teacher has not left him yet. School. Great memories he made there, eh? He rolls his mother back to her spot by the window. He grasps a corner or her blanket he so carelessly threw on the bed and covers her from her shoulders to her feet. The part with the glory-gold seal is put against her heart. He turns and bunches the blanket around her as if it were a cocoon to protect his fragile butterfly. A fragile butterfly that wiggles an arm free the moment he delicately removes his hands from under her. Do you have anything to read? She asks as she wiggles her other arm free. Issei reins on his desire to adjust her blanket again. I think I saw some magazines by the TV. Issei looks under the TV. She is right. He grabs a few gilded women's mags haphazardly and places them on her makeshift table by her knees. Close enough to be taken, far enough from the edge to not fall thanks to gravity. There you go. She hums a thanks. He hums in return. Humming is a family thing, all right. Issei smiles crookedly. When was the last time they had a family thing? His gaze falls on her fingers that flip shiny pages with ease. Bony, they are. In better condition than his, they are too. His eyes follow the arch of her arm, the slope of her neck, the checkered pattern of his wool toque turned hers, to meet hazel eyes. Shower, Issei, she reminds him. The corners of her eyes are going toward the sky. Issei blinks and a part of him shivers. No cracks of age decorate her amused gaze. He makes a beeline for his bag. He FS his phone into his mess and waddles back to the bathroom. He hasn't checked it since yesterday. His grandmother can stew in her juices for a little bit longer. He disappeared for 2 weeks. It's not that much of a difference at this point. At least she knows he is alive and still peppy about gutting his biological sire. Talking of stewing, his mother did need a bath. She didn't stink per se, she smelled like the hospital's detergent. It was a telling smell. Telling smell had to disappear. Telling smell had to disappear so he wouldn't go insane, thinking about the hospital and the fact that they are so close to it, so close to the crime scene. Nobody has found them yet. How long until they do? How long until they drag them in a lab to observe his mysterious bow and her miraculous well-being? Issei pushes the door of the bathroom, closes, but barely so. Colder air comes and goes as it pleases from the crack left by the ajar door. He can't lock it. If something happens on the other side, he must be able to tear it open. From his bag, he fishes out some not too crumpled clothes and his notebooks. Reasonably thinking, he has 15 minutes before his mother might consider something is amiss. Leaving her unattended for 15 minutes, with a paper-thin wall between them, will also give her the time to be less mad with his pushiness. He promised her a story. He might as well start now. He finds a pen that's not completely dry in a small front pocket of his bag, stuck between dry grass and crumbles of a sad, abandoned cookie. He flips a notebook, opens. It's overflowing with facts and information about the underworld and tear stains. A faded brown smear, part of a bigger picture of dots and shapeless stains, soiled the curled paper. She might recognize it as an old stain. She might also not. Her questions would be damning all the same. It is stuffed in the very depth of his bag, under many smelly or personal things his mother shouldn't seek out actively. He reaches for another, one that will hopefully be unused. His fingertips brush cool paper, crumpled and fragile. He eyes the innards of his bag. No title on the pastel blue cover. Bingo. He FS it open. The writer CS his pen open. The ballpoint touches immaculate paper and Issei is gone. He writes and writes and writes until words writ under his troubled gaze, and his fingers are red from holding too hard, and his wrist begs a respite. There are not enough words in his vocabulary to recount all that he has gone through. He probably will have to burn these pages after they are read by familiar brown eyes, lest they end in a mean-spirited soul's hands. He anchors his life with ink and grotesque handwriting to a few scattered pages. Issei, a distant call breaks his rhythm. The point of his pen slides to a stop. The teen closes his life's current chapter with a flip. He taps his phone open. He's been at it for more or less 8 minutes. Yes, Mom, he has a story ready about a rather dry and spicy poop before he has finished uttering those words. The front desk called. Oh, he didn't hear that. Is his hearing failing him too? Now they said we have to vacate the room soon. Issei drops the pen in his bag. That's an easy problem. Nothing in comparison to the shame of crying in front of his mother. Nothing compared to the awkwardness that lingers between them. He will wrestle a new room out of Hostel's hands and they will thank him for it. I will go talk with them. Issei takes off his clothes with a spasm. The rancid odor of his shirt almost makes him gag. Shower. He doesn't have to smell like an ape to amiably take what he wants. He glances at himself in the mirror before his pants meet his shirt on the floor. He glances upwards again through his bangs. A faint outline decorates his right shoulder. It would almost be a tattoo if it wasn't white in color. It embraces his skin, tracing lighting along his veins from his collarbone to the nook of his elbow. He doesn't resist the urge to poke the cradle of his elbow, pushing against pale skin, a jutting bone and twisting lines. Are you there? His skin tightens. Lines seem to move oh so slightly, tauntingly greeting him. Hello, host. You are ours. Issei slowly takes his hand away from his haunted flesh, balling it into a fist. His hands are not his anymore. His throat is dry when he tries to gulp down his anxiety. You already knew that, you stupid fuck. Why panic now? Don't panic, Issei. Don't fucking panic. His gaze leaves what he cannot change and goes back to the mirror. It reflects the pursued lips of a teen, small and scrawny. White dots of past mistakes litter the flat surface and a crack snakes its way across a corner, breaking the reflection of his left hand into a bizarre world of mirrors. Pale skin, white lips, pale eyes, dark bags, pale soul, bleak soul. Issei observes himself. He observes the marks acne left on his face, ugly craters that will never leave. The hollow scar he got on his left arm when he fell from the diving board after one too many wild jumps. Everything changed in the span of a few weeks, yet he still looks the same. Issei blinks. There is a change. His shoulders are wider than his hips. He stares at the alien change in his body. So adolescence does give other things than smelly feet. He raises his arms. No hair there. Yet, just lightning in his right armpit cradling the flesh and swirling to join the other patterns that go to the interior of his elbow. A buzz shakes his bag. He bends down on instinct and grabs his phone. His grandmother sent him another message. Issei doesn't read it immediately. He blinks as a stray idea becomes a viable scheme. His gaze furs downwards and he allows himself to read. He types calmly as a plan takes root in his mind. Yes, it could work. He lightly taps the send button and seals his immediate future. That wheel of fate pushed, he throws his phone back into his bag. There would be no epic manipulation and guilt trip to get another room in the hotel for free. How so? Issei touches his face. He plays with the non-existent flesh of his cheeks. It needs a good scrubbing. He's got no pizza face anymore, but he might as well offer his best to his estranged grandma. He twists the hot water knob. Water splashes everywhere in the sink and burns his awaiting hands. Issei doesn't take them away. He doesn't feel much in his right hand anymore. He could train his left hand to be the same. He escapes the bathroom a whooping 4 minutes later, freshly clothed, damp-faced, and ready to fight the world. An angry, wrinkly grandma, if he must. He grabs the little things he hasn't already put in his bag. It becomes heavier with each new item. With a sigh, he internally admits they will have to leave their leftovers in the communal fridge, down in the shared kitchen. If their little meeting goes all right, someone will take them and eat them in their memory. Probably. If it doesn't go well, they will have some snacks for tonight. His mother looks up from what looks like a mind-numbing read. She doesn't seem particularly interested by the new fashion of last season. It's not her kitten of nerdy. What are you doing? Issei one last underwear into his bursting bag before he answers. We're going to see Grandma. He zips it up with difficulty. The seams are cracking, ready to vomit back what he forced them to ingest. His bag didn't get lighter, that's for sure. The magazines fall on the ground with a crumple of plasticized paper. Issei turns with a jostle. His mother purses her thin lips. The corners of her eyes drop as her gaze lands on the ground and the mess of colorful pages at her feet. Her hands are flat on her knees, pressing and leaving their traces on her blanket. Her pale skull shines softly with the peeking sunlight. She is turning away from him. He scrambles to her side. He grabs her hand in his own, covers her in his warmth and all the things that choke him speechless when he stares at her too long. Mom, you need to trust me on this one. We need to go. His mother blinks. For a terrible second, he sees hesitation in her glazed eyes. Issei clenches his jaw. We're going to see Grandma. Only her, he repeats softly. And no man she once called her sweetheart, hopefully. The damn trash people call his father is still out the picture and he wants him out as long as possible. Issei has no need for trash. Trash belongs in a landfill, not in his life. He hopes his mother feels as he does. She can't possibly love him after all that is past. The river of time and mistakes has torn them apart forever. Her boneless hand finds the little strength to lightly press his. I thought we would have a little more time. I know, I'm sorry. It doesn't work with the plan. They can't keep his grandma away, lest she really has a heart attack. That would complicate everything immensely. He might start to feel sadness again. He has no time for sadness. She quivers. Before he can ask what is wrong, she escapes his hold. Let's go. Let's not make her wait, she commands with a poor smile. He nods. He FS the light off, takes his bag and off they go, her sitting and him pushing all the way to the elevator. He adjusts her toques and scarf around her neck, hiding her face. He ducks his head, shoulders hunched high around his stiff neck. Seconds are spread across time, slow and painful, as they wait for the soft ding of the elevator that will take them downstairs. A soft sound permits them entrance into their cage. The descent is thankfully lonely. No one takes the elevator with them, leaving them to their awkwardness. Their stomachs drop and climb their spine with the descent. Another ding decorates their silence. The slow opening of the sliding doors feels like torture. Issei pushes forward silently into the lobby. He will not give the key back. Not if the meeting doesn't go as planned. They need a bed, a roof if his grandmother refuses to shelter her flesh in. The crematorium is a block away. Of course, the cemetery is close by the hospital in their small town. Close to their sad little motel where people come and go, crying in despair or in joy, leaving indelible stains of liquor on carpet and imprinted feelings on blankets. Issei nods at the woman behind the desk, different from the one he met when he booked a room. She nods back with a tilt, before her eyes go back to looking at nothingness. She looks even more unfazed by life and uninterested by its inhabitants that roam by her. He has the sneaky feeling she isn't exactly sipping tea from her thermos. His phone buzzes in his pants pocket. The duo advances slightly faster as they finally cross the empty, carpeted land of the lobby and reach the door. One push later, the doors slowly open to let cold air in and a burdened teen and his sick mother out. He glances downward. A spot of white skin is visible from his standpoint. Her collar is too wide. The sun fixes her musk scarf. In her red gear, she looks pale as snow. A snowdrop in a field of. Issei knows he can leave his mother at the family's diner that's a block away from this gloomy place in the opposite direction. He could explain to the staff of the dinner that he has had an urgent call. His grandmother had a bad fall. Could they please watch over his recuperating mother while he runs to save his grandmother? He could put her in front of a nice tea and go alone. He does not. So now they are walking toward a bus stop by the side of crematorium, half a ton of blankets enveloping his mother in a cocoon, and still, he feels she must be cold. His hands are burning against the metal handles of her seat. His thighs are attacked by the wind, stiff and enveloped in biting ants. Without his trusty put atop his ears, they're also suffering. He fights the urge to cover them with his stiff fingers. The winter wind is humid and piercing, and he should have planned something else, damn it. His grandmother's little Toyota, a dingy old car his grandpa bought for nothing after their last car died in their backyard, is in the parking lot. He parks his mother inside the bus stop. I will get her. Stay here? Okay. Unha. He dearly hopes that means yes in his mother's language. It used to. He hopes the fragments she coddles in her mind whisper an answer relatively unchanged. He fancies a heart attack as much as any other teens of his generation, but he would like it after they're somewhere relatively safe. He eyes her. She answers his roamings with a steady gaze. He fights the urge to adjust her toque again. He follows the slope of her neck when her own gaze wanders towards outside. The crematorium is less sinister than what his nightmares made it look like. Its exterior is neat. There are no giant webs or cracks that leak in guts. No ghosts along the wind. No tearful families haunt its entrance. It's unsettling all the same. Issei turns his head away from the cracked plastic glass of their shelter. He huddles against his mother's side, the metal of her wheelchair digging into the bone of his tight. It's a feeble attempt to keep her warm and nothing else. With a final glance at the dingy car he knows far too well and the building he never wished to know, he turns his mother around so she doesn't face the sinister monster of his nightmare. He takes a shard of the mirror from their room out of his coat's pocket. Taking it out of the frame was easy. A few pushes and pulls around it, plus a pen stuck in the crack did the trick. He now has a spyglass and a way to make sure everything is all right. He squints at the shard. He angles his right hand awkwardly to the side, against his left hip. This way, she should not see his actions too much nor understand what he is doing. Knowing her, she might get offended. She was so precious about her being able to do her normal tasks around the house at the beginning. His mother hasn't moved. Yet, Issei twitches his mirror around to see her surroundings. It's not her he shouldn't trust. It's the rest of the world. One of his feet, he doesn't know which in his state of concentration, hits a solid obstacle. He trips on air. A solid step forward allows his face to not meet concrete. The teen clenches his jaw. The shard's jagged side ripped the skin of his thumb open. Issei, watered eyes are quickly blinked into a drier state as the grandson looks up. His grandma stands at the top of the 3 steps that leads to the crematorium main door, one gloved hand grasping the handrail. Her other hand covers her heart. He glances one last time at his spy mirror. No movements from his mother. She is more patient than he is. He let his hand swing back to its rightful position. He stuffs his shard in his pocket. Grandma, he greets flatly. She runs down the stairs. Oh, my boy. She hugs him. I thought the worst had happened to you. Why didn't you ask for help? She caresses his face, his hair with a gloved hand while the other retains him in her grasp and a need for it to be real. He stays silent, even though he burns to know if she contacted anybody about his presence here. She better has not. I had stuff going on. No visual on his mother. That's bad. What if she has a relapse? What if someone approached her? He would have to be in people's face if it happens. He doesn't want to shock her with a violent scene. He tries to turn his head. His grandmother holds his chin in place. Her eyes are exploring every nook and cranny of his face. Where were you? Places. He answers. That's not a lie. His mind zooms on where he left his mother and how worse it could get if they don't get to her soon. Huo is not known for its violent crimes, but he is sure rascals spend winter days roaming aimlessly around the crematorium, preying on sick mother and sad families. Issei. His grandmother tugs his collar. Her eyes are watering. Grandma. Issei holds her hands, covering her small knuckles, and trembles with his own. He hopes his hands are steadier than his voice. He searches for words that will not shock her more than his simple presence already did. Did you tell your son I was coming here? Oh wow, good job Issei. Much tact. Such gentleness. So good. You will get the award for Best Grandson of the Year if you continue. She shakes her head. No, you told me not to. Excellent. He squeezes her hands, and that's supposed to be a reassuring gesture and not threatening, right? Thanks. She squeezes his fingers tenderly. She smiles, and she is ready to say something beautiful when she notices his thumb is ripped open and putting stains on her. You're bleeding. He shifts. His thumb tries to escape her hold. It's putting on her beautiful leather glove. It's nothing. Her furrowed eyes and frowning lips are ready to berate him, because she can't be a good grandmother if she doesn't remind him he can't do anything right. Her eyes take a second to follow his shifting form, and it is all it takes. Her eyes widen and Issei's mind blares curses. Ikari, the part that feels completely detached from the situation as he grasps his grandmother's elbows and holds her close because her knees are playing a wild maraca song, giggles. At least he won't have to explain in a convoluted way that he kidnapped his own mother from the hospital and that his grandmother was going to attend another person's funeral. She saw for herself already. He drags his grandmother to the bus station. His mother waves sedately. Hello, mother-in-law. That's the only sound his grandmother produces. Her gloved hands grip Issei's arm for support. Her nails dig in. He grasps her other elbow before her knees fail her completely. She leans against him, her hands pressed against chest. He smells her shampoo and pictures the incense she uses for his grandfather's altar. Grandma, listen to me. There's a family dinner a block away from here. We are going to walk there and eat some food. Maybe drink some good tea too. When we're done, we will talk. He put one of her hands on the handle of his mother's wheelchair and pushes. They hobble their way to the diner. Silently, Issei has no idea what to say to lighten the atmosphere. Can he even lighten it up? Issei concentrates on the cracks of cement of the sidewalk, walking at a moderate pace for his mother as much as his grandmother. A part of his brain is already calculating how much he can spend to not go broke, in case his grandmother does not stand by her family. They are sitting in a booth farther from the center of the restaurant a minute or 10 later. His thighs burn less now that he is sitting on a warm bench. The staff's nothing but accommodating with his mother's physical state. Swift and to the point. They helped her into the bench. She sits leisurely between him and the wall. His grandmother is facing them. There are cups of tea and a teapot between them before they have the time to raise their hands and say please. He is tying a napkin around his bleeding thumb when a waitress helpfully brings him a band-aid and ties it for him around his ripped wound. It stops bleeding everywhere. He offers his best smile and a bow. It probably looked like a grimace, but the intent behind it was good. Japanese service sure is the best. His grandmother cradles her too warm porcelain cup. Issei knows it's too warm because, in a moment of nervous, he tried to sip of tea. It burned the tip of his tongue and the part of his palate that's just behind his front teeth horribly. Mrs. Hayato Sr. puts her cup down decisively. The hospital called. I was going to your funerals, Ikari. Ikari waves the attention towards her son with a dainty movement of her hand. Issei can fill you in the blanks. He is grateful she hasn't outright admitted she knows nothing. He moistens his chapped lips. I took Mom from the hospital yesterday's night, he starts. Why? Issei opens his mouth. He clamps it shut. What was the reason behind his rush? He wanted to see his mother safe and sound. He wanted to alleviate the pain. He wanted to see her. He wanted, so he acted. They were going to unplug me. My husband came to sign the papers. My case was taking space and helping nobody, as they put it. Issei clings to his cup. He gulps back the bile and the hate. His thumb bleeds anew. I heard them talk in my sleep, his mother finishes flatly. Her hand reaches for his wounded hand and flattens it against the varnished wood of the table, holding it down firmly. I didn't exactly have the right to spirit her away, Issei continues softly. He stares at his mother's hand, soft and small, over his own, rough and big. He hears his grandmother sigh deeply. Who are they burning? Somebody else. Or nothing. Nothing sounds better than a nameless corpse put in his mother's vault. Nothing will not bring them bad luck or ghosts who claim to be his ancestors and need him to fulfill an ancient prophecy to save the world and cleanse their resting place from the filthy thing that will be placed there in a few hours. Has life ever been so kind? We should go to the hospital and demand answers. They can't do this. The end of her braid goes up and down with each of her huff. Your mother needs to be treated, she rumbles. That's his grandmother all right. a spitfire ready to get what she wants the way she wants it. No, Hikari interjects. I'm fine now. His grandma snaps her neck towards her daughter-in-law. Her anger is going to make her act and talk out of control in the diner. Issei knows. What do you mean? You're alright, you were in coma 2 days ago. Issei remembers his dreams. He remembers how Dream Grandma was sweet and sour and would put offering in the mountains for yaokais. He could start with that. Yaokais, it will tie to the rest of the world they will have to discover together. Grandma, do you still believe in yaokais? Silence. His mother's hand retreats from its spot on his hand. His grandmother reaches for the end of her braid and tug, once. She bends forwards. Have you made a pact with one? We have a lot to discuss, Issei lamely opts for. He will have to describe a whole new world. One that is dangerous beyond imagination, one he chose and can't quite leave now. She's so going to make him sleep on a rotten mat once she knows. His grandmother wrinkles her nose. She doesn't push. She shifts focus. It doesn't give them the right to place a nameless corpse in your mother's vault. Do even if it is a person, it could dirty the tomb and disturb the resting of your ancestors. Are his ancestors really going to come for him for reparation or something? If they let it happen, why can't even the dead stay where they are, minding their own damn business now? His grandmother's frown looks too deep, twists her wrinkles too much for it to not be a real problem. Damn it, can we ask for the ashes? He finds himself asking. I'm going to. His elder smiles, the smile that spells people are going to die magnificently. He mentally lights a candle for them. They shouldn't have been on her path. His mother shifts on their cushioned bench. It's probably a nameless corpse they took in the morgue. Her gaze furs from her teacup to them. Everybody needs a resting place, she lets escape. He sees his grandmother's hackles raising. He sees his mother's brows furrowing. We could offer it a resting place in the mountains, he quickly adds. Not near the house, his grandmother immediately vetoes. Issei glances at her linked hands that nurse her empty cup, then to her thin lips, pressed together. She didn't say no altogether. He feels the smile coming on his face. We just have to purify a spot, right? I know you can do that. Very well. His grandmother relents after she gives him one last uncomfortable stare. From the corner of his eyes, Issei sees a waitress hovering nearby, spying to see if they need her to order. Issei smiles at her. Are you ready to order my treat? His grandmother sees her tongue. What are you saying? I'm the one who's treating you too. Grandma, I can. The teen starts. Don't argue with your elder. She snaps back. She grabs his hand and squeezes it tight. You went through enough already, she says softly, emotionally, and when was the last time he saw her so sad for so long? Thank you, Kayasa, Hikari whispers. His mother glances at him with an arched eyebrow. Issei sighs and bows. Thank you, Grandma. One beef curry and some lame jokes later, Issei is relaxing against the board of their booth. His stomach doesn't hurt as much as before, it doesn't grind and grumble in a desperate call for food he likes to ignore. It's an annoyance he doesn't have to deal with for now. His mother and grandmother have acted amiably with each other. He has never dreamt he would get so much in one day. His grandmother pays with a swipe of her debit card. She puts her gloves and scarf back on, hiding her wrinkled skin and braid from view effortlessly. Stay here. I'm going to get the car. Issei stands, unsure of the next course of actions. Is she going to come back for real or is she leaving? Stay with your mother, Issei. I know my way around Kyo, she commands with a huff. He watches his grandmother trots to the entrance. He follows her swagging silhouette until she turns a corner, the corner from where he could observe her get her car if he were to leave the restaurant. Just 1 minute. Eyes, his mother calls. You didn't finish your rice. The son surveys his bowl. He did leave a little bit of rice. When was the last time he had so much food in his bowl? It feels like years ago. Another world. A world that's crumbling away, even in his memories. She nudges his spoon towards him. Don't be ungrateful for the food. Eat it. Issei picks his chopsticks and eats the last grains of rice. The door of the restaurant is open wide and a little lady with a many years stored in her white braid trots back inside. The rest is a blur. They leave the restaurant quickly to get inside the car. Issei pushes his mother to the warm, old banger that still smells like his grandpa. He helps get inside safely. He packs the wheelchair in the truck. They drive back to the crematorium. They leave Hikari inside the car, saying they will be quick. Hopefully. Then grandson and grandmother are inside the sinister building, talking with a secretary. We are the family of Hayao Hikari, the senior of the duo starts. You were late for the cremation. We had to do it without you. We are on a tight schedule, the secretary informs them grimly. She offers quiet condolences with a bow of her head. Issei sneers amiably, as if you would have let us see the corpse one last time before the cremation. May we see the urn? His grandmother asks. There's a quiver in her throat that could pass as contained sadness, but Issei knows she is just raging inside. Of course. The secretary nods and pushes a button. A man appears from an office a second later. He bows and greets them solemnly. He leads them down a gloomy hallway. On a quaint little table, a box covered in white fabric stands alone. Issei walks to the table. The box is his nightmares taken on a solid form. The thought that his mother is waiting for them in the car stabilizes him. He only feels disgusted by the masquerade they're part of. It's all so fake. The man bends a little to be at Issei's level. Would you like to hold until we put it in the vault? No, you're not burying it anymore. We're taking Issei's gaze first to the urn and he wants to curse. I hope it's not a real them. For fuck's sake, them with us. The worker nods compassionately. I'm sorry, young man. You have to be strong. Your mother is at peace now. No, what my grandson said is true. We're taking the ashes. The man blinks. His frown turns less amiable when he turns to face the older woman. You paid us to open the vault and put your daughter-in-law to rest. Everything is in place. We simply need to put her to rest with her family now. Kayasa shakes her head. She bats the air and probably dreams of doing the same to his face. We changed our mind. No need to open the tomb. Listen here, you can't change your mind about that. His grandmother's smile is fixed and fuck. He is happy he isn't the one facing her. You can keep your money. We simply want my daughter-in-law's ashes. She is enunciating each syllable clearly, as if she was talking with a child, or a very slow person in need of new hearing aids. It doesn't work this way. We have to answer to our boss. Issei reaches for the urn and takes it from the table. The worker's baffled look as he tries to grasp thin air is ridiculous. Should have hold on to it harder, old man. Have a good day. The teen bows, urn secured in his arms. A second later, he is scrambling away. He is out before the man has the time to say anything useless again. His grandmother, from the sound her soft boots make, is hot on his heels. His grandmother and he are running away from a crematorium after stealing ashes. Issei snorts at the ridiculousness of the whole situation. He uses the car as a support as a waterfall of chuckles escapes his mouth. His grandmother massages her waist as she arrives to the car. She sends him an unamused gaze through squinted eyes, all of it coupled with twisted thin lips. She looks the picture perfect of an adult completely overdone with a child's antics. She keeps it together for 2 seconds before his hilarity takes hold of her amber eyes. Really you? She succeeds to mutter before it becomes too much and she hides her laugh behind her dainty hand. His mother rolls her window down. What is so funny, she asks, gaze swinging from her giggling son to her laughing mother-in-law. Issei adjusts his grip on the urn and no, he isn't puffing his chest out proudly. I stole the ashes. His mother blinks. You stole them? Yeah. He was saying a lot of useless things so I made a run for it after taking the ashes from an old man's hands. The poor dude looked baffled. You know, like an owl. Big eyes, mouth wide open. A fly could have gone in there and he would have gulped the damn thing. Language, Issei. Hikari and his grandmother cut in at the same time. Issei wrinkles his nose. He does the adult thing and sticks his tongue out. Hey, you stop. Kayasa and Issei looks at the sagging man running towards their car. They exchange a glance. A Machiavellian plan takes root in this moment of complicity. The grandmother hops into her seat. The grandson closes his mother's door and skips around the car to the passenger's seat. Issei straps the urn to the passenger's seat with a smile. You're not going to fall anywhere, don't you worry. His grandmother glances at the gray urn before she starts the engine. It rattles to life. Issei opens the door next to his mother and clambers into the small car. They leave the parking lot with a few coughs of the old motor. They bypass a yelling man throwing curses at their dingy car, form sagging and panting as he abandons his slow pursuit. By then, a giggle starts to ignite the atmosphere. The giggle becomes a soft laugh. The soft laugh becomes a roaring applause. They are all puffing and giggling, bent against each other in a heap of happy, overgrown puppies. His grandmother discreetly wipes her cheeks. Issei turns his head and acts like he didn't notice. I missed you too, his grandmother confesses after the last giggle has died in her eyes. I missed you too. He missed the laugh. He missed his mother's warmth. He missed his grandmother's croaky voice. They pass through the busy street where he used to work. The sweet shop is still standing, even though he has cursed his owner a few times. He sends another curse with a glare for good measure. They pass the takoyaki stand and it's still as busy as ever, even though the cold burns and Waysake does not. This time, Issei joins his hands and sends a blessing. They are at the outskirt of the town where he spent all of his life in no time. Will we ever come back? I don't know. Huo is behind them. The future has sharp claws and plenty of nightmares to offer. Issei flexes his fingers. In one hand, a bow and a path full of violence. In another, a dragon and a past full of grievances. His mother hums. She closes her eyes. Issei observes the disappearing city of his childhood a long time after they've passed the suburbs of the suburbs and his mother has fallen asleep. Her head jolts with her neck feeble effort to keep everything straight. He reaches for her nape with his hand and brings her closer. Her head is at last secured on his bony shoulder. He breathes in her pale skin, blues cracks running along her skull. The top of her head smells like caramel and it's almost too sweet to be real. It smells like innocence. Peach fuzz tickles his chin. He tries to adjust his angle, shifting around one muscle at the time so his pointy chin is not digging in her soft skin. They all are angles, the both of them. A thing they share, mother and son. They will do just fine. They can do this. Living's not so difficult when he's got somebody to watch his back. Someone who can anchor him to the real world. And his mother is going to live a very long and fulfilling life. If anyone dares to try and take her away from him, Issei knows he will punch some warm bodies into a colder state. If it is Hades who tries anything funny, Issei might just punch the god too. The beauty of the gesture would be grandiose. He blinks and pauses his glorious fantasy. Hades' ugly mug scrunches up and disappears into an imaginary drawer. Is a punch worth eternal damnation? If Hades finds himself bedridden for the next millennia, it very well could be. If it protects his mother from any harm, it is. Sharp brown eyes catch his mind out of his fantasy on the rear mirror. His grandmother blinks and her gaze goes back to the sinuous road to her mountainous dwelling. Issei observes her braided silver mane. A few strands escape from the tight braid, thanks to their little run. They curl on her forehead and her nape. He would like to have hair that white one day. His grandmother turns on the radio and drowns his thoughts in an ocean of soft music. The motor thrums hard as it clambers up gentle slopes. Trees are closing in around the road. The horizon is drowned in a sea of green and brown. Leaves flutter in the wind and the forest whispers. Light and dark rumors go from one tree to another with cracks and rustles. Red climbs the temperature gauge of the motor as the car slows down agonizingly on a path that never stops going up. Feet would advance faster here. Issei turns his head and avoids staring outside. The glimpses he unwillingly catches raise the thin hair on his arms into rigid soldiers. The motor coughs. They all jump with him, accompanying its jolts. Kayasa pats the wheel tenderly, whispering encouragement. The beast under them listens and continues to function through sheer will. Issei closes his eyes. It's alive. His eyes twitch. He rubs his eyelids. The relative wide darkness the thin skin protecting his eyes provides does not help his rising anxiety. The forest is still there, outside the car, unmoving and unmoved. Bile rises and burns his throat with acid. His hand gropes for the lock of his door, making sure it is tight and nothing can move it. Nothing can enter the metal cage he chose as his refuge. It doesn't calm him. Things unknown can overthrow all logic, can overwhelm his logic and make him open the door to face his death. A thrum goes through his arm, all comfort and images of dead enemies. If they dare, they will die, the bow seems to growl. Issei is neither comforted nor amused. Damn, his bow is thirsty now. Yay. He lets go of the lock. The car stops with a dying roar. Issei opens his eyes. His mother is glued to her window, silently staring at the house she used to visit every year on the 4th of January during her marriage, like a clock. Her hand plays with the lock, pushing it and pulling it, keeping them caged inside the car. We're there. His grandmother turns and a few more locks escape her braid. No, we're home. Issei thinks somberly. It's not home anyway. He reaches for his mother's hand and grabs it with all the tenderness he can muster. He takes her fragile limb away from the lock. They exchange a glance. She ducks and avoids his gaze, abashed. He squeezes her hand. He has no right to judge. He was doing the same a mere minute ago. He unlocks the door. The teen turns. His back pops with the twist. He unlocks his own door and gives the example, even though his mind is ranting about the forest, and his hands are shacking. He has to give the good example. There are only a few meters between the car and the house. They will be inside in no time. He can do this. He pushes his door open as his grandmother does hers. The crisp cold engulfs him. He stands. The trees around the property, haphazardly left to their own device and survival, bend and alert. The wind whispers tales to their quivering thin branches and evergreen pine needles. The clouds gather over the hill, bringing electricity and their tears. Issei, come help. The teen jolts to action. Issei walks towards his family, banishing memories to a dark corner of his mind. They wait there, waiting to pounce on his tired self once he is alone once again. His grandmother is waiting, frowning towards his inaction. He offers her a weak smile. She doesn't buy it, taping her foot rapidly against the ground, her hands on her hips. The son offers another smile with more teeth and less anxiety to his mother when he arrives at her side. His grandmother has already taken her wheelchair out. He grabs the paper-like woman by her midriff and delicately as his non-existent or aching muscles permit, deposit her on her wheelchair. A lightning of pain goes through his back. He bites back a whimper and smiles, and he is getting real good at masking pain, isn't he? Hikari shifts on it. After a few seconds, she stops squirming and nods, at ease. Issei tucks the Glorigold blankie, as he named it in his mind, around her. It will keep her warm for the few seconds they have to spend outside. And inside too, considering the quality of the insulation. Every year, like a broken recorder, his mother Suntobig Zusman would go on a rant about the poor quality of the fiberglass put in the walls. He always bravely said he would one day work on them and replace everything so his parents would have a cozy interior. Issei is going to do what that man swore to do but never delivered. It's been far too long since anybody followed through his or her words in this family. The conviction is so strong, the promise so fierce. Issei slams the door of the old car close a bit too hard. It screams in protest, and his grandmother sends him one of her patented glares. I could walk, his mother whispers when he huffs and puffs against a crack between rocks that does not want to give way to her wheelchair. Issei changes his approach. He stops bending against her wheelchair in a hopeless attempt to run over the damn crack gently. He grasps the cheap metallic seat with cheaper wheels and carries it over the crack with a huff that's a bit too loud. His mother will think he is tired or worse, weak. He is not weak, damn it. He has some muscles. Somewhere. In the house, maybe. No, his mind corrects. You're not walking anywhere in this house. Thankfully, a ramp was installed when his grandpa was still alive and kicking his ass at go, even though his hips were failing him terribly. He pushes his mother up the ramp slowly, minding the cracks in the old cement. His grandmother turns the doorknob and they are inside. Issei pushes the wheelchair on creaking wooden floor till they have arrived in the kitchen. That's the place where they used to eat and talk, back then. Warmest place in the house too, when the oven is working and his grandmother is making special editions dishes he couldn't quite find the taste of anywhere else. Eating her homemade food was the joy of his yearly visits when he was a kid. He used to beg his parents so they would go to his grandparents' house more often. They always had excuses and reasons to not go. It's curious, now that he thinks about. A shiver brings back the memory of his mother whispering his grandmother had lived through worse than a resurrected daughter-in-law and a heart attack. He parks his mother by the table. Do you want to drink something? She shakes her head. No, I'm good, she answers absently, focused on wiggling her arms out of her cocoon of blankets. Nonsense. His grandmother bustles into the kitchen, winter clothes abandoned somewhere for a homely man's sweater. She puts slippers under Issei's nose. He grabs them before she lets them fall on his mother's head. It's so cold outside. I'll brew us some tea. Issei wanders towards the entrance, set on discarding his shoes and putting on slippers when he remembers something they all forgot. I'm going to get the urn, he calls. His hand is on the doorknob and he hates the outside. He hates the trees and the wind and the clouds, but the urn cannot be left alone. It would be disrespectful. It wouldn't be good for the ashes. His grandmother's head appears in the rectangular of the door leading to the kitchen. No need. Leave it in the car. She notices her grandson's hesitation on the doorstep. She waves her hand with a point of exasperation where a drop of regret and fear stagnates. We will take care of it later. Issei shivers, inexplicably. In the end, he gives in. He knows the forest is looming over the house long after he closed and locked the front door and went back to his mother's side. The forest is alive. They have a quick snack. Issei chews on an old raisin cookie. It tastes like dust and dreams of chocolate. When was the last time he had chocolate? The sweet shop. Issei wisely muses dried raisins tastes better than chocolate, after all. At least, they aren't sold by stinky middle-aged men who prey on the vulnerable and the weak. Who cares about the lost crunchiness and unmeltiness of dried fruits in front of such knowledge? His name is quickly added to the list of people who will get their face slapped next time Issei sees them. His ugly mug might benefit from the care. He throws his head back and observes the ceiling. The house is as he remembers it, old and full of wooden lathes creaking stories out when his steps are too heavy. Issei, could you dry the dishes? His grandmother asks with the tone of someone who is not asking. He sighs and gets up. He accepts the rag cloth and there he goes, drying dishes like a pro. A pro that hasn't cleaned or dried dishes in weeks, that is. He almost lets go of one bowl when he tries to get over the deed too fast. He glances towards his partner in dishes and oh, she is watching him. He offers a grimace and caresses bubbles on polished porcelain with a lover's warmth. His ears wouldn't have stopped ringing till the next century if he had actually broken that one bowl. His grandmother, by the way, is doing an atrocious job at spying on him and doing the dishes simultaneously. She wouldn't make a good spy at all. Instead of just glancing at him from the corner of her eye, she turns her head every time she ogles him. Her eyes fix him too long. The whole stance is awkward and oh so painful to watch for its obviousness. Issei fights the urge to stare at her square in the eyes the next time she squints at him. Issei wonders if he has to start some useless small talk so she can open up about what's bothering her. How have you been? Did you continue the family tradition of eating one's nails till you have no fingers? Because why not? An anxiety. How do you feel about having a murderer in your house? How do you feel about your dear and only grandson having a mental breakdown in your kitchen because your house is surrounded by trees and he forgot for a few days that your house is in the mountains, and the fact that greeneries freaking hate him on a metaphysical level? Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. You will have to forgive your father, one day. Issei blinks. He comes back to the present and faces her serious, I'm actually serious about this frown. He throws the dishcloth and goes for the door. Oh no, not that shit about forgiveness and whatnot. What his biological fucktard of a fake F-word did is unforgivable. Issei, you are not done. His grandmother adds a spoon on the stack of precarious bowls she has made. She has the guts to push the bowls a little to make space for the teapot. He can see everything falling on the floor in 2 seconds and her precious china cups broken in 1,000 pieces. The noise is going to wake his mother up. He rushes back to the counter and stabilizes the tower. Bowls see under his hands but they do not fall. He exhales a sigh of relief. Kayasa slides a spoon between his arms. Your grandfather loved women, Issei. The team blinks. Okay, yes, he was straight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the generation between him and Issei with his wife. Or married his quick-tempered grandmother. Quick-tempered grandmother slides another spoon between his thumb and the bowls. Nice. He is now a glorified spoon holder. How validating. His family, especially his parents, your great-grandparents, thought he was marrying under his station. They believed I wanted to snatch a wealthy marriage for my family's sake. She passes him another cup and Issei accepts it mechanically. The spoon clatters against the bowls as it falls, forgotten. His thoughts are on his grandfather's beaming face every time he would tease his wife into releasing a smile. They said everything they could to break us apart. They insulted my family in ways so abject. She stops, voice hitching. Bubbles cover her hands but she doesn't notice, gaze and frown lost in the past. Issei follows her gaze. She isn't one to use words like abject. No, he doesn't know the woman who speaks of a past he has never heard of. He catches glimpses of green through the window. A fury form, tiny and agile, flies from one branch to another. A small tail bristles and dots as dark as ink for his grandfather's calligraphy stare at his soul. He ducks his head back to his work. There's no need to focus and Issei wonders. He wonders how his great-grandparents had the guts to insult his grandmother. She's a spitfire given form. Perhaps she was different back then. Like he has changed, she changed too. He lets her story engulfs him. He lets his imagination pictures how they insult her family. They threaten to disown him. His weary grandmother continues, her gaze lost in the evergreen that ancestors lovingly and tyrannically grew. She closes her eyes, hands floating in lukewarm water. The boy stays mute, worried by images and colors he cannot chase nor name. He tries to concentrate on his grandmother's words, but she offers no more he can focus on or imagine as he dries cups that are drier than a desert with a wet rag he could have called the Nile. Issei, left with no job, takes her right hand out of the water and dries it with a corner of his dish towel that's not as humid as the rest. She grabs his hand through the cloth. They weren't all bark and no bite, Issei. They did disown him when he came to their ancestral home and proclaimed us fiancés. A curt laugh, something coarse and pain shakes her chest. Your grandfather stayed strong. 2 weeks before our wedding, they asked him to come home. They wanted to reconcile with him, they said. She chuckles. Issei stays silent in front of her frowning brow and twisted lips, silent in front of her trembling jaw and painful memories. He knows, his guts know the next part is not going to be something he wants to know or hear. Part of their reconciliation was to lock him in a room with his childhood sweetheart for a whole night. Issei opens his mouth. Some kind of uncontrolled hiss, an unwilling breath that hitches and hurts his ears leaves his slack lips. What? As you can imagine, he slept with her. The pure image of the laughing grandfather who beat his ass at any board game crumbles. After all the pain, all the misery, he let me down. She plays with water, drawing figures in the bubbles. He had sworn on his honor, on all that his heart trusted, he broke faith. I went to see my relatives. Here, she points the outside with her chin, a little adorable jut he knows too well, and Issei doesn't know what to say, in this forgotten little town in the mountains. I wanted to hide and let time balm my wounds. For a woman of my station, what I did was terribly stupid. In those times, people thought differently. A rich man could get what he wanted, as long as it was reasonable, and a few mistresses on the side was reasonable. It wasn't so for me. She clenches her jaw. Issei shifts in the beginning of a one-armed hug, something, anything. She shakes her head and leaves the sink for her chair. She sits down with a sigh. But enough about my feelings. He followed me. I was so angry my hands were sore from all the slaps I gave him, and yet, I couldn't stop myself. I acted mad. When I made my decision on our marriage clear, he didn't object. Issei trails after her and sits down next to her, hands flat on the table. He has forgotten the looming forest. What did his grandfather do? Obviously, his grandparents married. Kayasa waits, a strange quirk to her lips. It could have been mistaken for a smile if Issei hadn't known her for all of his life. Instead, your grandfather did what he did best, being ridiculous beyond measures. He bought a tiny shop and worked there every day. It was a menial job, a thankless job. He worked there hard, silently. He did not speak to me, that wretch. However, small gifts and offerings would magically appear on my footsteps all too often. Little trinkets I had liked, fruits we had made jokes about, clothes I had wanted to buy for our house. Her voice disappears in a whisper. Memories stand between the teen and the old woman. They're heavy with emotions, heavy with half-imagined moments for the grandson and too vibrant images for the grandmother. The old woman snorts. Your grandfather was a sneaky man. Finally, I couldn't control myself and asked him why he left gifts on our threshold every night when he very well knew I didn't touch them and children would steal them. Kayasa stares at her wedding band. He answered, I don't see what you're talking about. I'm leaving offerings for the goddess of the mountain. Issei frowns. What the heck, Grandpa, is that the thing one is supposed to say when they admit they were at fault? Is it even an excuse? His grandmother thought it was. I laughed so hard at him I think he was actually offended. Her lips are quirked upwards and perhaps a part of her still laughs at her husband's ridiculous ways. Issei thinks she does laugh, inside. Then the internal happiness disappears, replaced by something far more serious. I didn't ask him to promise me anything when I accepted his second proposal. He knew what I wanted and I knew what he wanted. It didn't go too bad, so I think we weren't completely stupid. This time, Issei puts his hand on his grandmother's. The timing feels right. Her shining eyes tell him his guts weren't lying. There were many things he didn't know. His grandmother probably did not say a lot of what happened between that stupid comment from his stupid grandfather and their wedding. Perhaps he failed her again in different ways afterwards too. Perhaps they lived in marital bliss till his death. Perhaps Issei should stop wondering about things he cannot change, for once. She clears her throat. What you decided about my son, I understand. He broke everything good that was between you. It is only right you do not want to see him again. Issei cannot muster the strength to act acidic. He sees the emotional ploy, where this might lead now. Wonderfully orchestrated, Grandma. Why did you tell me this story, then? Forgiving is not forgetting, Issei. It doesn't come easily and it doesn't make sense, sometimes. Are you going to tell me I'm too young to understand this time? His tone is venomous. It sounds so petty and teenagey. Issei bites his bottom lip. Damn it, he is acting like a freaking brat again. She laughs and it's fond and it reminds him of the bitter tea they would drink during cold winter days. You have my temper. You have your grandfather's perseverance. She reaches for his face and caresses the bumpy skin left by his gone acne as if it was silk. Or a beloved face. The corners of her eyes drop and suddenly, Issei remembers his eyes were always compared to his grandfather. Something about the shape and the color being uncanny resembling. He sports his now dead grandfather's eyes. Whose face is his grandmother caressing, exactly. The thought is so unbearable. Cold Issei reaches for her hand and hides his hideousness behind a bestowed in the palm of her hand. His grandmother, who has always loved to pinch his cheeks, to take him on long walks and take him on her lap when he was a bubbling toddler. He shouldn't be so terrible with her. Not when all the photos they have together, they look like sprawled puppies, limbs entangled in some ways and soul singing a tender song. Happy puppies. She lets go of his face with a sigh. You cannot reject your family. More than, it is all that has happened between my son and you that links you together. As much as you would like to believe that things and people do not affect you, if you do not let them affect you, they do. Events and people who are long gone still leave a mark. Issei. Do you know why I believe in yokai? Issei tenses. A shiver goes through the lines of his right arm and the bow feels as interested as he is. Prey, hunters. My great-grandmother, when I was a toddler, used to take me on long walks. I can't remember all the details, but I remember the stream we would hop over, the flowers she would make trinkets off. She told me things. The emphasis on things has Issei's imagination going wild. What kind of things? He is all but leaning in her face, breath bated and mind soaring. A lead, more than books, more than vague knowledge, something that belongs to him, to his family. The power of certain plants, the way the moon and the sun affects the health and moods of plants and people, which gods should always be respected and which was to woo for a certain demand. Things, I wrote them down when I started to realize my memory would not remember them all with age. How did she know all of that? The excited teen whispers loudly. He leans closer. She told me we have yokai. What kind of yokai? He asks before he can think about all the consequences of this, all the ties and the complications. His mind only formulate one question and one answer. Power. I don't know. His grandmother hesitates. A dark cloud covers her sharp features. My great-grandmother had what people, back then, used to call the forgetfulness of old age. Now, we call it dementia. Issei blinks. The silence is stretching and she stays silent. Her face stones up, all cracking wrinkles and thin lips. You believed her, he ventures. Her knowledge of plants never let me down. It sounds like an excuse. She links her hands together and glares at them. In a flash, Issei guesses that maybe she talked about their ancestry with others, and at best, they teased her like there was no tomorrow. At worst, they called an asylum to ask if any room was vacant for a delusional, superstitious woman. Did she give hints, anything that would tell what our ancestor was? Kayasa stares at him. The corners of her eyes smile a smile so soft, it doesn't look it belongs on his grandmother's face. It's out of character and so grateful. Issei stares at his own hands. She never said anything openly. However, she would often hold me on her knees and recount the story of female yokai who fell in love with a human and abandoned her duty for him. What duty? Issei doesn't care for the whole love story, he just wants to know what's important. Good, merciful Phoenix, don't tell him what he's thinking is real or true. She was the handmaiden of O. She said she was a handmaiden of the Lady of Fire. A chord is struck in Issei. In lieu of stopping buzzing and shaking after a few seconds, unlike a piano's chord, his soul shakes the more he thinks about it. The more he thinks about his dreams, he shivers and fears. Where did she come from? Did she come from Kyoto? Kyoto, the ancient capital of his country. Kyoto, the capital of the Yaokais. Kyoto, the hub of Yasaka, the fox lady who can kick ass and seduce his souls. I do not remember. Issei feels his face twist into something ugly. Kayasa surveys his face worriedly. Wisely, she doesn't ask him what he knows about yokai or how he came to believe the supernatural exists. His answer would have been as ugly as his face. Love really was the motivator of their family? Hey, as long as he never approaches Kyoto, it should be fine. If it's not, it's not. Issei knows it. If his ancestor made her employer unhappy with her abrupt departure, he is shit so deep he could make a house in it. A 2-story house, to be cozy. Servitude is a huge deal. So big of a deal devils basically consider it eternal. Issei doesn't believe the Yaokai's concept of it too far off that mark. Members of the supernatural haven't stricken him as particularly forgiving or forgetful. Yasaka might be unhappy with his existence too. Sins of the elders fall on the youngest shoulders. If she holds a grudge, he is utterly and completely fucked. She is the big boss of Kyoto, the leader, the strongest, the point of power. He is nothing. He has no title, no power he can control, no allies. He is going to have to wake up the damned dragon. Nice. Can't the supernatural leave him alone for 2 seconds? He lays down after writing a bit more about his filtered adventures. His mother will never know the full, gory story and they will all be happier for it. His mother needs something else to focus on than the fact that they're staying at her ex-husband's childhood house. His cheating whore of a grandfather's house. No men in his family seem to be any good. He knows he is of the lowest grade, knowing it probably runs in his doesn't comfort him. He closes his shut eyes. He opens them and morning has come. He hasn't felt sleep take him to a sedated state. He hasn't slept. It doesn't bother him. The trees grow outside, tilting with the wind which is pushing them millimeters after millimeters towards the house, towards his room, towards him. Bark creaks, roots shiver, soil and rocks grumble and leaves stretch out, maleficent, twisted bony fingers. The forest is alive and it wants him dead. It knows his crime, the way he killed and violated peace and purity. His crimes cannot be left unpunished. Issei knows. He also knows, a knowledge resonating in his bones and heart, that he will not go down without a fight. He cannot, as long as his mother lives and he has something precious to protect and cherish. He cannot let the forest take him to the afterlife and Hades' amphivalent most powerful Kretin. He will not let anything get between him and his duties as a son. He wasn't the best son before. They cannot stay here for long. It was a miscalculation on his part to believe his crime would be unknown in the human territory. He needs concrete and plastic. The less green, the better. His right arm throbs accusingly. On instinct, the team massage his shoulder, going from his collarbone to his elbows with rough spasms. A bow he can barely use will not save his poor ass, he muses. The throbbing gets worse. He stops massaging with a hiss. The truth and only the truth, you stupid piece of junk. He regrets his words as he formulates them. He is the one who's a useless piece of junk for not knowing how to use the bow correctly. The bow is not a fault. His left arm goes back to massaging angry pulses that flow through the white lines of his pact with the weapon attached to his body. The ray of light that has been traveling on the floor of his bedroom finally hits his makeshift bed. He shifts and tilts his head. His legs are bent behind him, feet flat against the wall. His right arm stuck between his weight and the ground because his mattress does not do a fabulous job at separating his body from the cold hard floor, and his neck craned so his gaze can follow the cracks along the veins of the old wood. In a few minutes, the ray will hit his eyes. Then, he will get up. For now, he can concentrate on the mess his life is and the veins running along the wood of the ceiling. They are wide strikes of stained wood, appearing and disappearing into other veins. The thought of the forest outside comes back, solid and terrifying. He will have to go out someday. He will have to go outside and face the outside in the forest. As long as he is not strong enough, people with a motive of reputation or greed will try to acquire him. He is a piece of meat below the eyes of many carnivorous beasts. His wishes are nothing next to their desires. His status as a longinus wielder, even an unlocked one, will bring him trouble. For all, he shall be a simple human with no background and no relations to the underworld. The title rattles his nerves, taunts the muscles of his right arm in a way unknown before. It angers a dark part, the part that can pull the string of a bow and destroy. Human is the name they will call him, but it is not what he is, who he is. He is a Issei blinks. The name eludes him, like the bow eludes him, like the world and its way elude him. Big brother. Fluff covers his eyes. Red fluff. Smooth, red fluff that feels like silk and groomed animal fur. A tail covers his eyes. A weight appears on his stomach. Two small hands poke his chest. Why are you still sleeping? The sun is up and the moon is going down. You should get up. He lifts the tail. The ray of light hits his eyes. He sees her all the same. Kusano. Her blonde hair moves with a non-existent wind. Her tail sashays lazily behind her, the same way her teasing smile lazily takes over her small features. She pokes him again, harder, over his heart. Play with me, big brother. You have slept enough. Don't you hear the forest calling us? Issei gulps. Come, it's calling your name. We shouldn't make them wait. She jumps to her feet. She stands on his stomach, small feet gliding. Issei blinks and Kusano is holding his hand and they are outside. The pebbles are cold. He looks down. He has no shoes on. Kusano laughs. She lets of his hand. Come, I'll introduce you to my friends. She pauses mid-whirl to stare at his wreck of a soul. And mother's vassals too. You're one of them, you need to know your comrades. She is bouncing a second later on the rocks that litter their backyard, ancient bones no one dares to move. Their weight and size made them mighty against any intent to separate them from their resting place. Green and brown moss covers them like a blanket does corpses. Withered and sleeping plants surround them, waiting for a faraway spring which will bring them back from the dead. The tendrils lining his right arm tighten and pulse. The bow murmurs wordlessly in his ears. Going alone into the woods is insanity. So Issei does not. He grabs the poor ashes they abandoned in the car and follows Kusano. She grins and laughs, the little ethereal figure. Her legs fur, one moment transparent and disappearing into damp moss, one moment kicking solid rocks to fly high in the sky, only to bounce back on another rock. Issei climbs rocks and jumps down on moss, rocking the ashes gently. Are you okay? He finds himself asking. His nose meets warm wood and he breathes against the box, waiting. Nobody answers. He shrugs. He is acting silly, isn't he? Issei lets the unpleasant thoughts wash over him. He peers at the semi-darkness of the wood. He knows it. He knows the coarse bark of the trees, knows the forgotten path winding down the hill, the rocks and animals that crumple the rare flowers and the dried leaves, leaving traces but disappearing without being seen nonetheless. This was his playground. The forest shivers and Issei continues down the gentle slope, walking on roots and memories. He remembers running up and down the hill when he was younger, always in winter, always shivering in the cold and staying outside anyway. The woods are suddenly less summer. Kusano is silent, bouncing around him now, her luscious tail following her mad dance. He observes her and she doesn't do the same, completely lost in the joy of the moment. It's for the best. He can stare at her, forget the trees around him, the forest and the underworld, the murder of innocence and the lack of throbs in his right arm. He can focus on the pointy ears atop her golden crown of hair, her swaying fluffy tail and the fact that she will not hurt him. In his dreams, in the images that take over his vision and mind, she nuzzles against his side and asks for treats like the child she is. The urn rattles against the box after a hazardous jump that turned into a slide down wet moss. Sorry, the teen whispers. Where do you want to rest? He finds himself asking. Up the hill, down in the creek, maybe in the creek. There's a really nice stream, not deep at all, full of crayfishes and small pebbles. Oh, I know. There's that tree hovering over the stream. It's the only thing holding the ridge together with its roots. You will like it. Plants shiver as he walks past them. Issei hears the stream before he sees it. It's a transparent little water that goes around rocks and trees in its own small canyon. At some spots, Issei could easily jump over the stream when he was a child. As he remembered it, a tree towers over the stream, almost mending the two shores into one bridge over the stream with his bulky, gnarly roots. Kisano looks at him. She shows her pearly teeth in a toothy, eerie smile. See you later, big brother. With a leap, she disappears into the tree. Issei stills. The little fox girl doesn't come back. He puts the ashes down at the feet of the tree. He discards the box. With all the care he can muster, he puts the urn where it belongs. The roots welcome the urn as if they were made to hold it. They make a dark throne for the gray urn. Issei steps back and claps his hands together. May you find peace here. Water. Issei blinks. Something stings his feet. He looks and realizes he walked all the way here barefoot, on cutting edges. He slid a few times too. The skin of his feet is red and bleeding around his heels and toes. A mean-looking splinter is stuck in one of his big toes too. How did he not notice? He makes a beeline for the stream. He sticks a toe in it. Freezing cold. Yay. He walks in the water, cleaning his soiled feet and his wounds. Shiver makes his teeth chatter. Damn, walking back will be a pain. Water. Give me water. The teen cups water in his hands. It burns his left hand coldly. He cleans his hands and cups his hands again. This time, he walks from the stream to the urn. Drips fall quickly and he walks faster. Over the urn, he keeps his hands clasped. A drop falls from his hand onto the urn. A ray of light passes through the dead foliage and reflects on the droplet. Issei, on an impulse, goes down again. Logic can go somebody else's ass. Being illogical is as refreshing as the water of the stream. He plunges his hands in the water. It isn't as cold as he thought it was. Man, he is a big crybaby. Cautiously, he cups his hands and brings them out of the water. A little bit remains, tranquilly falling from the cracks between his hands and fingers. Slowly, the teen stands and walks back to the urn. A constant flow of drops escapes his joined hands. A few steps later, he watches as the final droplets splash the gray container as if he were gently watering a plant. The once dull urn reflects the sunlight softly every time the light dances on the splashes and dots of water. It's better like that, eh? He looks up. The branches upwards are not too entangled. He would have to cut a few just to get a nice lighting around the ashes' resting place. The light would still fur, eternally playing hide-and-seek. It would be brighter. Resting places shouldn't dark and damp. Issei pictures open meadow with brooks, butterflies and peace. It's not quite it, considering his surroundings, but it's better than a closed tomb where the sun never stays long enough to feel warm. He surveys the surroundings. The spot is peaceful enough, not so easily accessible by his grandma's failing hips and his mother's weak body. Kids from the village don't come here too often. They prefer the other side of the slope, closer to the town and the sweet shop where they can buy tiny ice cream that tastes like water and sugar. The ashes will have peace and quiet. Bunnies and birds will be its companions when Issei does not have the will to come to deposit flowers and thanks and asks for grace. Nothing will break its peace except the buzzing. Issei turns. His ears ring. He follows the sound, going up the slope, finding a path, feet sinking into human detritus ground into a pace that destroys the harmony of the nature that surrounds the crest. Broken bits of ceramic, survivors that escaped the mill, hurt and wound the sole of his feet. When he climbs one last giant rock, he sees what bothers the urn's peace. A line passes by the crest, clinging to pole abandoned between two rocks and mold. It quivers with energy and shakes with the wind. Issei shivers, a long quiver that comes from the top of his head, snacking its way along his unwinding and sticky back and going to the sole of his feet, disappearing into the mud of broken things he treads on with his. He approaches still, fascinated. He doesn't understand, but he must come closer. His right arm tenses, but the buzzing, electrifying, lethal line is stronger than whatever the unfeeling bow may feel. A terrible idea has come. One touch and he is dead. The electricity will fry his brain and stop his heart. He will not have the time to scream for help. No time to feel pain. That he is not what he wants. He turns his head sideways. He wants to toy with the line, not stamp it without a mean to come back. He needs something less quick, less lethal. Something that won't make his mother cry if she finds his burned body in the forest. His grandma does use sleeping pills. If he takes enough, he will probably end up where he wants to be. Probably. Otherwise, he will be punching Hades in the face all too soon. Plus, she will notice if he touches her reserve. His mother will notice if he has a wound. He cannot do anything in the house without it being found out sooner than later. His gaze furs back to the buzzing line. The books in Bashir's library said he had to channel his soul to unlock a sacred gear. He steps forward until his heels are the only part of his feet still on hard ground. What does that even mean? The buzzing rings stronger. How can I do this? The urn, at the foot of the hill, glimmers. Trees bend, waiting. He grabs the line with both hands. His right hand convulses and Issei feels the bow screeches before everything and anything is pain.